has forever changed us into innovators who see the possibility.
sales towards internal and customer-funded R&D. The organization I work in, Space and C2, is the Raytheon Intelligence and Space Mission Area that focuses on space. We provide space-based sensors for all mission types, from missile warning to Earth observation, and we provide cyber-secure command and control and data processing for all those mission types, including weather, precision navigation, and unmanned systems. We also provide space launch and range services. So why do we team with space startups? I won't read the quotes I've included here, but it's all about speed and collaboration. To combat the threat and continue to have a free and open Indo-Pacific region, we must collaborate in new ways and at a pace that matches the threat. The long-standing collaboration we have had in the region to keep the seas and the airways open now extends to space and cyberspace. The incredible drop in launch costs over the past few years has eliminated a significant economic barrier that has sparked a remarkable acceleration in commercial space innovation. Tapping into the speed and agility of space startups helps us deliver solutions to our government customers at the speed of relevance, meaning we are solving customers' problems with the right answer at the right time, so the seas, air, space, and cyberspace remain open for our collective prosperity. Now I'd like to transition and provide you with 3 examples where we have collaborated with space startups. This first example discusses our collaboration with Hawkeye 360. Hawkeye 360 provides satellite-based GEOINT technology. Raytheon leverages their capabilities by combining their information with other data sources for advanced data analytics. We have an equity stake in Hawkeye 360, and the Raytheon leader now serves on their board. This is a very complementary relationship, and it delivers capability into the hands of our customers faster than what might be possible separately. This next example comes from our Raytheon UK team. For years, Raytheon UK has had a consortium that supports small and medium-sized enterprises and universities in the United Kingdom, and they call it SPARK. Since 2015, SPARK has invested more than £1.5 million in small and medium-sized enterprises and universities to further UK research and development. SPARK provides financial assistance and mentoring, provides access for these companies to customers and new markets, and provides engineering expertise and networking opportunities. Raytheon came to know Nottingham's Science Limited, NSL, through SPARK because of their anti-jam algorithms. Today, we're partnering with NSL on the feasibility of a satellite-based system designed to monitor GNSS signals to protect end users from cyber attacks. This is part of a technology demonstrator program to prove and accelerate anti-jam integration with a next-generation multi-element GNSS receiver. My third example of how we partner with space startups comes from the Rapid Prototyping Award we won earlier this year for the U.S. Space Force's Future Operationally Resilient Ground Evolution, or FORGE. This program provides the ground system to collect and process data from missile warning satellites. FORGE provides an open, secure framework so that third parties can easily incorporate various applications to run on it. It's derived from a similar framework Raytheon provides NOAA for processing weather data. Raytheon's FORGE team is a consortium of small businesses providing various capabilities. And one example is our collaboration with SciTech, who provides portal and communication projects for the FORGE framework. Separately, then, Raytheon supports SciTech, who is the prime as a FORGE application provider. We connect with space startups in many ways. Our objective is to find globally discriminating technology that fills gaps in our technology roadmap so that we can get customers solutions faster than if we were to go it alone. Like many of you, our connections come through our networks, and they also come through doing internet research. We also learn about cutting-edge space technology through space-focused accelerators and venture capital funds. But governments have an especially important role to play here in making connections. For example, COTRA was very helpful to me personally in making connections with small Korean companies in October at the ADEX trade show. The space agencies and the investment and trade organizations of various customer countries just do a great job at helping facilitate that matchmaking. And finally, the Department of Defense uses a rapid prototyping contract vehicle called Other Transaction Authority Agreements. And those agreements require partnering with non-traditional defense contractors, as they call it. And we've made many important connections to space startups through the consortia, like, for example, Space Enterprise Consortium. So how are we operating in more agile and entrepreneurial ways? Well, first and foremost, we certainly learn how to operate faster by working with small space startups. But as our Vice President Wallace Lockery says, fast innovation is not exclusive to the commercial space industry. It's our deep, deep history in space missions that enables us to respond to market demands quickly, sometimes even in anticipation of customer needs. We're also using design methods like digital twin to accelerate the design, development, and delivery of open modular solutions for our customers. We're taking advantage of the U.S. government's continued support of export of space technology, and we proactively design and gain export approvals of our advanced space solutions. Here are a few examples of programs where we've adopted our go fast mentality. One is our infrared imaging space experiment, or IRIS-X. It was built in 29 months for $30 million, and the U.S. Air Force Research Laboratory continues to use IRIS-X for persistent Earth observation from geostationary orbit. Worldview Legion takes advantage of our model-based systems engineering and airborne sensor manufacturing techniques for 1-month centers on our payloads. And under DARPA's Blackjack program, Raytheon's developing space-based sensors that are low in size, weight, power, and cost with very short design cycles for frequent technology upgrades. Lastly, we are performing a rapid proliferated LEO weather program for the U.S. Space Force called EWS, or EOIR weather system. It's clear, in today's environment, we have a need for speed. Our government needs the most innovative and secure solutions as quickly as possible, and it's incumbent on us to deliver that. I'll close by challenging all of us, industry and government, to find the path to deliver solutions faster, to foster greater collaboration with space startups, to be agile and adapt to changing requirements, and finally, to enable that innovative spirit at the workplace, because you just never know where that next great idea will come from. Thank you, and with that, let's open it up for questions.
Thank you very much for that great presentation. 네,
Discovering emerging services and dynamic challenges. We heard the first keynote presentation. Next, we will go on to the Q&A session. We have received some questions via Slido.
If you're ready, I would like to read out the questions in Korean and English for you. 네, 첫 번째 레이시온과
The first question is, what is the standard in selecting startups that can work with Raytheon? So what is the biggest factor that you look for?
Some of the criteria that you use to select the startups that can cooperate or collaborate with Raytheon Technologies. What is the factor that you value most in startups?
So I think
Important thing is that the startup has a globally discriminating technology. We're a technology company. We're always looking for that fit, that complementary fit. Their discriminating technology with our discriminating technology, and together we can deliver an even better solution for customers faster.
Thank you for that comment and answer. 네, 좀 독보적인 기술.
So a differentiating technology, globally differentiating technology is required. And VCs consider the return on investment when investing in startups. What is the purpose of investing into space startups for Raytheon?
Is normally VCs or investors usually think about their return on investment when they invest in these startups. Is it the same for Raytheon? Is it really just about the return on investment? What other factors would you look in terms of investing in them?
So it is also return on investment, but most importantly, it is back to that comment I made earlier about discriminating technology. We will always first look for companies where they have a technology that fills a gap in our own roadmaps for technology, and then of course the return on investment that always must be there.
So I guess they both go hand in hand. If you have that discriminating technology, you will inevitably get that return on investment as well. Thank you for that comment. 네, 그 투자 수익도 필요하지만 그래도
ROI is important, but as was mentioned, differentiating technology is also a must. Going on to the next question. In Korea, we have many global conglomerates, such as companies in the automotive and electronics industry, such as Samsung Electronics and Hyundai Motor Company. Should these companies be interested in space? If so, then what are some suggestions for them?
Of conglomerates, major companies that are in the electronics or telecommunications field, as well as the automotive field, such as Samsung Electronics, as well as Hyundai Motors. Do you think that these conglomerates have to take an interest in space industries? If so, then what are some of the recommendations that you might give these companies?
Well, I guess when I think about it, I would say first and foremost, you have to look at the global competition. The space industry is becoming more and more competitive with that drop in launch costs. There is some amazing technology coming out very rapidly from small startups. And so you're going to be competing, large companies are going to be competing with small startups on similar technology. So I think I would recommend reflecting back on where there's technology you believe is discriminating and maybe extensible to the space solutions. But then you also need to recognize that taking a technology that maybe you provide for airborne or ground systems, cars, the space environment's very harsh. So there's a lot of infrastructure you're going to have to invest in to make sure that technology is going to last the mission life of your customers, because it's not coming back for repair. So must be very, very rigorously designed and tested and last the mission life.
So I guess it's a given that maybe you think these conglomerates should take a chance at space industries.
I think they got to look at the competition. I think there is some amazing technology coming out of some really small companies, and you never want to be the me too. You want to be offering something really unique and there that customers are going to need. And if there's a lot of other people providing that, customers are going to need. And if where you want to spend your money.
Thank you for that answer. 네, 좋은 답변 주셨습니다. 결국에는 경쟁 상대를 좀 봐야 된다.
So you have to look at the competition. I think that it was the important point, and I asked once again if Korean conglomerates should join the space industry, but it's really important to look at the competition. I think that is the answer. So I understand that Raytheon is interested in working with Korean startups. And so are there some industries and companies that you are looking into?
Also looking for collaboration opportunities with Korean space industry related companies as well as startups. Are you focusing on a specific area or is it just overall?
Aspects of the space industry we tend to focus on. We will tend to be looking for, that globally discriminating technology for our technology roadmaps for principally payloads. So it may be Earth observation technology or electronics for space payloads. And then also we do a lot of the work to take all that data from space and turn it into actionable information. So cutting edge technology in terms of artificial intelligence and data processing algorithms for all those images or other information coming from space or other areas we're looking at.
Well, thank you. I believe that a lot of those companies working in those fields will be very interested as well. 네, 그쪽 분야에 혹시 종사하고 계시는 또는 관심을
I'm sure that these startups and companies that are in those fields will be interested in the business opportunities with Raytheon. If you work with a startup and if you have developed that technology within your company, then wouldn't there be no need to work with those companies any longer?
You cooperate or collaborate with startups if you actually developed those technologies in-house, internally at Raytheon Technologies. There's no need to collaborate with startups, and maybe you can also cut costs in the process. But is there a specific reason why you collaborate with startups? Is it that you don't aggressively develop those technological areas in which you collaborate with startups?
So that is the situation we most seek. Areas where the startup is working in a technology area or an improvement in a technology area, and we haven't done that yet. That is we really want to find that complementary benefit where 1 + 1 = 3. So that requires, often a non-disclosure agreement and then lots of discussion about where we can find that mutual fit. Sometimes we do look for where we have capability, look for lower cost places that could do it less expensively than us. But frankly, that's perhaps not as interesting work for companies because that would be building something that we design, not they designed. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. 네, 질문들이 계속해서 올라오고 있습니다. We are continuously getting questions on the board. 네, 레이티온과 유나이티드 테크놀로지스.
Raytheon and United Technology were merged last April. So what is the synergy effect?
Corporation and United Technologies just merged last April. What is the synergy like in the space and aerospace fields?
Actually, pretty complementary. There was actually a part of United Technologies that we were required to spin off before the closing of the acquisition relative to some space programs. But what is in now Raytheon Technologies, I think the thing that I'm most interested in, and we're spending a lot of time working together on, is digital engineering or model-based system engineering. As you can imagine, Collins and Pratt & Whitney, with all their commercial business, is very good at
at digital engineering. And so we are talking a lot about how to share best practices and lessons learned in that area so that we can all go faster. That's the main thing that I see right now in terms of helping us in the space side of things.
Thank you once again. We have one more question. 네, 소형위성 제조 기업인 블루 캐년
Blue Canyon Technologies, you actually acquired a few days ago, and through that, it actually engaged in DARPA's projects. And what kind of synergistic effect are you anticipating?
You merged with Blue Canyon Technologies, which is a company that manufactures small satellites. So it's a company that also is in line with the Blackjack program of DARPA. What kind of synergy do you seek to create through this acquisition?
So what was announced a couple of days ago was that we signed a definitive agreement. That's really all I can share at this time because the acquisition has not yet closed. But I have to tell you that it's a really exciting time in the space industry, and we're really excited about that latest development. So that's pretty much all I can say.
Well, thank you for that comment, and maybe next year we'll be able to hear much more about it.
Yes.
네, 내년 정도에는 좀 더 많은 내용을 공개해 주실 수 있을
So hopefully we can learn more next year.
presentation and also the Q&A. Thank you very much. 박수
Thank
부탁드리겠습니다.
Bye-bye.
네, 굉장히 많은 관심을 가져
So thank you for your active interest and many questions. I look forward to your continuing active interest throughout the day. Now we'll move on to the next presentation. Now we are going to learn more about lunar economy and LEO economy from Mr. Alexander McDonald, Chief Economist of NASA. So if I may introduce him, Dr. Alexander McDonald has actually earned a PhD on economics on the subject of the U.S. space exploration history at Oxford University. He also wrote the public partnership report on the low orbit economic development led by NASA between private and public sector. So he's the leading expert on the low orbit economics. So he's actually been appointed as the senior economist at NASA at 2019. So we will hear his video presentation pre-recorded. Please welcome him with one round of applause.
Washington, D.C. It is a pleasure to be with you virtually. I very much wish I could be there with you in person. I have a great affection for South Korea and all of you there. I was very fortunate to travel to South Korea back in, I believe it was 2012, when I traveled to Daejeon for the International Astronautical Congress, and traveled a lot around the country, visited a number of the monasteries, and of course Seoul and Busan, and was very just taken with the country and very much taken with the enthusiasm for space activities in Korea, and I'm very encouraged to see that this new event on new space activities in Korea has developed, and think that that's really just a really encouraging sign of the increasing enthusiasm for space exploration and space activities all over the world. I've been asked today to talk to you about a couple of issues. The economic development of our human spaceflight activities in low Earth orbit, in orbit around Earth, and the increasing amount of economic activities that we are seeing taking place, we hope in the near future, around the moon. But to start with low Earth orbit, this year is a very important milestone. This year marks 20 years of continuous human presence on the International Space Station. And this is really an exciting celebration, an exciting achievement, because that means that we have been living in space as humanity continuously for 20 years. And we've done it through an international collaboration. Obviously, NASA leads the US segment in partnership with the European Space Agency and the Japanese Space Exploration Agency and the Canadian Space Agency. And the US group and its partners also, of course, have partnered with and relied on very much the Russian partners for a number of the services. And the Russians, of course, brought their excellent space station capabilities that they had perfected on their own through the Mir days and going back down through the Salyut days. These are the names of the previous Russian space stations. A very interesting history if you want to read up on those. But what's really interesting about the International Space Station is not just that it's the core of human spaceflight, which of course it is, or that it's the core of microgravity research, which it's also. But for me as an economist, one of the things that's most interesting about the International Space Station is that it has served as the anchor, as the source of demand, as the central node in the network that has allowed for the explosion of new commercial activities that today we are seeing. And I'd like to give you a few examples of that and actually go back to the early 2000s when NASA initiated something called the Commercial Orbital Transportation Services Program. And this program essentially allocated about $500 million US to a couple of companies who were going to try to develop new commercial rockets to resupply the space station. One of those companies, no one's really heard of that much because it folded, a company named Rocket Plane Kistler. But another one of these new companies is one that I think all of you are very familiar with, which was SpaceX. And although the very first government money that went to SpaceX actually came from DARPA to fund the Falcon 1 vehicle, the first funding for the Falcon 9 vehicle came from NASA. And it was able to come from NASA because we had a need to supply the International Space Station with cargo. And had we not had that cargo need, we may not have had the economic driver to make new investments in new launch vehicles. And so that model of having an anchor for demand is a really key one to think about when we think about the role of government funding and how the private sector can then innovate to meet that demand. That COTS program that led to our contracts for the commercial resupply services, which then created guaranteed funding for a number of years to keep that resupply happening. And the success of that program then led us to invest in a new commercial capability, what we now, of course, know as our Commercial Crew Program. And I was at NASA for the start of the Commercial Crew Program in around 2010, 2011. And it was a fairly controversial program at the time. Not a lot of folks thought necessarily that it would be successful. But here we are, 10 years later, and we are just on the cusp of launching the first operational mission, the Crew 1 mission, from Florida later this weekend. And of course, we had the first successful flight of the Demo Mission 2 earlier this year. And what's very exciting about Commercial Crew is not just that we're returning people to the space station from US soil. We've been reliant on the Russian launch vehicle Soyuz now since the retirement of the shuttle. But what's also really exciting is that because this is a commercially operated capability, now private individuals, companies, people with their own money can charter their own flight from companies like SpaceX and Boeing, who is the other partner in the Commercial Crew Program. And that can lead to potentially new sources of economic activity in space, potentially creating new revenue, which leads to a more sustainable economy, and will allow NASA to do more with its money and have an assured base of supply chain for its future endeavors. So that Commercial Crew Program is one of the ones I think everyone's very excited about. And I think that one really is one of the most important developments that we have happening here this year. There's another thing, though, that's really important about the space station, which is that it's also this great place for research and for innovation. And one of the sources of innovation that I think you're probably also all familiar with is the development of CubeSats, small little satellites that can do a lot. That technology has advanced incredibly over the last 10 years. And one of the core sources of launching CubeSats turned out to be the International Space Station, because it turned out to be very easy just to launch CubeSats out of the airlock, so to speak, and that allowed people to innovate because it was very low cost to do that. So it's another example of how having essentially low-cost platforms enables innovation. Those activities actually happen through something really interesting in America called the International Space Station National Lab. And in addition to being the chief economist, I'm also the program executive for the National Lab. And the National Lab was established by the US Congress back in 2010. And it was established to provide 50% of all of the research resources of the space station for non-NASA use. And that was a really important principle, because it meant that companies and academic institutions and other government agencies of the US government could use the space station, essentially with the crew time and the cargo flights already paid for by NASA, to then innovate. And that allowed people to try these things out, like launching CubeSats and trying to figure out how you could make new materials in space and seeing if you could do bioprinting in space more effectively, because the lack of gravity made bioprinting potentially more feasible and economical. So this national lab function is also a really important one, because it says that opening up the capabilities of space to more people, to more of the population, can lead to really new innovation. And so I think that's a good lesson for thinking about how these institutions may evolve in future destinations, like the moon and Mars, and someday, many, many decades or centuries future, even farther still, out into the solar system. I want to talk about a couple more pieces about low Earth orbit. One is that we're also now committed to allowing 2 private missions to the space station. This would be for other customers who are paying to use vehicles like the SpaceX Dragon or the Boeing Starliner. And if those companies can get customers to fill up their own vehicles, they can visit the space station for over, 2 different flights a year, that we have the resources on station to support 2 missions per year of around 10 days each. That's a new thing. We hadn't had that commitment before, but now that basically says that we're open to people coming and visiting us on the space station, which would be very exciting. That means that there's now potentially going to be new opportunities for new Korean astronauts. I know, of course, that there's already been one Korean astronaut, because I've met her a number of times at various conferences, but it'd be great to have more Korean astronauts as well. I'll point out another exciting thing, which is that this year NASA committed to making the Node 2 forward port of the International Space Station available to add a new private module to the space station. This is very exciting as well, because it shows that we're potentially going to keep expanding the space station. That, contrary to some people's thoughts that maybe we're going to retire the space station, in many respects we seem to be going the opposite direction. We're seeing so much private interest in using the space station that we may in fact be looking to expand it, this time with significant investment from the private sector, because they believe that there may be a market there, both on the space station for private astronaut missions and potentially for a development of a new space station that may at some point follow on from the ISS. And the last point I'll say about LEO really is this important development that's happened in the last couple of years, which is that the US government has essentially committed to having a continuous presence of its citizens in low Earth orbit. And as an economist, that is a really important statement, because what it means is that the US government has now accepted that it is essentially part of the nation's activities to continue to fly humans in space and to always have one of its people in space. And if we think about where that is in the course of moving humanity out into space, if we think about what would happen if a dozen nations or more made a similar commitment, maybe not now, maybe many decades down the road, but that's the kind of commitment that can really lead to an expansion of possibilities, an expansion of potential in space that I think a lot of us hope for and dream for. So that's a new commitment by the US government, and now all the hard work begins to make it real, to make sure that we can keep the space station running and we can maybe have new space stations in the future. But that's all the exciting work that we have to look forward to. The basic principle is there at the moment. So that is a good summary, at least as good as I can do for about 10 minutes, about all the exciting things that are happening in LEO. I want to switch now and tell you about all the exciting things that are happening around the moon. As I hope many of you know, the Artemis program is committed to returning Americans to the surface of the moon. This is an incredibly exciting moment because we're doing it using the lessons of the Commercial Crew program, which, as I mentioned, has successfully returned humans to space from America earlier this year. And the method of doing that is something that we call essentially milestone-based payments and commercial service purchases. We pay the companies for when they hit technical milestones, and then rather than necessarily owning all of the hardware ourselves, we will purchase the services from those companies, which means that they can then, in theory, sell those services to someone else. Now, going to the moon is going to stay fairly expensive for quite some time to come. But I think it's a really exciting development that, in principle, NASA is setting up its mechanisms for getting back to the moon in such a way as to enable private citizens at some point to be able to pay for their own ticket when the cost comes down to a level that people and companies can afford. That's our Human Landing Systems program. We selected 3 contractors earlier this year, SpaceX, Dynetics, and the Blue Origin National Team. That includes a number of other major U.S. contractors. And we are excited to see the development of these human landing systems. That's the part that gets the most attention, the humans. But there's also some really exciting developments on the robotic side as well. In fact, the very first lunar return program that NASA set up in the last 4 years is something called the Commercial Lunar Payload Services Program. And this is a program that buys flights to the moon on commercial landers. And there have been a number of companies who've now received contracts from the CLPS program, as we call it, Commercial Lunar Payload Services. And they're there to deliver science payloads. This is a program driven by science requirements. And a lot of these science requirements have to do with looking for things like water ice on the moon, trying to understand the geology of the moon, trying to understand the very, very, very thin atmosphere of the moon, trying to understand the way in which the lunar regolith behaves in the electrostatic environment. Really exciting scientific fundamental investigations, but also they're using commercial mechanisms. And that is going to lead to a mission that probably is one of the more interesting ones that I'm looking forward to, which is called the Viper mission. Great name. It is looking for the lunar volatiles from NASA Ames Research Center, who's leading that particular project. It's going to be a robotic rover that's going to rove around the moon to look for water ice, to confirm its locations, to essentially conduct one of the first surveys of what might be a potential resource for future lunar exploration. A very exciting mission. These are the kind of first major elements. Landing with robots, landing with humans. But then the question is, well, what are you going to do on the moon afterwards? And earlier this year, we put out a report that I was very pleased to kind of be one of the authors of, which was called Our Sustained Plan for Lunar Exploration and Development. And in it, we outlined what we called the Artemis Base Camp. And the Artemis Base Camp would be a sort of minimum viable product for a moon base, if you're familiar with the Silicon Valley term of a minimum viable product. It's going to have the ability to have people live on the moon for about a month, maybe 2. That'll be in something called the Foundation Surface Habitat. It would also have a pressurized rover, like an RV, where people could travel around the lunar surface to conduct science. And it'll also have an unpressurized rover, very much like what we had at the end of the Apollo program. Of course, it would have power and communications as infrastructure, but those 3 elements that I mentioned are really the kind of core of this Artemis Base Camp. Because once we have that, what that means is that we could essentially revisit that location every year, maybe for only 30 days at a time, but every year conduct an expedition to learn more, to develop more. And if we can have that type of foothold, if we can actually manage to develop it, which is still a great challenge, then I think we'll have the foundation of something that we can build on internationally and something we can build on with new commercial business as well. One of the core principles of the Artemis Base Camp, though, is not just to prepare for activities further on the moon. It's there to prepare us for a first mission to Mars. Because what NASA's realized is that our first mission to Mars is very likely to be what you would call a short stay at Mars, where you would have a couple of astronauts go down to the Martian surface for maybe only 30 days before going back up to a Mars transport to take them back to Earth. That time period of around a 30-day mission tells us that that's the kind of operations we need to prepare for at the moon. And so what that means is that we've really managed to synchronize both our lunar exploration development plans and our Mars exploration plans into a single plan that runs through Artemis, that runs through the Artemis Base Camp and the Gateway. And the Gateway is the last of the elements that I'll mention, but it's actually one of the most exciting for me as well, because the Gateway is essentially an orbital habitation capability that would orbit around the moon. And the reason that that's really important is not necessarily because it gets you to the surface of the moon. What it's really important for is for simulating the deep space missions that we'll eventually have to do to get out to Mars. Getting out to Mars requires 6 months in transit, maybe 30 days on the surface, and if you're coming back the fast way, 9 months. The other option is that you'd be 6 months out, 500 days on the surface, and then 6 months back. It's a long time either way. It's a long time just in deep space. And so what that means is that we're going to need to develop the capability to live in deep space for long periods of time. And the Gateway is going to be a great place to do that, because having people positioned on the Gateway with the kind of payload limitations that we're going to have for trips to Mars, which are going to mean that the volume and the mass that we have available for our spacecraft is much, much, much more confined. We're going to have people be able to live there and have people translate down from the Gateway down to the lunar surface, down to Artemis Base Camp, to have split crew on the lunar surface and in lunar orbit, just like we're probably going to have split crew on the Martian surface and in Mars orbit. The Artemis Base Camp plus the Gateway is our strategy for developing the operational experience that'll prepare us for the first mission to Mars. And for that reason, I'm incredibly excited about all of the activities and the programs that we're establishing, and I hope that you are too. And I hope that we're going to see a lot of Korean participation in Artemis, in whatever activities around the moon, around Mars that you all are excited about and that you're able to get the resources to go and pursue. And I know that you're able to because I'm actually at least a little bit familiar with one of the most exciting projects that I'm aware of out of Korea, which is the KPLO lunar mission. And the Korean, I believe, Pathfinder Lunar Orbiter mission is one of the partnership missions that actually NASA has engaged with, because the ShadowCam payload on KPLO is a NASA-funded payload. And I'm incredibly excited to know that NASA and Korea are partnered together on that particular project. I'm hopeful that a lot of the entrepreneurial ideas that you all have and the exciting programmatic endeavors from KARI and other institutions in Korea are going to be able to find new ways to partner with NASA, new ways to create commercial activities, new ways to find discoveries of fundamental importance to humanity through scientific investigation. So it's an incredibly exciting time. I very much wish I could be there with you all. I'm very much looking forward to hearing what comes out of your meeting. And I will say, when I was doing some research online about recent space developments in Korea, I confess that I actually was very taken also by what I understand is the first Korean space movie, Space Sweepers, which unfortunately is not available in America yet. But the trailer looked quite exciting. And I think it's just really exciting that Korea now is also not just developing rockets, not just developing robotic missions, but also starting to take the cultural perspective as well. Encouraging people to think about a future in space, and hopefully encouraging to think about a future in space that might make improvements on our life here on Earth. So with that, thank you very much, and I hope to meet you all at some point in the future.
네, 정말 잘 들어봤습니다.
Well, thank you very much. I think he said that through our research, he said that our life on the earth could be better. So thank you very much for that good presentation. We will now have about 20 minutes coffee break. As you know, please continue to wear masks. And after the break, from 10:45, we will start with the tech highlight program. So I look for your continuing interest. Thank you.
네, 즐거운 휴식 시간 되셨나요?
Hope you enjoyed the break. Then let's continue with the program. This session is technical highlights, and the topic is how COVID-19 will change the topography of the space industry. So we have 25 minutes presentation by two experts, continued by 10 minutes of Q&A. Let me introduce the first speaker. He's going to talk about the first cell tower in space, and it will be delivered by Vice President James Alderdice from Link. And in the LEO, using LEO satellite constellation, he's offering using the satellite communication, and he has 16 years of sales and marketing experience in satellite communication area, and he's in charge of AP region, and Sierra Leone, South Africa, Kenya, Pakistan, East Timor, and other international IPs are offered through these satellites, and is supporting the mobile network in those regions. So we will welcome Mr. Alderdice.
Hear us? 네, 잘 안 들리시는 것 같은데요. Mr. Alderdice, can you hear us here in Korea? 네, 혹시 통역 채널을 듣고 계시는지 모르겠는데요.
So we don't hear sound from him.
We are trying to connect with you online. Please let us know if you can hear us.
Okay, I can hear you now. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes, I can hear you very well. So if you are ready, please take it away with your presentation.
All right, thanks very much, everyone. This is, I think, undoubtedly one of the most exciting initiatives in the world of communications. The ability to reshape the world in terms of connectivity beyond the inner urban and inner suburban environments of the world around us. So let me take you through what we're doing and what our initiative is. So at any one time, there are 750 million people that are using their mobile phone, but are disconnected from the network. So at any one time around the world, we have phone users that are not on their subscribers on the mobile network. And this is because they're in locations where there is no coverage. So in fact, there's 90% of the Earth has no mobile phone coverage, and this causes a problem for existing mobile users, having no signal around 15% of the time. But also it contributes to the fact there's 2.5 billion people that do not have a mobile phone. And you know, this is around a third of the world's population. And why is this? Well, it's got to do with the challenge of terrestrial mobile towers being a very high cost, and this has hindered or inhibited the ability for mobile phone coverage to expand beyond the places of high population density. And yet, as I said, there's still many people that are moving beyond high density areas and experiencing disconnectivity, you know, in the billions. So how do we solve this problem? So our mission is to connect all the people on the planet, irrespective of where they are or what they're doing. And we're going to do that by building a constellation of small satellites. And these small satellites will act as mobile towers in space. So today, if you're in an area that doesn't have mobile phone coverage, you need to go and buy a satellite phone. and then you end up having, you know, two devices in your hand. One you're used to using your mobile phone, the other the sat phone, which you're not used to using, that perhaps doesn't have a touch interface like your mobile phone does. So you've got the extra cost of buying the device, the inconvenience of keeping both charged, the inconvenience of using two devices. Or perhaps there's some other alternatives where you have to buy a physical add-on to your mobile phone to make it work like a satellite phone. And our proposal is that we would convert all mobile phones into satellite phones without any modification. And this is because the phones as they are today, the phone that you already have in your hand, would be able to receive and to send signals to the satellites that we're building and launching. And this would act as a seamless network extension or coverage extension for today's user. So, I mean, what is what we're doing that's special? Well, we have invented our secret sauce, in the sense is producing a virtual mobile network in the sky. So we're taking the small satellite hardware, we're taking the mobile BTS stack as software, and we're putting that into these small satellites that will be operating in low Earth orbit. We're tricking the phone into thinking that this satellite is just another mobile base station, albeit moving at 8 kilometers a second across the surface of the Earth. But that's really the key, is that the phone doesn't notice really any difference between a terrestrial mobile tower and a satellite-based mobile tower. And why is this all possible now? How can we close a business case to make this viable? Well, I mean, this goes back to why we're all meeting today on NewSpace. These small satellites are going to be flying in a low orbit, a low Earth orbit, and that orbit is low enough that the communications link between the existing phones in our hands and these satellites can be closed. Now, of course, it goes without saying that small satellites are much cheaper to build than traditional satellites. They're much quicker to build than traditional satellites. They're much quicker and easier to launch, being able to fit many satellites in a single launch. And so we're combining this step change in the economy of space and satellites into building into our proprietary and patented software, and then producing a network in space as a result. Where have we got to in this mission? So we announced a world first back that happened back in February this year. We were able to send the world's first text message from a satellite to an ordinary unmodified phone on Earth. This took place in the Falkland Islands, and it really was proof that this is something that's actually possible, that phones can be reached from satellites in space. And we begin to open up this revolution, this transformation in global connectivity. And then where are we going to take this? Well, we're going to take this in a way that for the user, them using their phone in a city or urban environment is exactly the same as being able to now use it in a rural and regional environment. And so with that, one will have access to web apps, to voice, to video on their phone, to mobile money, push to talk will be a feature, as well as communications. So all those things that you're used to at environments will be able to be available on your phone outside in regional remote areas. So what is the impact of this? It's kind of easy to forget what it's like if you're living in an area that doesn't have good connectivity. And the research indicates that mobile disconnectivity or poor coverage is really evident right across in almost all countries. It's evident, and this is actually provides or leads to a very distinct social and economic advantage for the people that are having this experience. And so our path is really to give billions of people this additional access and the opportunities in their lives that comes as a result. So taking a look at that, so for example, life-saving communication. So as today, many countries, they will send out alerts to mobile users, warning of an impending weather event like a typhoon or cyclone, and alerting billions of people to take action or to consider their shelter as these events come through. So not only will we be able to provide alerts to people that are typically off the network in more remote areas, which again tend to be even more vulnerable to these weather events, but also we'll be able to provide reliable service afterwards to the areas that normally have coverage, but that coverage is then destroyed or inoperable or whatever it may be. So this provides a much more resilient and robust communications infrastructure that really helps people to save people's lives and to recover from a disaster. And furthermore, we would also be able to assist in the emergency communications of first responders, of emergency responders, and field staff of NGOs, for example, that are coming into these areas that have experienced this disaster and are looking to recover as quickly as possible with medical and humanitarian assistance. And then economic participation. So many of us in terms of the financial system by not having bank accounts. And we've seen some of the success in Africa with M-Pesa and money from mobile operators, money systems, so available on your phone. So your phone starts to act as your bank account. And this is a great thing, except if you don't have that connectivity, it really doesn't provide a great value to you. And so being able to access your money on your phone wherever you are will allow a significant economic opportunity to disenfranchised communities, allowing them to run small businesses or to transact in a way that provides them with the monies that they need for day to day. And of course there are farmers and the agricultural communities. These areas really struggle with good mobile coverage, and research shows this is right across many countries, be they developed or developing. And of course, having access to digital agriculture, digital agronomy will significantly increase productivity and allow more and high quality levels of food being produced at better prices. The farmers will be able to sell it better. It'll improve logistics in moving that food, and so there's a really significant impact to this area by providing this kind of mobile connectivity. And then women's financial inclusion. I mean, this is much talked about the opportunity to give women the same access and empowerment that men have in many countries and communities across the world. And so this, again, is another way to allow them to support their families better, to feed their children, to participate in the economy with small businesses, by giving them that connectivity and access, as well as enhancing their inclusion as part of the wider community beyond just their, just their village where they are. So there's just so many benefits on a societal basis. And I think this is the final one. Obviously we're all part of experiencing the global pandemic right now. That, along with rural health, really giving people a lot better access to doctors, to medical clinical support, wherever they are. And there's been some great apps coming up in various parts of the world and various countries that allow far increased access to medical support and advice and consultation. But if your phone doesn't work where you are because there's no connection, then that's all quite mute. So we'll be able to enable these types of apps to work in right across the most poorest, most remote communities. So that's really what I had to share with you today. We're on a mission to establish this connectivity. We're well down the road in terms of building and launching satellites and starting our service quite soon. And I'm happy to take any questions if that's something that the panelists want to do.
네, 감사합니다. For the great presentation and a brief cap of what you are doing with your work. 네, 정말 잘 들어봤는데요. 저희가 그럼 잠시 슬라이드 화면을 통해서
And then we will now ask you some questions.
up on the board that we would like to ask. They are all in Korean, so I will read them out loud in Korean and then again in English. 네, 첫 번째 질문입니다.
Many space business companies are emphasizing cooperation with the COVID-19. International cooperation has become difficult. So are there ways to overcome the situation?
The space industry that place a lot of importance in cooperation. However, international cooperation has become very difficult because of COVID-19. Is there a way to overcome the difficulties and challenges?
Well, I mean, we have to get online and use Zoom and Microsoft Teams a lot more. I don't think there's anything that we can do. I would have loved to have been there in person, but that's really all we can do. And I think it's a very good point. I mean, cooperation, creating new business is certainly much more challenging in the current environment. Hopefully, there seems to be a light at the end of the tunnel with the vaccines coming up, and hopefully not too long we'll be able to be doing things face to face again.
Yes, hopefully. So have you been doing a lot of your work online and virtually?
100%. I mean, from going to being used to being face to face right across the Asia Pacific region to being on video only. It's very different.
So really, let's hope for the vaccines to be coming out and to be able to have face-to-face meetings next year onwards. 네, 그렇게 온라인으로 일단은 좀
So I think we will have to proceed online for a while. In Leo, we see some increase in space debris, so there are some concerns about crashes. I understand that there's international discussions on how to solve this problem.
The second question is, with a lot of the low orbiting satellites being shot up into space, there's a lot of inquiries and concerns over crashes between satellites because it's becoming congested, and those crashes with space debris as well. And there's a lot of discussions on the solutions in the international sphere as well. What kind of solutions do you think will be plausible?
Well, I mean, orbital debris is an incredibly fascinating topic, and it's something that we should absolutely all be concerned about. Well, first of all, I would say that whilst for most orbits there's plenty of room right now. There is a lot of space in space. Um, but we do on various aspects of it. So first and foremost, we need to be much better at understanding in terms of the accuracy of predicting conjunction events when two satellites could come together. And there have been some great improvements, particularly for low Earth orbit in more recent years. So that's one thing. The other thing is that satellites probably need to be having propulsion on them more and more, and that there's some great innovation in the areas of propulsion, which will enhance the ability for the satellites to move. With that being said, though, you do not necessarily need propulsion in order to move your satellite, but it obviously makes it a lot easier if you do. There is some innovation in the area of orbital cleaning, if you like, the removal. And so at least one startup I can think of that is looking at this problem. And then in the way that satellites are built, they need to have increased redundancy and ability to deorbit, particularly when they've had a operational failure. But there are many concerns around orbital debris. You should also consider working in a self-cleaning orbit, which is around 600 kilometers high. And consider also who else is in you're proposing to work in is also very important. So to be a multi-pronged approach with increased coordination, and I'm sure we'll see increased regulation in this area.
Yes, so I guess a multifaceted approach, some technical options that you could choose to address those issues. 네, 감사합니다. 저희 저개발국의 위성 통신이
What are some actual benefits that developing countries can experience if satellite communication is enabled?
economies and countries, once they receive the satellite telecommunication, what kind of practical benefits would they be able to reap?
Well, I mean, the practical benefits are substantial. I mean, if you think back to what life was like before you had a mobile phone, the ability to communicate was somewhat considerably more limited by using a landline at home, by having to be at home when a call was coming through. So now we obviously have the ability to reach anybody, anywhere, anytime when you have mobile connectivity. And so what we're doing is really offering a frictionless extension to that, no matter one's location. And so that will come up in benefits of societal and economic prosperity. And I think it's easy, and I said this before, it's worth emphasizing. It is easy to forget what it is like to not have connectivity if you're living in a city and your life is always among places of connectivity. And so our solution will provide a step change for economic prosperity and for rural communities and for people who are normally in the cities, and when they're moving outside and doing activities outside of the cities, their safety will be enhanced and their ability to do that activity will be enhanced.
So I guess benefits for the individual goes over or trickles over to the economy and society as well. 네, 감사합니다. 그럼 저개발국에게 지망상 기반 통신 시설을 구축하는 것.
Then, in underdeveloped countries compared to the existing telecommunication network, what are some of the economic benefits of a satellite communication?
Based on ground telecommunications, what is the competitive edge that these satellite-based links have?
Well, it's the ability to reach places economically that can't be reached with terrestrial infrastructure. So, I mean, there are some countries where if you want to build a backhaul to link a mobile tower, that can be $1 million. $1 million just to lay a cable to backhaul a sort of regional or remotely located mobile tower. So that becomes just uneconomical, and you see many countries will create subsidies or programs to help mobile operators put down towers in areas that just don't have the population density to justify them. And so we're we're going to be limiting that problem because the economics of doing it via satellite in terms of the area that one can cover with the beam of the satellite is much more effective. So you're covering a wider area. And then the other aspects of ground infrastructure, of course, is that you don't need to buy anything because it's the phone that you've already purchased that you're already using. Unlike other satellite networks where people are required to buy a specific terminal, which for many people is not something they can justify. So those are some aspects that I would highlight.
Yes, thank you for the clarification. 다음 질문 또 드려보겠습니다.
Going on to the next question, even if satellite communication is commercialized, I believe that the price will be high for areas where there isn't a lot of population because of the economics. Are there some models to overcome this?
The same line of questions as before, but even with the commercialization of satellite-based telecommunications, for those remote areas that have low population density, maybe because of the low demands, you would have a high cost in the telecommunications. So maybe some people might not be able to access that telecommunications network even if it were in their vicinity. So do you have a ways or a means to overcome this cost issue?
Yeah, so it's something worth highlighting. So traditionally, satellite communications has been very expensive, and as a result, has been inaccessible to people on lower incomes or with less financial resources. So our plan is to work with mobile operators and to provide access at a pricing level that the customers of the mobile operators are used to paying. And so for many of those, it's can be $1 to $2 to $3 a month. And so that's the kind of pricing range that we would expect to also be able to deliver access to our network in these areas.
Thank you to providing more accessibility to those in underdeveloped countries, in remote areas as well. Thank you very much. 네, 다음 질문 또 드려볼게요. 링크의 경쟁사는 스타링크.
Is your competition SpaceX that is pursuing Starlink project? What's the differentiating factor?
Is your or Link's competitor SpaceX, which is promoting Starlink projects? What kind of differentiation do you have with Starlink?
Yeah, so look, I think Starlink SpaceX is a fantastic project, and it's paving the way for how one executes on a project of delivering hundreds of satellites into space and setting up a low Earth orbit network. So we see Starlink as entirely complementary to what we're doing. So for example, if you're a farmer at your homestead, you may decide to purchase a Starlink terminal and have a very high speed, perhaps even a hundreds of megabit connection to your home. But what happens when you leave that home in the morning to go to work in your fields, you go over the hill, there's no more connection. You can't bring that terminal on your back. And the same goes for any activity like camping or bushwalking. You will carry your mobile phone with you, but you won't necessarily carry a terminal like a dish. And so that's where we see ourselves fitting in, and again, entirely complementary to the great work that SpaceX Starlink is doing.
Well, thank you for that answer as well. I think that that is the last of the questions that we had for you. So thank you once again for the presentation and the Q&A. 네, 다시 한번 감사합니다. 네, 그러면은 먼저
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Alderdice, and we will now invite the next presenters. The next presentation is about how can microsatellites be used for infectious diseases, and we will hear from Mr. John Hayes from GeoHealth COP Chair and Program Manager of Health and Air Quality Application at NASA, as well as from Ms. Julie Tarjani, GeoHealth COP Chair and One Health and Integrated Climate Research Lead at NOAA. So we will first invite them virtually and see whether they are connected.
hear me well?
We hear you loud and clear.
Thank you very much.
Yes, we do.
And yes, so I believe that Mr. Haynes will be going first in his presentation.
Yes, and let me go ahead and share. Hopefully everybody can, I'm going to go into full screen. Is that viewable by everybody?
Yes.
Yes, we can see you very well. Yeah.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you so much. And thank you so much to the NewSpace Korea conference for inviting Julie and myself here to speak with you today. I would say good evening from Washington, D.C., where Julie and I are based, and good morning to all of you in Seoul. I am proud to serve as co-chair with Julie Turtan of the Group on Earth Observations Health Community of Practice and the Earth Observations for Health Initiative. I serve in my day job as the Program Manager of Health and Air Quality Applications at NASA headquarters in Washington, D.C. Julie Turtan is also a Senior Program Officer at the United States National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration's headquarters, also here in Washington. But we also, as I said, serve as co-chairs for these pieces of the Group on Earth Observations. And just for those of you who may not know, GEO, the Group on Earth Observations, is a partnership of over 100 countries and non-governmental organizations that envisions a future where decisions and actions for the benefit of humankind are informed by coordinated, comprehensive, and sustained Earth observations. And like I said, that's over 100 member states now of the Group on Earth Observations, including the Republic of Korea. Now, when we're talking about benefits to society, of course, one of the largest societal benefit areas, and certainly in 2020, the one that is on the forefront of everybody's mind, is health. And so GEO has the GEO Health Community of Practice, which serves as a global network of governments, organizations, and observers who seek to use Earth observation data to improve health decision-making at the international, regional, country, and district levels. Since the start of the global crisis with COVID-19, we've been meeting weekly to bi-weekly in teleconferences, while also participating in a variety of virtual symposiums, conferences, and workshops, including the annual Group on Earth Observation Symposium that was held in June, the AmeriGeo Week that was held in August, which was for the nations of the Western Hemisphere, as well as upcoming the American Geophysical Union's fall meeting, which will be in December. The good thing about GEO is that it's open to everybody. Everybody's invited to come work, coordinate, and innovate, including in our work groups that I will get to in just a minute. And you see our Health Community of Practice website at the bottom of the screen. That'll be mentioned many times. Please feel free to visit that website to find out more information. Like I said, since the start of the global crisis in March, we have been meeting very often now every 2 weeks in COVID-19 telecons. Our next teleconference is on Tuesday, December 1st at 8:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, GMT -5. And again, these teleconferences are open to everyone across the globe to help exchange information and learn about other activities going on across the planet as we tackle this current global crisis. We have several work groups that members of the community of practice are involved with, including heat-related health risk across timescales, environmentally sensitive infectious diseases, such as potentially COVID-19, air quality, wildfires and respiratory health, food security and safety, healthcare infrastructure, as well as integrating data and techniques in the One Health concept, the holistic health concept that environmental, animal, and human health are all interconnected and interrelated, as well as a cross-cutting group. As part of, as I said, many of the activities we've been involved in since the global crisis began in March, one of the biggest ones was the 2020 Geo Symposium that was held in June, where we were honored to have the kickoff lead session of that symposium on Earth observations for COVID-19 response and recovery. You can see the facilitators included myself, Julie, as well as Helena Chapman of NASA headquarters, and Dr. Astrid Christina Koch of the European Commission. We were honored to have presenters from all across the planet, from almost every continent except, I guess, Antarctica, presenting on their current research of how Earth observations are being used to understand the transmission of COVID-19, as well as how Earth observations are being used to understand how changes in human behavior have impacted the Earth system during these quarantines and lockdowns. I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Julie Turtan, to talk about some of the work of the community practice in heat now. And Julie, I'll just change the slides when you tell me.
Okay, perfect. I just want to echo John's thanks so much for the opportunity to be here and speaking with you, and just reiterate the open invitation to join the community. Part of the reason that we were able to respond so quickly to COVID is that people were already gathering there as a global community for a very neutral, open space to have a dialogue about the use of Earth observations in a number of venues. And so we were just really very well positioned and really happy that we could respond so quickly, and the community just ended up being there. So we were pleased to be able to offer this kind of capacity for the broader community. And one of the things that is under the HEAT workstream, we work very closely and have as a part of the workstream of one of our goals is this entity called the Global Heat Health Information Network. And it is a global network that is designed to manage heat risk on multiple timescales across the globe with different partners. It is actually led out of the WMO and the World Meteorological Organization, the World Health Organization joint office. And one of the things that they did also under the Geo Health Community of Practice umbrella was to draw on the GIN network and the Geo Health Network to quickly put together a series of information on heat and COVID. And so what I see here, what you'll see here is the extreme heat technical guidance documents. John, next slide, please. And you'll see at the top of the slides the link for the GIN organization. So please feel free to check that out. There's a lot of information there. There's a lot more going on than just the COVID response. It's all kinds of other things. But we were targeting on the COVID response here. The Q&A series that we did has been widely used and widely cited, and we had participation from health organizations around the world, as well as meteorological and space agencies around the world helping us put this together. So next slide, please. And this is all also available on the website. Next slide, John. Thank you. And the last one, which turned out to be kind of an outgrowth of the effort to put this all together, because there was a lot of information, and some of the public health folks said, we really need a checklist to make things go a little more quickly and kind of know what we need to know. And so that checklist has gotten a lot of play. So we put up a specific example so that you can see the types of activities that the network is currently doing and the vast range of participation and types of agencies and institutions, from research to decision makers, that are involved in this. So that was one of our more active community responses to COVID, in addition to our big global symposium. Back to you, John.
Thank you, Julie. One of the other members of our community is Dr. Pablo Mendez Lazaro at the University of Puerto Rico's Medical Sciences Center. And NASA had previously funded Dr. Lazaro, along with many of his partners in the Commonwealth of Puerto Rico, including the Environmental Protection Agency, as well as the National Weather Service, to develop an air quality forecasting system for not only Puerto Rico, but the greater Caribbean region, particularly looking at Saharan dust storms. Saharan dust storms cross the Caribbean each year and adversely impact air quality and human health. Working with his partners and a lot of satellite data, as you can see here, they were able to develop an early warning system for these air quality events with 3 days notice for the public in Puerto Rico. This system went online in its prototype form just before the most severe Saharan dust storm to ever hit the island occurred in 2020, in June 2020, at least the most severe in the past 50 years. You can see how the air quality in San Juan changed in these images just from June 20th to June 23rd. However, there's another aspect to this problem. Dr. Lazaro has been further funded by NASA to investigate how these incidents of poor air quality can possibly impact COVID-19, particularly how susceptible people are to COVID-19 due to air quality, and also how severe their case of COVID-19 may be, depending on how poor the air quality is. So he is working again with the University of Puerto Rico's Medical Sciences Center on that problem right now. NASA has also partnered with the European Space Agency to look at how air quality has changed in global cities in response to COVID-19 mitigation efforts, particularly in this case on nitrogen dioxide. Nitrogen dioxide is a pollutant that's unhealthy to breathe on its own and contributes to the formation of unhealthy levels of surface ozone. It primarily comes from our vehicles and smokestacks. Using data from the ozone monitoring instrument, which is on the NASA Aura spacecraft, as well as the European Space Agency's TRPOMI instrument, we've been able to show that there have been large decreases in nitrogen dioxide in megacities where COVID-19 mitigation measures have been introduced. These ongoing observations have helped provide immediate examples of how the Earth's system is responding to changes in human behavior. And the example here is of the megacity of the northeastern corridor of the United States, centered around New York City. And again, all this data is open, freely available through a NASA portal. But it's also available through another Earth observing dashboard that was a tremendous example of international cooperation during this crisis. NASA, the European Space Agency, and the Japanese Space Agency, JAXA, joined together to create this COVID-19 Earth observing dashboard that once again is free and open to the public. This dashboard is constantly being populated with new indicators utilizing Earth observations to help researchers understand the impact of COVID-19 on the globe, on its economy, on its air quality, on its water quality, but also helps researchers investigate what environmental factors may be affecting the spread and transmission of COVID-19. And Julie, I'll let you discuss the NOAA COVID dashboard.
Sure. So for NOAA, we house a lot of the data, both the in situ and satellite information, not just for the United States, but for other countries around the world. And we are one of the repositories for the World Meteorological Organization. So we have a lot of data, not just. Are you back?
I can hear you, Julie.
Okay, so it looks as so the point of the data page was really to make more accessible the data that we attempted to curate by working with modelers and people that we're already funding, working on trying to predict and model COVID-19, because all the data, if you're not in the data world, like many of you probably are, it's a little overwhelming for our health partners to come in and try to figure out even what they need to know, let alone find it. And so we started just to try and make the data more accessible and provide a bit of a curated portal for them. So that has been actually very successful. It is more targeted to researchers and those folks doing modeling than it is a real application tool for decision makers just yet. But it was a big deal for our agency to put it together and to put something together that was of service to the health community, aside from the monitoring of air quality, which of course we did from the beginning. So it was a big deal for us. And I think for other Met services around the world, they're also doing the same. But I wanted to put that up as an example. So thank you for highlighting it. It's not quite the big, massive international effort, but we do have a lot of international data that's already housed at NOAA. So check it out. And if you have any feedback, let us know. We are always looking to improve it. Thanks, John.
Thank you, Julie. Under the GEO Earth Observation for Health initiative that is part of our umbrella community of practice, we have several currently funded projects that I'll just briefly describe before going a little more into detail on one of them. One of them is led by HR Wallingford, which is a nonprofit organization in the United Kingdom called DMOS, the Dengue Model Forecasting Satellite-Based System. They are developing the first fully integrated dengue fever forecasting system, incorporating Earth observations and seasonal forecasts to issue warnings on a routine basis. It's recently been implemented in Vietnam, and it's now being expanded to other areas of Southeast Asia. We also have a project developing a malaria early warning system in Myanmar, led by Dr. Tatiana Labata of the University of Maryland in the United States, as well as another project working in Africa on predictive assessments of the transmission conditions of cholera, led by Dr. Antapreet Jutla of the University of Florida. Again, his objective is to predict the risk of outbreak, trigger, and transmission of cholera in the environment and human populations in Africa. This is in cooperation with UNICEF, as well as with the UK Met Office, and has recently been successfully demonstrated in nations such as Mozambique, as well as in Zimbabwe, Algeria, and Sudan. We also have a project by Dr. John Malone of Louisiana State University to characterize the environmental suitability and potential for spread of selected vector-borne diseases in the Americas, particularly in Colombia and Brazil. And another project by Dr. Ben Zajcik of Johns Hopkins University that is developing a database of relevant climate, hydrology, ecology, and human activity at global gastrointestinal disease study sites. However, that project has been expanded since the global COVID-19 crisis began. And in fact, we gave Dr. Zajcik additional funding starting in spring 2020 to investigate further the potential of environmental determinants on how they may influence COVID-19 transmission. Because you see, his project on gastrointestinal diseases was using satellite observations of temperature, soil moisture, and precipitation. And we all feel from knowledge we have of previous coronaviruses, as well as the influenza virus, that these may be important factors in determining potential seasonality of the new novel coronavirus. So we gave Dr. Zajcik additional funds to begin to investigate this potential. He, as a very strong and active member of the community of practice, was able to connect and leverage and collaborate with many other organizations through our community of practice to expand this work, including such actors as the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention in the United States, as well as the World Health Organization and the European Commission. And Julie, do you want to talk about this project?
Sure. This is another example of a GEO project that's funded with this in mind, with the GEO support for the EO4Health group. This is a project, it's not directly related to COVID, but the idea is mapping the environmental suitability for the Aedes aegypti, which is the vector that transmits dengue. This is focused in Central America, of course, obviously from the slide here, but the idea is to look at how we can use environmental information to predict the suitability and the risk of disease. That doesn't mean we can't work on modeling disease transmission and dynamics also, but that there might be a step earlier where we can say with greater confidence, these are the environmental conditions that appear to be more suitable for Aedes spread or an outbreak of the disease itself based on environmental drivers. So we're trying to disaggregate a little bit without having to go to a complete, agent-based or some kind of more complex modeling effort, but to be able to give decision makers an earlier lead time of level of risk. And that same principle can be applied, we hope, to COVID after we have more data from the system over time. We're hoping that we can use this kind of methodology to be able to predict risk of COVID or onset during a season and other infectious disease. It's similar in principle to the malaria project that John mentioned in Myanmar. So that is an example of one of the other projects that NOAA's funding related to environmental information for health and with potential implications for COVID. Thanks, John.
We, as I said, have been involved in many, many meetings, workshops, symposiums over the past few months. This is just a list of a few of them. I do want to point out, though, that we co-sponsored with the World Meteorological Organization a symposium in August on the climatological, meteorological, and environmental factors in the COVID-19 pandemic. If you search for that symposium on the WMO's website, there's an outcome statement from that conference that I believe is very comprehensive and very informative. I would encourage people to look at that outcome statement because it kind of really was giving, as far as the state of the art as we knew, information in August on the state of the pandemic in relationship to environmental factors, as well as cautions for the research community going forward. Also, I want to point out that NASA has funded a large remote sensing training program that is being heavily leveraged by GEO and its member organizations. It's called RSET, the Applied Remote Sensing Training Program, and it provides end users with professional technical workshops, both in person, at least in person prior to the pandemic, but also virtual and now fully virtual. These training programs go all the way from kind of introductory classes on remote sensing all the way to more advanced classes of how to knowledgeably use Earth observations to tackle societal problems. The website's at the bottom of the screen. I do encourage you to go check out their website because their webinars and their case studies are all archived there and are, again, free and open to the public, as well as a listing of upcoming webinars that they will be holding in the near future. And I would be remiss in speaking to you in Korea if I did not mention one of our upcoming NASA satellites to be launched in 2022, which is TEMPO. And although not directly, obviously related to COVID, a very important mission looking at air quality. TEMPO will be our satellite known as tropospheric emissions monitoring of pollution. It will be literally monitoring the air we breathe across greater North America hour by hour. It's a pathfinder satellite to geostationary orbit. It will be looking at pollution in the troposphere, including ozone, NO2, and formaldehyde. This is extremely important not only for us at NASA, but for the worldwide community, because TEMPO will form a global air quality constellation in geostationary orbit, along with the European Copernicus Sentinel-4 and the Korean GEM satellite. As you well know, the Korean GEM satellite successfully launched earlier this year in February. It's a sister satellite to TEMPO. We'll be looking at many of the same atmospheric pollutants across East Asia, while the European satellite will look at Europe and North Africa, and TEMPO will form the greater North American part of this international collaboration. The United States Environmental Protection Agency and NOAA are part of the science team for TEMPO. The instrument is completed, and we're waiting for launch on a commercial payload that should come in 2022. So with that, I'm going to stop. Please, again, visit our website at www.geohealthcop.org for more information. Join and call in to our telecons and get involved because, again, this is your community of practice for health. And only working together as a global community can we not only tackle the current global crisis and challenge that's in front of us, but many of the other challenges that face us as we continue through the 2020s. Thank you so much.
Indeed, thank you very much.
Well, thank you to both of our speakers, Ms. Turton and also Mr. Haynes. 네, 두 분께 다시 한번 감사드리며.
Thank you very much. And now we will have a Q&A session with both of our speakers.
Our board, so I will read them out in Korean and then also translate them into English for you. 네, 첫 번째 질문인데요.
So the first question is that satellite information is being used in various areas, and geo-environmental observation is being used in infectious diseases such as COVID-19. How can the satellite information be used for tackling infectious diseases?
Is the information attained by satellites is being used in a variety of different industries and fields. But if you think about it, the most emergency, the biggest emergency would probably be infectious diseases like COVID-19. But rather than the infectious diseases, I think that there's a lot of research on the overall observations in the atmosphere and environment. How can satellites and the information that we gather through them be used in infectious diseases?
Well, yes, that's a great question. And it really comes down to, again, looking at the infectious and vector-borne diseases that have some type of environmental parameter behind their spread and transmission that we can also sense from orbit. And that can be factors like temperature, precipitation, humidity, soil moisture, and you can go on, ocean surface temperature. And all of these we can remotely sense from orbit through not only the global constellations of the United States and our partner agencies, but many other space agencies across the globe. So when you're talking about, let's say, mosquito-borne diseases, we aren't looking at the mosquito, but we're using environmental determinants that we can remotely sense from satellites to be able to better understand the habitat of mosquitoes and how the habitat changes over time based on temperature, precipitation, soil moisture, and those things. And that informs models that then is able to give us risk characterizations of the threat of mosquito-borne diseases in areas across the world, like malaria, dengue fever, Zika, and what have you. And then, like I mentioned, when you're talking about other infectious diseases like cholera, cholera is very dependent on precipitation, on temperature, as well as being able, which we can remotely sense the cholera vibrio organisms actually in coastal waters. So we can actually use that information to determine, for example, the risk to cholera to certain areas of the world. And it is certainly an ongoing field of research right now to see how we can use environmental observations to understand the transmission and spread of COVID-19.
Thank you.
And I would just add to what John says, one other piece to that. Totally agree with the satellite piece, but one other element to emphasize is that sometimes the in situ observations can help either validate the satellite so that you know what the right proxies are and how best to use the satellite imagery, or can be combined into the models themselves. So I think it is often a combination of the satellite with the in situ information and the in situ measurements. And sometimes some space agencies are even validating with mosquito sampling. So validating the satellite imagery and validating the in situ and figuring out what is most important under what conditions and what level of certainty is required by your decision maker is really, that's the long answer. And yes, it's a research question because you have to know what the environmental drivers are to begin with, no matter which course you take.
Thank you for both of your
yes,
answers.
As Julie said,
yes, please go ahead.
I was just going to say, I was just agreeing that satellite data is just one piece of the grand puzzle of Earth observations, and it takes everything from ground observations to airborne observations to orbit observations to look at the Earth system as a whole.
Thank you for the great answers. 네, 다음 질문으로 그럼 넘어가 보도록 하겠습니다.
We will go on to the next question. And in Korea, we have researchers developing nano satellites for startup businesses. What are some suggestions and recommendations?
Question. In Korea, we also have developers of microsatellites as well as researchers. For startups and those who are seeking to build startups or entrepreneurs, what kind of recommendations could you give them? Difficult question.
That's a tougher question. That's a good question. John might have a better answer because he's more in the hard satellite world. Mine is actually, I'm quite interested in the public-private partnership space and sort of what the right role is. I don't have any fast and clear answers, except that I think no matter what we're doing, there is a real strong need to make sure that you are trying to answer a decision maker's question so that you're beginning to target and cultivate that relationship with the community or the audience you're attempting to serve. So just creating a widget for its own sake might be great in a basic science mode, but if you're trying to apply that information, I think one of the real keys is figuring out who your audience or your decision maker community is and working with them from the beginning so you don't invest in the wrong aspect of that satellite. And that's all I've got. John, I hope you've got a more informative answer.
Well, certainly the field of microsats, CubeSats is the wave of the future. It's really democratizing space because it's always been so expensive to go to space because it takes a lot of fuel to launch really heavy satellites, and that costs a lot of money. Well, when you start getting down to CubeSats and microsats, well, then guess what? It opens up the world to be able to launch satellites on their own. And it really democratizes that space. And we're doing the same thing at NASA because, you know, we would like to fly cheaper satellites that work just as well and give us the same information to save our taxpayer money. So we're partnering with universities in the United States as well as with private entities to launch CubeSats and microsats and do experiments with them, hoping that that will, you know, continue to grow in the future, which we think it certainly will. So, I mean, I would encourage, you know, especially universities, I think, are really leading the way, at least in the United States in that regard, as well as the private sector. And a lot of universities in the United States that are very aerospace driven, they're really investing a lot in development and training students to build and develop these microsats and CubeSats. And some of them, like I said, we have launched with NASA. So I would just recommend exploring that path if possible.
Thank you for the great answer. Thank you to both. 네, 어려운 질문이었는데.
That was a tough question, but thank you for a great answer. And we'll move on to the next question. From the healthcare environmental perspective, using satellite data seems to be very useful. So currently in the EO4 Health, participating organization seems to be coming from government or colleges. So for the corporations or companies, what kind of business model can they find from the satellite data?
Must seem very promising, and it actually does sound that way. But if you look at some of the organizations participating in EO4 Health, they're mostly government agencies and universities. But what role can the companies play in getting, or what kind of business model can they have in utilizing the satellite data for the health as well as environment related issues?
I'll jump in on this one and just say, please come help us figure that out. We have strong, we don't have, you're right, we don't have as many private sector partners, and it's not just one private sector. In fact, we were discussing this just recently, is how do we figure out the small modeling companies and the larger companies that are more data driven and sort of, yeah, we could use a really strong private sector presence on the many different aspects of the private sector. It's a huge issue, and everybody brings a different thing to the table. So yeah, I would say we have some strong partners, but I would encourage you, if you are a private sector, to come talk with us. Like we would love to have that conversation with you and figure out how to structure it so that you found more value in it as well. John, I know we've talked about this a bit. Anything to add?
No, I agree. It's a continuing, want of ours to bring in more private sector actors into the geo-health community practice and geo at large. But also, I just say here in the United States, at my agency at NASA, one of the ways that we're doing that now is forming, as Julie kind of mentioned earlier, these public-private partnerships with different private sector actors to help them not only utilize Earth observations to help tackle their needs, but then be able to maybe scale that to other private sector industries as well as the public at large. Right now, for example, we're partnering with Microsoft, and they're donating a lot of their computing ability to help us run a prize competition, kind of a crowdsourcing challenge on developing better algorithms to be utilized for satellites detecting where harmful algal blooms are along coastal regions, which is a big health and also marine animal health impact. And so that's one of the ways we've been partnering with the private sector is looking at these challenges, innovative prizes and things of that nature as well, which I think is a promising area to explore further.
And we do have some projects with Esri that have been like putting the environmental data with some social determinant data for heat and some global mapping for heat and some crowdsourcing activities. So we have some projects, we have some activities, but we could use to have a much richer conversation. So yeah, come join us and talk with us about it.
네, 기업들에게는 또 기회가 또 주어진 것 같습니다.
Yes, that could be an opportunity for the businesses.
Time we have for Q&A. So thank you once again for your time and presentation. Of course, the Q&A as well. 네, 감사합니다.
Thank you so
very
much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we will continue and move on to the next presentation, which is about history of U.S. military space and the establishment of U.S. Space Force. And we will hear from the Alpha Omega Group, and this will be presented by Christina Yu. She actually moved to Omega last year from U.S. military, and this is a consulting firm focused on innovation and offering consulting services to the public as well as private sector.
Yes, I can hear you. Can you see my screen?
Yes, I think we can. Have you shared your screen with us?
On
Yes.
my end, it says I am sharing.
Yes,
Is it okay?
so it is appearing on our screen as well, so that's great. If you're ready, please take it ahead.
Okay, perfect. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for the invitation to speak. I am so excited to be able to join you from Los Angeles. It is nighttime here, but I understand I am the last speaker before you guys break for lunch. And I am about to give you a lesson in history, so I will do my best to keep everyone awake. Before we get started, I do have to give the standard disclaimer. I am not speaking on behalf of the US government. Any opinions expressed during this talk are those of my own, based on my experiences and observations from working for the US Air Force Space and Missile Systems Center, which is now part of the Space Force, as well as the US Senate and the Pentagon. I am currently working as a consultant for the Space Force and providing a wide range of services, including congressional affairs, strategic communications, as well as acquisition program management support. Okay, for some reason, there we go. So here's a quick snapshot of what I want to discuss. I've been asked to give the historical context of how we came to establish the Space Force. And including that, I also want to, given the theme of the conference, go over some trends in military space, as well as how the government is pivoting and collaborating with startups. The US has a long-standing history with military space, and it really started immediately after World War II. And in 1946, it actually started with an Army general. This is before the Air Force gained its independence from the Army. So a general by the name of Hap Arnold actually commissioned the RAND Corporation to do a study on the feasibility of reconnaissance satellites. And this study proved to be quite seminal, and it identified pretty much all of the different mission areas that we have in military space today, which includes intelligence, weather forecasting, communications, and navigation. But the father of space, military space, is actually considered to be General Schriever. Once the Air Force gained its independence in 1947, it developed the Western Development Division out here in Los Angeles under the leadership of General Schriever. And it was in charge of all of the Air Force's space and ICBM programs. From there, about 10 years go by, and on October 4th, 1957, there was a major event that changed the world of military space. On this date, the Soviet Union launched Sputnik 1, and this became the world's very first satellite. And with this singular event, the trajectory of military space for the US just changed overnight. Because of this event, multiple agencies across the military, across the US military, started participating in programs. And this actually led to a lot of interagency competition for resources and rivalry. Essentially, there was different programs for the Army, Navy, and Air Force. They all had their own separate space development programs. And something that I need to know is that this does not capture all the different that participated in space development programs. And a way to consolidate all these efforts, the Advanced Research Projects Agency was stood up in 1958. But this centralization effort actually did not last very long. About a year later, in 1959, it gave control back to the different services. And if anybody's familiar with DARPA, this is the modern day DARPA. Also in 1958, NASA was created. Of course, NASA's focus is on civil space, but it still had a significant impact on shaping US military space. And it's because it actually absorbed major portions of the Navy's and Army's space programs. Interestingly enough, NASA only had minor impacts to the Air Force's space programs. And the Air Force continued to develop the missile defense alarm system, various reconnaissance satellites, as well as space launch vehicles. And in 1960, there was another major event that kind of reshaped the American military space programs community. And that was when the American U-2 reconnaissance airplane was shot down over the Soviet Union. This really proved to the national security community that aerial reconnaissance was no longer adequate. And this really pushed the national security establishment to make satellite reconnaissance a national priority. And so really the Cold War fueled development in military space. And this led to the creation of the National Reconnaissance Office in 1961. This is a joint activity between the Air Force and the CIA, which put them in charge of all spy satellites. And also established in 1961 was the Air Force Systems Command. And this time it included a dedicated Space Systems Directorate, which was to centralize all space development efforts for the Air Force. And at this time, then Secretary of Defense McNamara designated the Air Force as the lead military service for space. And really what this did was further relegated the Navy and Army space programs, but they did not eliminate them. So there are still multiple agencies pursuing space development programs. And towards the 1980s, the Air Force started to realize that it was inefficiently set up or organized to conduct military space operations, primarily because all the assets and responsibilities were spread across 4 different organizations within the Air Force. And with that, on September 1st, 1982, the Air Force created the Air Force Space Command, which many of us refer to as AFSpace, in an effort to centralize all the different space operations, including missile warning, launch operations, satellite control, space domain awareness, as well as satellite communications. And then from the 1990s and onward, AFSpace provided some really critical warfighting capabilities, namely in the Persian Gulf War, which is also known as the very first space war. Specifically, it provided GPS capabilities to the warfighters, it provided weather data, and it also provided some early warning capabilities, missile warning capabilities. It also played a critical role in the global war on terrorism after the 9/11 attacks. And then starting 2000, we started seeing some discussion about the need to create a separate independent service for space in particular. And this really started with a space commission that was led by former Defense Secretary Rumsfeld. And this commission concluded that the military really did need a space-specific organization. It needed a specific space-specific doctrine, operations concept, and capabilities. And the commission also concluded that the Air Force was treating space as kind of a secondary mission, second, of course, to the air operations missions. And so it recommended that the US create kind of a separate Air Force Corps or a Space Force Corps under the Department of the Air Force. Then a few years go by, and in 2017, Representatives Mike Rogers and Jim Cooper put forth a bipartisan proposal to create a US Space Corps under the military, or under the Department of the Air Force. Mainly, they were really concerned that the Air Force's space mission was being treated as secondary to the air dominance mission. And ultimately, this did pass the House of Representatives, but it got cut in the negotiations with the Senate, and it did not become law. However, fast forward a few months, in June 2018, during a meeting, President Trump directed the Department of Defense to begin the necessary processes to establish the Space Force as a branch of the armed forces. And then in February 2019, he signed the Space Policy Directive 4, which initially places the US Space Force within the Department of the Air Force, and then with plans to later transition on to become its own Department of the Space Force. Then from there, Congress later provided the legislative provisions for the Space Force in the 2020 National Defense Authorization Act, which was signed in December of 2019. And with that, the AFSpace was redesignated to become the US Space Force as the 6th Armed Service Branch, and it was established under the Department of the Air Force. So the main takeaways here that I really want to highlight are that military space programs were spread across multiple organizations, and that really led to interagency competition for resources. And it also created a lot of inefficiencies, such as redundant efforts and basically treating each and every program as unique and one of a kind, which then means you can't take advantage of economies of scale. And this made every single space program astronomically expensive. And because these space programs were so expensive, all the organizations engaged in space development programs were trying to pack on as much technology as possible on each satellite, which then means your design review and testing cycles are very much drawn out. So this really created a vicious cycle. And on average, it took about 20 years for a satellite to go from concept to operational acceptance. And also this lack of centralization meant there were suboptimal opportunities for a kind of a whole space architectural view, and therefore suboptimal conditions for strategic planning. And the establishment of the Space Force is an attempt to centralize and prioritize space development and operational efforts for the US military. So about 10 years ago, we started talking about the 3 C's of space. That's congested, contested, and competitive. Far from the early days of space development, space is no longer a benign, wide open domain. It's becoming increasingly congested with more and more spacefaring nations, and there's been exponential growth in the commercial sector with space-based technology that so much of the world has come to depend on. Our space assets are also contested now, with several state actors attempting to jam communications with our satellites. And the market overall has, again, grown significantly, with the US's market share, satellite manufacturing market share decreasing. And we came to realize that the way we have been doing business for the past few decades just are no longer suitable for these new realities. And our gargantuan, unique, exquisite satellites that take decades to develop and get on orbit just don't fit the bill anymore. And so what this really means for us is that we are moving towards more disaggregated and distributed architectures. And simply put, that means instead of packing on all the technology we possibly can onto a giant satellite, we are taking those apart and putting them in different orbits. So this means we have a need to be smaller, lighter, and faster. We now have placed a heavier reliance on the private sector or commercial off-the-shelf COTS technology. With a commercial sector that is burgeoning and just thriving, there is no reason for the government to spend more time, energy, money on developing redundant technologies if we can just buy stuff off the shelf. The government is definitely leaning into disruptive technology, and there is a genuine desire to collaborate with non-traditional defense contractors. As Dr. Roper, who is the Assistant Secretary of the Air Force for Acquisitions, always says, we need fresh blood. There's also a desire to learn the best practices from the commercial sector. I think the government has really been inspired by the speed at which the commercial sector has been able to operate, and definitely wants to incorporate the best practices. And there is also a desire to work outside of the traditional contracting models. I'll get more into this on the next slide, but the traditional way of contracting with the federal government is very long, very tedious, and there's just a lot of red tape. So I want to go over a couple different ways the US government is really trying to collaborate with startups and non-traditional defense contractors. The first is through the Space Enterprise Consortium. This is led by the Space and Missile Systems Center, which of course, again, was part of the Air Force, but is now part of the Space Force. This is a consortium where the government and the provider engage in a developmental cost share. So instead of the government being purely the customer and the private sector company being the vendor, this is really an effort to create true and genuine partnership with both parties providing skin in the game. Currently, there are 436 members. There have already been over 50 projects that have been awarded since the inception of this program in 2017. And membership is open to non-traditional defense contractors. So for example, startup companies and universities, so long as they can make a technical contribution in the relevant domains. And what's really special about this consortium is that it provides mentorship, it provides, and it really lowers the barriers to entry to do business with the government. And another special highlight of this consortium is that it uses other transaction agreement, sometimes called other transaction authority, as its contracting vehicle. So I mentioned before that the traditional way of conducting business or contracting with the federal government has lots of regulations, lots of red tape, but by using OTAs, it really speeds up the process in which we can deliver cutting edge research and prototypes to the government. It's a fast track vehicle. It is, it basically is a streamlined way to kind of almost bypass a lot of the red tape placed through the traditional contracting method. When we look at the ceiling of this contracting vehicle, it's really seen exponential growth. So back in 2017, when this program was first started, it had a ceiling of $100 million. That very quickly got moved up to $500 million. And just last year, when I was still working at the Pentagon, there were efforts to increase the ceiling to $1 billion. And now, as of March of this year in 2020, the latest RFI that went out kind of soliciting a company to come manage this program, it was for $12 billion to be managed within the next 10 years. So it's just seen exponential growth. And for those that are interested, I have the focus areas of this consortium listed. And the second program that I really want to highlight is an Air Force program called AFWorks. And it's comprised actually of 3 different efforts. And the one that I guess the audience would be most interested in is the first one, the AF Ventures. Essentially, it is treating the government as an early stage investor to the selected companies. And under that major effort, they have 2 main programs that they are kind of exercising this through. It's the Small Business Innovation Research Open Topic, and the second is the Small Business Technology Transfer Open Topic. And both of these are really geared towards small businesses and really friendly towards startups in particular. So in order for a business to be able to apply to these programs, they have to have fewer than 500 employees. They do have to be majority American-owned companies. And the real difference between the 2 programs is that the technology transfer one requires the company to do at least 40% of the proposed work itself, as well as partner with either a university, research center, or nonprofit to do at least 30% of the work. I also want to share a couple of events geared towards soliciting kind of innovation from startups. The first is the Space Force Pitch Day. And the goal is really to find defense unicorns. And the first ever pitch day was actually last year in November when we were still under the Air Force umbrella. And the Air Force issued $9 million to 12 different companies. There's another Space Force Pitch Day coming up in spring of next year. And there are 11 different focus areas that they really want to hear pitches from. the next one is the International Space Pitch Day. And Starburst, one of the sponsors of this conference, is very heavily involved in this. And it's a joint US-UK industry competition that aims to find, fund, and fast-track innovation and technology. They recently announced 15 different startups that were selected to pitch, and they are actually scheduled to pitch next week. What's really neat about this particular event is that all participating agencies, and these agencies come from outside of just the UK and US, it truly is international. All participating agencies will come ready to award contracts immediately to the companies that are present there. Okay, that concludes my presentation, and I am happy to answer any questions.
Well, thank you once again, Ms. Hyun, for the great presentation. 네, 저희 그러면은 바로
Now we will go on to Q&A session.
a couple of questions that we have on the board. I will read them in Korean and also tell you in English as well. 우주군 설립에 대한 내용을 발표를 해주셨는데요. 우주군
So you talked about the Space Force. What is the ultimate goal of the Space Force?
talked about establishing the Space Force, and what's the fundamental objective of establishing this force?
So there are multiple facets, but from a national security standpoint, as I mentioned before, space is no longer an uncontested domain. And in order to better prepare ourselves for that, there are challenges from multiple nations. And we essentially are recognizing space as a war-fighting domain with the establishment of the Space Force and posturing ourselves to be better prepared to keep peace times, essentially. And also, as I mentioned, there have been many issues arising from the decentralization of multiple agencies and organizations performing essentially many of the same functions. So this is really an effort to centralize and prioritize space development and operations.
Thank you for that explanation. 네, 그럼 다음 질문 바로 이어서 드려볼게요.
Now, next question. In the space program, what will be the most difficult technical issue?
In the space programs, among the space programs, including building the Space Force, what's the biggest technical difficulty?
That is a very difficult question. Because we have so many different programs, if I'm understanding the question properly, in a technical sense, each program has its own unique set of technical issues. Is this question more aimed towards, like, is it the satellite portion, ground portion, launch? If I could get maybe a clarification on that.
Well, the question was up on the Slido board, so I will ask once again to clarify the question. 네, 저희 기술적인 난제라고 물어보셨는데 사실 기술적인 난제들이
So again, technical challenges because there are too many programs. In which area do you want to discuss about technical challenges? Please post the question again.
I will move on to the next question and wait for another question to pop up. 얼마 전 대선이 끝났.
You have now new president, so the government will change. Would that impact the Space Force?
It's a timely question. Recently, the presidential elections was completed, and it's over now. But with the change in the administration, do you see or foresee any changes or effects in composing that Space Force?
So the actual composition or the reorganization from the Air Force to the Space Force is still pre-decisional. It's still transitioning as we speak. And so there really, isn't a way to answer that at this point. Only time will tell.
네, 시간을 두고 좀 봐야 될 것 같다는 답변을 해주셨습니다. 네, 그럼 다음
Moving on to the next question. SEC or F-Works is PPP to overcome the bureaucratism. So any success stories?
Public-private cooperation program. Can you tell us about some success cases from them?
I'm sorry, which one was the first one?
SEC.
Oh, the spec?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Yes, there are actually multiple success stories. As I've mentioned, there have been over 50 programs that are awarded out of the spec. The ones that I have more personal experience with, so essentially they are delivering prototypes, and I can just confirm that there are a number of some classified programs that have received prototypes and things are going very well. Sorry, I can't give you the specifics.
Yes, I guess that due to the nature of the industry, it's probably a lot of it is classified. But thank you once again for sharing that you have some promising prototypes already out there. Is that correct?
Yes, absolutely. And I think the ceiling increases really speak to the success of the spec OTA. Again, initially, it was almost like an experiment. Only $100 million were authorized and approved for this program. It very soon got increased to 500 million, then 1 billion, and now we're looking at $12 billion specifically set aside to contract with startups and these non-traditional defense contractors to provide prototypes.
Well, thank you for that follow-up answer as well. 네, 그럼 다음 질문 또 드려볼게요.
Moving on to the next question. In operating Space Force, various research and development efforts will be needed. So in that area, what would be your share of partnership with the private sector?
Classified but difficult question as well. But once you actually form the Space Forces, I think that in the composition as well as management of the Space Forces, you need a lot of research and development. And in the process of research and development, are there maybe some collaborations with the private sector, companies as well as startups? And if so, how much is the proportion, or how much of a percentage are you collaborating with the private sector?
So because how the Space Force will actually, the end state of the Space Force is still pre-decisional. I can't discuss any of that. However, there is definitely a push to collaborate with industry, especially with startups and innovative companies, the non-traditional companies. We keep looking for new ideas, and we really want feedback from industry on how to do things better. Again, I think the government is very much inspired by the speed at which the private sector has really just blossomed over the past few years, and we really want to take those into consideration. And again, unfortunately, at this particular point, the actual organization of the Space Force is still pre-decisional, so I can't comment on that.
Well, thank you for disclosing whatever you can to us and explaining the process as well. Maybe later on, when everything gets decided, we might be able to invite you back to get a deeper insight. 네, 저희가 뭔가 결정이 좀 되면은 다시 한번 또 초청을 해보고.
As once everything is decided, probably can invite her back for a more in-depth insight. Next question is, if we have a good prospect in Korea, could that company cooperate with Space Force of the U.S.?
Company in Korea with the great technology, could it be considered a candidate for cooperating with the U.S. Space Force?
Yes, absolutely. So there are ways in which Korean or any allied companies from any allied company or countries have ways of partnering with U.S.-based companies, and absolutely we welcome any innovative ideas from our allied nations and partners. We're always looking for, things and ways to perform our jobs better. So absolutely.
Well, thank you for that answer as well. And I think that that is all the questions and the time that we have for Q&A. Thank you once again for your great presentation. 네, 감사합니다.
Yes, thank you very much. Now with that, we will close the morning session. So we'll have a brief lunch break until 1:30. We have prepared small lunch at the back of this room. Again, please wear your mask, and I'll see you back at 1:30, where we'll continue with the second keynote presentations. I'll see you then. Thank you very much.
네, 잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 저희 잠시 후에 또
We will soon begin the afternoon session of today's program. I know that our participants are busy networking, but we will soon begin, so we ask you to take your seats. We will begin at 1:30 sharp. Thank you.
네, 휴식 시간 잘 보내셨
Did you enjoy the break, the lunch break? We will now begin the afternoon session. More people are joining our conference, and so it is a pleasure to welcome all of you. We will begin the afternoon session, and we have prepared many speakers who will be giving presentations on various topics. The first presentation will be on scanning the Earth every day, microsatellite as a powerful tool from agricultural insurance investment to economic analysis. The first presentation will be provided by CEO of Axel Space, Yuya Nakamura. I would like to briefly introduce our speaker. He developed the very first CubeSat at Tokyo University, and in 2008 he started his business, Axel Space. Axel Space provides Earth observation service utilizing CubeSats, and they are launching their own nano satellites into orbit. So please give him a big hand.
actually introduce you because you're our foreign guest from overseas. So if you are ready, please go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your kind introduction. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Yuya Nakamura from Axel Space. First of all, I'd like to express my sincere appreciation to organizers. There must have been difficulties to make it happen, and I'm so honored to be part of this fantastic event today. So let's get started. Axel Space is a startup company based in Tokyo, and we are making microsatellites. So our main target is the mass of the satellite is around 100 kilograms. So here's our team, and as a startup we have relatively a long history. We founded the company back in 2008, so we have 12 years of history. And now we have around 80 members. about 50 members are engineers. And interestingly, around 1/3 of the members are from other countries. So we can enjoy a very international atmosphere at our office in Tokyo. And so far, we have 5 satellites. We have developed, launched, operated 5 microsatellites. So we have a firm track record. So this is our office building, located in a very useful place at the heart of Tokyo. So now it's very difficult to come to Japan for you, but maybe next year, if you are free to come to other countries, including Japan, I'd like to welcome you to the office. And this is a 3-story building, and on the 2nd floor, we have our own clean room, so where we assemble our microsatellites. And the engineers are designing the satellite on the 3rd floor, so we can make our satellites very efficiently. Okay, so here's our track record. The first satellite we made was launched in 2013. This is a private satellite. I mean, we developed it for our specific company for weather news. I will explain more details later. And we developed our 50-kilogram class satellite together with the University of Tokyo. This is kind of a business demonstration satellite. And in 2017, we developed the second satellite for weather news. And the next year, 2018, we launched the first of our own satellite called GRUISE 1A. And last year, we launched RAPIS 1. It's a JAXA satellite. So JAXA is the Japanese Space Agency. And this was the first time for our JAXA to work with a startup company to make their satellite. So it became a big news in the space industry in Japan. So actually, we didn't suddenly start development of the microsatellites. So we have a back history before we established the company. Let me introduce that a little bit. So when I was a university student, we started some small project with this type of CANSAT. It's, actually it doesn't go to space, but we learned a lot through this project because no one has ever, no student have ever made satellites. So there were no information about the satellite development. So we have to learn everything from scratch. So that was a very good starting point. We learned a lot through the failures because it doesn't go to space. So we can collect the concept after the experiment, and we could analyze what happened if we faced a failure. So, and we learned a lot. Then we moved to a real satellite project starting in 2000. And 2 universities from Japan started their own project called CubeSat. It's now a common word, but back in 2000, it was new word. So no one has ever imagined that students could make a satellite. So it was a big challenge for us. And University of Tokyo and Tokyo Institute of Technology, these 2 universities were involved in this project and successfully launched the satellites in 2003. And we had following project, and each university had 3 satellite projects in total. And based on that experience, we established the company back in 2008. So here are some photos. Our colleagues are making satellites at the lab. So you see how small it is. The CubeSat was the world's smallest satellite at the time. So, so it's very packed, and everything was new to us. And we experienced a trial and error, and it took around 2 years to complete the satellite. And this photo is just it was just taken before the launch, and you see 2 satellites. One is from University of Tokyo, and the other is from Tokyo Institute of Technology. And these members are from both universities. And interestingly, many of the members here are now playing a very important role in the Japanese space industry. For example, project manager of the University of Tokyo's CubeSat is now a project manager of Hayabusa 2 project. I think you are familiar with the project. It's a Japanese deep space probe going to the asteroid, and they are now coming back to the Earth, and I think we're getting some samples from the asteroid at the end of this year. Okay, so the first CubeSats were launched in 2003 on board the Russian rocket. And so this is an historic, launch, the world's first CubeSat launch. And we all were involved in this. And surprisingly, only 2 CubeSats from Japan were perfectly worked in orbit. And these photos were taken by University of Tokyo's satellite. It's beautiful, isn't it? So after that, so many universities all over the world started their own nanosatellites or CubeSat project. And I myself experienced 3 satellites, and Tokyo Institute of Technology had also experienced 3 satellites. And we thought, what to do next? When I graduated from school, I wanted to continue to develop microsatellites as my job. But unfortunately, I couldn't find any company doing business with microsatellites. Almost all players of microsatellites or nanosatellites were universities. So they were doing educational projects or scientific projects. So the microsatellites or CubeSats were regarded as just an educational tool. And I wanted to change that situation because by experiencing 3 nanosatellite, microsatellite projects, I believe that this tool will become a very important practical tool in the society in the near future. So that was my belief, and I wanted to use it for practical purposes. I mean, doing business with that. And because I couldn't find any company, I decided to establish a new company together with my colleagues. So there are 3 founders at Space, and they are all engineers. So at that time, I have no idea about how difficult it is to manage the company, but what I had at that time was the passion to make it a business, to continue to build microsatellites for the society. And so although we had many difficulties, but we could overcome it with the support and help from various people, including the government. And we were lucky. However, I think we could prove that with passions, we can go through any obstacles. So back in 2008, when we started Space, please remember that days. Were there any space startup? Were there the words NewSpace? No. No one believed that can become real business. So it was nonsense to talk with investors, particularly venture capitals. They had no interest in the space business. How can students make business with this space, microsatellites. So the only way we could start the company was to find clients. It was tough. It took almost a year to find a client. But luckily, we could meet Weather News, which is a private company, and the world's largest weather information company. They wanted to monitor icebergs in the Arctic Ocean. Due to the global warming, ice was melting rapidly. And during summer, a new shipping route was emerging, so-called Northern Sea route. And shipping companies were eager to use this Northern Sea route as a new shipping route because, as you see, the voyage distance can be shortened drastically, and they can save fuel. And also, the travel time can be shortened by 2 weeks. So they can save the various costs. However, you must be careful about the icebergs floating here and there in that region. So you need some service, navigation service. So Weather News was trying to provide such kind of navigation service to shipping companies. However, to do so, they needed ice distribution information.
그게 이렇게 하기 위해선 빙하가 어떻게 분포되는지 정보가 필요했죠. 그래서 위성 영상을 사용하는 것이 그러한 정보를 파악할 수 있는 가장 쉬운 방법이었던 것입니다. 근데 2008년에서는 다
They were taking high resolution images. For this purpose, the resolution doesn't need to be so high. Instead, they needed to capture a wider area. So if they want to achieve with that, with big satellites, they needed a huge amount of images, and they needed to pay a tremendous amount of money. And they could not do business with high resolution images. So they decided they found us, and they decided to start business with us. And we started to develop their satellite in 2008, and it took around 5 years to complete to launch a satellite. It is partly because it was so difficult to find the launch vehicle. Now it's easy. There is a broker. You can easily find the launcher, but back in 2010 or 2011, there were no launchers launching nanosatellites, microsatellites for business purposes, commercial purposes. So it took time, but luckily we could find a good partner launching a satellite, and we could launch the satellite in 2013. Okay, let me show some results from these Weather News satellites. On the photo on the left, you can see ice distribution in the Arctic Ocean. And utilizing these images, Weather News is analyzing the distribution of the ice. Then they can provide a navigation service to shipping companies. But if they focus on this particular mission only, they cannot use most of the time, say 10 months a year. It's useless because the Arctic Ocean can be used for as a shipping route only 2 months, June and July. So they try to find a way to utilize the satellite imagery for other purposes. And now they are using the data for monitoring the typhoons and also monitoring the volcanoes. And you see on the right photo picture, they say that they can estimate the height of the cloud, which is almost impossible with the satellites satellite imagery from geostationary meteorological satellites. So it gives a new value, new information to weather news. And they say they are happy with the result. So let me move on to the second satellite. So Hodoyoshi 1, so this was the government-funded project, and we developed it together with the University of Tokyo. And the University of Tokyo wanted to make microsatellite more, how can I say, the practical one. You know, the society believed that the microsatellite can be used for technology demonstration or some simple scientific missions, but no one believed that it can be used for, you know, practical business. So we wanted to change that, you know, mood. So we wanted to provide a practical data to the society. And the Hodoyoshi 1 was an Earth observation satellite, and we could take very beautiful photos. And the ground resolution is just 6.7 meters, so-called mid-resolution images. But even so, we could show that, you know, it's almost the same resolution as the rapid eye. So it can be used in some industries like agriculture, forestry. And we could take around 3,000 photos so far. And let me show you some examples. The previous one, this one is glaciers in Argentina. And this is a muddy river in Madagascar. So this is Dubai, right? Yeah. And San Francisco, so you can even, you know, count the ships, vessels sailing in the San Francisco Bay. You know, this way we could prove that even microsatellites weighing just 50 kilograms could do practical missions. And okay, let me introduce you know, interesting, you know, photos. You know, of course, the main mission of the Hodoyoshi 1 is, you know, monitoring the Earth's surface, but we could take a photo of the moon. It's not just for fun, because moon has you know, stable brightness, and we can calculate the brightness theoretically. So we can use we can use this photo for calibrating the sensor. So it is good to sometimes take a photo of the moon, although it's difficult to from the technical perspective to change attitude to the direction of the moon. But we did it. And another interesting photo is this. So guess what? Yes, it's International Space Station. You know, Hodoyoshi 1 is orbiting at the altitude of 500 kilometers, and the ISS is at 400 kilometers. So sometimes the orbit crosses, and the ISS comes just beneath the Hodoyoshi 1, and we took a capture. We took a photo of the ISS. It was successful, and engineers were so excited to see the real ISS from our satellite. So move on to the next one. So based on these experiences, JAXA confirmed our technology, and we won the contract to make their satellite. And we launched the satellite last year. And this was the biggest satellite that we have ever made. It's a 200-kilogram class satellite, and it was too big, so we couldn't make it in our facility. So we assembled this satellite in Tsukuba, which is the JAXA's facility. So this is a technology demonstration satellite, and JAXA is providing universities, research institutes, or private companies to test newly developed space components in orbit. And they're providing such opportunities every 2 years. And we developed the satellite bus system that accommodates those newly developed components on board the satellite. And let me show you one examples of the test. So you see the red colored paddle. So this deploying the paddle was one of the newly developed components. So we did this test 1 month after the launch. And this is the movie acquired from the satellite camera on board. And you see that it was successfully deployed. Okay, so, and there were other 6 components on board, but these are just electrically tested, so there is no good movie for that. But anyway, we could finish all the tests scheduled in orbit, and we could successfully end the operation June this year. Okay. So now we are moving to our main business, and the Cruise 1A is our first satellite, as first of our satellite. So the satellite was launched at the end of 2018 on board Russian Soyuz rocket. So again, this is an Earth observation satellite, but the specification has been much improved from the Hodoyoshi 1 satellite. The ground resolution is up to 2.5 meters, so still it's mid-resolution images, but we can use these images to analyze even the urban area. And this photo is Tokyo's Haneda Airport. And you can even read the numbers written on the runway. So you can, estimate the, the ground resolution. And this is another sample photo. This is the Suez Canal. And I think you can count containers on vessel. So with this Cruise 1 satellite, we're now doing the project called Axel Globe. So this is a constellation project where somehow there's no sound, but anyway, so we are launching not just one satellite, we are launching many satellites into the orbit and trying to monitor the whole world frequently. We are expecting that revisit rate to be a day very soon. I mean, I hope we can complete it within 2 or 3 years from now. And let me see. So we're, expecting that we would have various kinds of applications. One of the promising applications is agriculture. So if we want to use the satellite imagery for agriculture purposes, you need to monitor the farmland very frequently, because we are, monitoring the crop growth. So we need to, for example, we can use the satellite imagery to estimate where is the best harvest timing, or we can use it for precision agriculture, so to estimate the proper amount of the fertilizers. So another application is that so for the, you see that the satellite imagery was monitoring the port, so we can estimate the import and export situation every day. So we can find some insights from satellite imagery. The economic is doing good or getting bad or something like that. So we want to find various type of applications utilizing satellite imagery data, and we are talking to many potential clients outside the space industry. Space industry is just providing data, so we need to find clients in a different industry. So that is the very interesting area, and this industry is not mature at all. So there's a huge potential. So we see that because we started the service last year, and we have been talking with many potential clients who have never used satellite imagery before, and they expressed their interest in utilizing satellite imagery to make their business more efficient, or they may be creating a new business, or anyway, they feel that space is kind of a new fields where they can create new possibilities. Okay, so of course, the satellite imagery or remote sensing has a long history, but what we are doing to create new values, I mean, by improving the temporal resolution, we can make new applications like agriculture, where the clients want to monitor the same area frequently. So here's some examples. So our sensor has special bands like red edge or near infrared, in addition to the normal RGB bands. So we can analyze the farmland like this, so it's easy to visualize the crop growth. And it can be applicable to the forest area, and we can see the health status of the forest. And not just for monitoring the forest, but as you see, the unhealthy forest has lost the have some water inside the soil. So this data can be used for making some hazard map. So it can be used for, it may be useful for municipal government. So in such a way, we could find any new possibilities of utilizing satellite imagery. So here's another example. So by making use of the cutting edge deep learning technology or other AI technology, we can detect ships, or we can count cars in the parking lot. And those information can be used for urban planning or marketing, or such kind of businesses. But the financial sector has strong interest in this type of data. They call it the alternative data. So we should be able to analyze those data in a timely manner to extract some information and to deliver that information to the clients as soon as possible. So that is the the requirements that we have to tackle. So another interesting example we are trying now is to create maps from the satellite imagery. It's I think it's very interesting applications. I heard that the Facebook is trying the similar thing. But if we can do this, we can provide map, although it would be rough, but there are some companies who don't have their map. So I think we can provide this kind of data to such a countries, and also even in advanced countries, developed countries, the situation changes. Situation changes time to time. Like there is a construction, or there may be a natural disaster, and sometimes it's difficult for someone to see what happens. So satellite imagery can be useful in such a case. So this example shows that we can calculate the rough areas of the coral reef. As I said, our satellite has near infrared data, which cannot penetrate into the water. So with the red near infrared data and the visible band data, and comparing these two different band data, we can, how can I say, extract the coral reef area, and which would be very important for the environmental section of the government. So like this, we will be able to find various opportunities and possibilities in wider range of industries. Of course, the government will play a very important role as a user of the satellite imagery. But in addition to that, we see a huge potential in the private sector as well. So once we create new needs in the private sector, it's going to be a huge industry, and we can provide a de facto standard platform in the near future. So that's what we're seeking for in the future. And another important thing that we have to do is to provide a user-friendly interface. So one of the biggest problems that we face now for users is that it's very difficult to use satellite imagery. They don't know how to download the satellite imagery. And even if they can download the data, they need some special software to analyze the data. They need to tune many parameters to extract some information. And I don't think that's a good situation if you want to disseminate the value of the satellite imagery. So what we are thinking now is to create a user-friendly interface so that intuitively users can utilize satellite imagery. For example, you don't need instruction manual when you use iPhones, right? Because you can easily understand how to operate that smartphone. And I think it applies to this industry as well. It should apply to this industry as well. So we are developing this type of easy to operate, easy to understand user interface. So next year, we are launching 4 more satellites. Now we have only 1 satellite in orbit, so the revisit rate is not enough at all. Now we can take pictures once every 2 weeks, and by having 5 satellites, the revisit rate will be improved up to every 2 or 3 days, depending on the latitude. And it's going to be a practical platform very soon. And by 2023, we want to increase the number of satellites in orbit at least 10, so that we can capture anywhere in the world on a daily basis. So that's the immediate goal for us. So the day before yesterday, we issued a press release that the launch date tentatively confirmed. It's March 20 next year. And some media covered this news. And we are so excited about the upcoming launch. And I believe that in 3 months after the launch, we can officially start the service with 5 satellites. So we can now aggressively do sales activities all over the world. So here are some, well, interesting photos, commemorative photos taken just before the shipment of the satellites to Russia. So you see everyone at Space is excited about the completion of 4 satellites. Okay, so okay, that's it. Thank you very much for listening to my presentation.
Well, thank you for a comprehensive and great presentation. I think we have a little bit of time for Q&A. We will bring out the chairs, and of course, I'll read you the questions as well. Please take a seat. So you already have a couple of questions up on the board. If I were to read them out for you, there were some introductions about businesses utilizing satellite information. It's been a couple of years now, but apart from certain sectors, it was very difficult to actually feel or use these services. Why do you think that was?
Using satellite imagery? Actually, there is no direct connection between their business and satellite imagery. So we have to interpret their business so that they can imagine how they can utilize satellite imagery. So providing satellite imagery is not enough at all. So we have to change the way to provide service. So we are not satellite imagery provider anymore. So if we want to create new business in the new fields, we have to devise, the product, and so we need to think of a new way to provide a value, not a satellite imagery. So that's a difficult point.
So I guess you have to find common ground or some relevance for those businesses in order for them to use the satellite imagery.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay. The second question then, moving on. After COVID-19, I think that the demands have been explosive about information provided by satellites and, of course, the satellite imagery as well. What shall we do? What do we need to do in order to enter the application business?
That's a difficult question. If I know the right answer, we are
making
a great business already.
Yes, exactly.
So the answer should be, similar to the previous one. We have to change the way of thinking. We're not just providing the data. We're providing insights. We're providing intelligence so that they can easily utilize them for their businesses. So sometimes it's difficult to provide such kind of service alone. So we need to find a partnership sometimes. So that's kind of a new way of doing business in this industry.
So building an ecosystem is also very important.
Absolutely, yeah.
And then moving on to the third question. 1 month ago, I think you mentioned that you started the business continuity plan service. What kind of service is it, and what kind of initial feedback have you been receiving from customers?
The feedback is very positive. This service is to provide an opportunity to capture some specific area. Once we make a contract and something urgent happens, we automatically set the capture order and provide the data as soon as possible. And it sounds normal to it sounds normal, but the different point is that we, capture the area even before something urgent happens. So what is important here is that you can compare the data before something happens and after happens. So so you need to detect something which changed from the yesterday, for example. So so that's the different way, and I believe that it's a lucrative service because we only take once every 3 months, but we can charge our clients every month. So what I want to emphasize here is that we need to find a smart way to do business with satellite imagery. We have to throw away the idea that the price of the satellite imagery, right? So we have how to create business utilizing the opportunities of taking pictures is important, I think.
Good point. Thank you for that explanation. And now moving on to the next question. You mentioned in your presentation as well that you will have 4 more launches of the satellites next year. It says March here, but after you launch those 4 satellites, what will really change practically? And I believe that this will be the first satellite mass production within Japan. Related to this, did you have any challenges or any difficulties? And do you have any tips for those who follow you in your path?
Okay, that's a good question. Actually, the biggest change would be the revisit rate, as I mentioned in my presentation. Currently, we are taking pictures of the same area once every 2 weeks, which is not enough for most applications. But once we have 5 satellites, the revisit rate of 2 or 3 days would be enough for many applications, including agriculture. So I think we can start negotiating with potential clients in the various industries. So that's the biggest change. We can start the practical business with them. And we had difficulties in mass manufacturing the satellite. It is completely different, just making one satellite and multiple satellites. So the biggest, one of the differences is that each satellite has a different characteristics. So that was a difficult point, but we learned a lot through the manufacturing of more than one satellite in parallel. So and that was a good starting point as to mass manufacture the satellites in the near future. We plan to make more than 10 satellites in the near future. So making 4 satellites before that was a good experience for us, and I think I believe that we will find a manufacturing partner in the near future because our clean room is very small, so it's impossible to make 10 satellites in parallel. So, because we experienced the 4 satellite manufacturing, we can give the partner advice to when they make more than 10 satellites. So it's difficult to share what was the point when making mass manufacturing, but I recommend to make multiple satellites in parallel as soon as possible. And I think we can learn only from your own experience.
Thank you. So I guess frequency and abundance comes along in terms of the information and data comes along with more satellites up in the air. And you mentioned speed is key for those who are going into the mass manufacturing. And I believe it might be our last question. I think, yes, that one was it. In terms of developing these microsatellites, what was the biggest challenge in terms of the technical issues? And apart from price competitiveness, what is the advantage of microsatellites over the bigger ones, like the ultra-large ones or the mid-sized ones?
Difficult part. Actually, I'm not an engineer anymore, so I cannot say anything about the technical standpoint. But it seems to me that securing the test facility was one of the biggest issues that we had. So when we mass manufacture the satellites with a partner, we recommend them to have their own testing facilities. So that was one of the biggest things we learned through mass manufacturing. And what was that?
So apart from price competitiveness, what would be the benefits of the microsatellite?
So we can develop the microsatellites in a short development time. Once we, if you want to make a big satellites, it takes normally 5 years if you want to make it from scratch. But in our case, we can develop the satellite, manufacture the satellite within a year. So the price is the biggest advantage over our big satellites, but short development time. And now we see technology advancement, and more mission can be achieved with microsatellites. So that is the, how can I say, the strengths of the microsatellites. And we are getting many requests from, our research institutes, private companies, universities, whether if we can develop the microsatellites. And so I believe in a few years, many of the missions which were only realized with big satellites can be done with microsatellites. So it's a big trend. So that's why we want to focus on this size.
Well, thank you very much. I think that is all of the questions that we have for the Slido. 네, 저희가 받았던 질문이 이게 다인 것 같습니다. 네.
I think that's it. So we will conclude the Q&A session here.
You may now return to your seat. 네, 흥미진진한 발표, 그리고 직접 올라오셔서 이렇게 발표를 해주시니까 더욱더 또 좋았던 것 같습니다. 네, 그럼 다음으로는 저희 스페셜 세션으로 넘어가 보도록 하겠습니다. 이번에는 큰 주제가 Consumers in the Space Industry라는 주제인데요. 두 분의 전문가를 모시고 발표 들어보도록 하겠습니다. 첫 번째 강연은 Eyes in the Sky, a 38 North Satellite Imagery Case Study라고 해서 Jenny Town, a fellow at Stimson and the Deputy Director of Stimson's 38 North, 여기에서 발표를 해주시도록 하겠습니다. 연사분을 좀 소개를 해드리자면 그 제니 타운 분은 헨리 L. 스팀슨 센터의 사무차장이자 북한에 대한 정책 그리고 기술 분석을 하는 북한 그 웹사이트 38 North의 부국장으로 맡고 계십니다. 제니 타운 씨는 미국 존스 홉킨스 대학원의 한미연구소 부소장으로도 계시고요. 북한과 북미 관계, 그리고 한미 동맹, 동북아 지역의 안보 분석 등등에 주력을 하고 계십니다. 최근에는 이 위성 영상을 통한 북한 경제 분석과 또 북한 공간 정보에 대한 정치, 경제, 문화 등등의 인프라를 담는 북한 디지털 아틀라스 등의 프로젝트를 진행을 하고 계십니다. 굉장히 또 다양한 정보를 주실 것 같은데 일단 먼저 온라인상으로 인사드려 보겠습니다. Ms. Jenny Town, are you online and can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yes, thank you. Yes, so we hear you very well. So once you're ready, please go ahead.
Great, thank you. Well, I want to thank you first, Donga Science and Starburst Aerospace for inviting me today. It's really my honor to take part in this conference. For those of you who don't know us, 38 North, here we go. 38 North is a program of the Stimson Center in Washington, D.C. As a program, we are engaged in innovative policy-oriented research on North Korea and its relations with the world, especially US DPRK relations and how developments in North Korea affect US relations with the Korean Peninsula. We are also engaged in track 2 or informal diplomacy, trying to gain deeper insights into North Korean perspectives of the security situation and the prospects for diplomacy. We are most known though for our website, as you see here, 38 North, which provides policy and technical analysis on developments concerning North Korea. We started this program 10 years ago to create a platform for informed dialogue and debate, seeking out experts and practitioners with real experience, including people who had worked with North Koreans or in North Korea, or have a proven track record of study and research on North Korea, to help bring more informed, nuanced understanding of developments, either in North Korea or in the North's relations with the world. The most visible part of our work, though, is our satellite imagery analysis, which originally was focused solely on North Korea's main WMD sites, and has since expanded coverage to other broader WMD facilities and supply chain facilities, as well as other major economic sectors and projects to gain a better understanding of how North Korea is developing on the ground. One of the reasons why the satellite imagery has become so prominent is that stories are more compelling with pictures. Although it also means that the burden is on the analyst to tell the story in a responsible manner, since there are numerous limitations to what can be learned from satellite imagery as well. So some background on the emergence of satellite imagery in North Korea studies. One of the biggest challenges of researching North Korea is finding credible sources of information. This is a topical area that is hard data scarce, as North Korea does not release statistical information to work off of, and access to the country is limited, especially around sensitive facilities, whether that's weapons and military related, or prison camps, or even poor rural areas that the regime doesn't want foreigners to see. This is one of the biggest appeals of using satellite imagery, is that it is a source of hard data on North Korea, from which data-driven analysis can be done. So it is our eyes in the sky, especially when and where we don't have boots on the ground. So although high resolution commercial satellite imagery has been available to the public since 1999, its usage in the field of North Korea studies did not gain wide traction until about 2012. Prior to that, there was limited studies that featured satellite imagery, mainly focused on sites central to North Korea's nuclear program, such as the Yongbyon Nuclear Scientific Research Center and the Punggye-ri nuclear test site. This limitation was due in part by a general lack of imagery. The open source community works off of commercial satellite imagery and are limited by what those companies capture, as well as what they decide to make public for whatever reasons they might have. Imagery of North Korea was captured very infrequently in the early years and only of major areas of concern. In fact, we've recently been doing a historical survey of the Yongbyon complex, which is the heart of North Korea's fissile material production operations, where they have a plutonium production reactor, an experimental light water reactor that could potentially be weaponized to also produce plutonium, and a uranium enrichment plant. And in some of the years, especially in the early 2000s, we found only 1 or 2 images of the complex per year in the public catalogs, showing how scarce the imagery can be. Moreover, the cost of licensing commercial satellite imagery makes it extremely prohibitive for institutions and/or individuals to study any of these facilities in a frequent and sustained manner. We were one of the first to do so in that sector. So fortunately though, as satellite technologies have advanced and the industry has expanded, satellite imagery has become more accessible to the general public, including now more free or lower cost options. Additionally, as public interest in North Korea has grown, satellite companies have responded accordingly, collecting more imagery of key sites in North Korea and at more frequent intervals, and making efforts to broaden the areas of the country actually captured. So as imagery becomes more available, there are numerous applications for this data. The most prominent usage has been a study to monitor what goes on in North Korea's WMD-related facilities. These are restricted areas of high strategic value, but where we neither have access to, unless there's an actual nuclear agreement in place, nor does the North Korean government generally provide pictures of, as they like to do these days with other priority projects and achievements. So while they might show us new TELs and missiles on parade, for instance, they obviously don't show us pictures of where those are manufactured, assembled, or stored. But historical, unclassified, and other open source research over the years has enabled the international community to identify several sites associated with North Korea's WMD programs, for which now monitoring activity and change around these sites can give us some insight into what parts of the program are active, when facilities might be expanding or contracting, when testing may be prepared, and other indicators that help us understand how the programs may be developing. Another high-profile way imagery is used to monitor restricted sites is in researching North Korea's prison camps, for instance. The Committee for North Korean Human Rights has published a series of reports that combine North Korean defector testimony and satellite imagery to characterize the common physical features of prison camps, as well as monitor that activity at these camps over time. So in these instances, imagery can help show patterns of life to see if the camps are still active, if and when facilities within the complex are renovated, expanded, or closed, and in some cases even show evidence of forced labor, such as mining activity when the mine is located inside the secure perimeter. So not only can we get a sense of camp activity levels, but the imagery can also serve as documentary evidence in attempts to hold the government accountable for egregious violations of international human rights and norms in the future. In addition to documenting illegal activities, satellite imagery is also now widely used in identifying sanctions violating behavior, such as smuggling, illegal fishing, and exporting of sanctioned goods, such as coal. One of the more recent studies, for instance, published in Science Advances Journal recently, set out to assess the scale of illegal fishing by dark fleets operating in North Korean waters. And while the problem has been documented to a limited degree in the UN panel of experts reports over the years, the scale of the problem was largely unknown. Therefore, this new study used a combination of daytime optical imagery, synthetic aperture radar imagery, and nighttime optical imagery, combined with other sources such as automatic identification system data, observational data from the South Korean Coast Guard, and other open source data, finding that more than 900 Chinese vessels were fishing in North Korean waters in 2017 and 700 in 2018. Despite a ban on the sale of North Korean fishing rights established under UN Security Council resolutions 2371 and 2397, as well as the corresponding Chinese laws. So this equated to roughly 1/3 the size of China's entire distant water fishing fleet, and is now the largest known case of illegal fishing perpetrated by vessels originating from one country operating in another country's waters. But not all satellite imagery studies are about busting North Korea's illegal behavior, of course. Numerous studies have been done looking at things like crop health, especially as a result of floods or droughts in North Korea, trying to assess North Korea's food security and identify the scale of North Korea's humanitarian needs. Other studies may look at patterns of development, for instance, the proliferation of markets around the country. Where are they? How big are they? What that might mean in terms of numbers of stalls, and from which they can then estimate the potential taxes or rents collected from these stalls and these markets by the government as a revenue source. Other studies regarding the economy look more to monitor developments that are reported by North Korean media as supplementary evidence of what's happening on the ground. Such examples include construction projects like the Wonsan Beach Resort, the Pyongyang General Hospital, the Suncheon Fertilizer Factory, as well as other priority sectors such as mining, power generation, and the chemical industry infrastructure. So there are obviously numerous ways in which satellite imagery can help advance the understanding of what's happening inside North Korea. But there are also numerous limitations and challenges to interpreting that data in accurate, meaningful, and responsible ways, and broad implications for incomplete or overreaching analysis. Pictures, as I mentioned, can make for a compelling story, especially on topics where the audience has little prior technical knowledge. In the current 24-hour news and social media environment, news about North Korea spreads globally at lightning speed. And once a narrative is out in public with purported photographic evidence, it is impossible to take back and very difficult to correct. When it comes to satellite imagery, it's important to keep in mind that the images may provide a clear aerial view of a specific place at a specific moment of time, but it does not provide context to that image. Artificial intelligence may be useful over time in, say, things like change detection, but it still takes human intelligence to be able to interpret what's happening in that moment. 38 North, for instance, calls on retired military and intelligence analysts who have experience both in photo interpretation as well as subject matter expertise on various weapon systems and some North Korea specific cultural and contextual knowledge as well. And I can tell you that's not an easy combination of skills to find, but it is incredibly important to gleaning meaning from the imagery. So for instance, there are cases where a trained analyst who didn't have North Korea specific knowledge had looked at an area and identified a number of small hill-like structures as hardened artillery sites. Whereas analysts with North Korea specific knowledge corrected those identifications as they were actually a Korean style of burial mound. So while the characterization of these two things looks very similar in the imagery, the country-specific context is crucially important. So in addition to the need for human intelligence, there are also a number of limitations to working with satellite imagery that can lead to varied interpretations and human error. So for one, there's limited resolution. Satellite imagery analysis is more of an art than a science, especially when dealing with imagery resolution that is insufficient to say for certain what we may be viewing. While anything 1 meter or less is considered high resolution imagery, if you're looking down at a site with even 50 centimeter resolution, you may be able to see a person, but it is a dot. Large boxes and crates may look similar because of their shapes and dimensions. And we often refer to this lovingly as blobology, trying to make sense of blobs based on experience and technical expertise about what should be there, what would make sense to see there, but also trying to factor in other possibilities if it's truly not clear. And as you can see in this image here, this is an image of the Shimpo South shipyard where North Korea now houses its Shimpo class submarine, ballistic missile submarine. And as you can tell, the imagery is not the highest resolution. Sometimes it can be very difficult to tell what we're actually looking at from this angle and with this limited of resolution. And so while we expect and we suspect that the submarine is still there for a number of reasons, we can't say for sure. Other limitations that affect satellite imagery is the limited frequency of capture. We often get people who think that 38 North somehow has a live satellite feed of North Korea at all times. I wish, that would be amazing. But we're limited to what is made public by the various satellite companies, which of course is at their discretion to both capture and make available. So this could mean in some cases, months between images, it could mean days between images. It's really hard to tell and it's really hard to predict. Other limitations include weather fluctuations. And so while there are some types of imagery that can capture through clouds, such as radar imagery, optical imagery, which is the majority of what we work off of, cannot. And so during the rainy season in Korea, for instance, this means we could go a month or two without a cloud-free image. Budgets can also be a big limitation. And so while there are some free options out there, such as some of Planet's imagery, the majority of high resolution imagery comes at a fee, and fees which increase sometimes exponentially based on level of resolution and type of specialty imagery. So for instance, 30 centimeter resolution imagery costs nearly 1.5 times more than 50 centimeter resolution imagery, which is the standard of what we work with, for instance. Radar imagery can cost up to $5,000 to $10,000 per image, simply because there are very few companies that provide this option. So in addition to these limitations, there's also a number of challenges of working with imagery. One of the biggest challenges then is viewing the imagery in context. So for instance, the North Korea burial mound example, which is a common cultural practice and has often been misidentified as hardened artillery positions. Imagery can also be interpreted in both cultural and the political context of the time, and even then the takeaways can sometimes be murky. So for instance, some key contextual challenges include establishing baselines. If the coverage available is infrequent, it's difficult to establish patterns of what is normal activity versus something unusual or suspicious. A handful of trucks, for instance, around the 5 megawatt reactor at Yongbyon is pretty normal to see. And we've seen this over the past several months to even a year. But we know this because we have access to and have viewed numerous images over a long period of time to determine that baseline. We don't always have the luxury of sufficient imagery to do so. Curation is also a problem. And what I mean by this is that satellite imagery, while being hard data, is not without some level of curation. There are mobile applications, for instance, that track the location of orbiting satellites, allowing users to estimate when they may be overhead. So if the North Koreans are using these or similar tools, they could also plan their more sensitive activities accordingly. This includes potentially refraining from certain revealing activities when satellites are expected overhead, as well as deliberately conducting suspicious looking activities to be captured by the remote sensors. These kinds of caveats need to be factored into the analysis as well, and demonstrate that sometimes broader contextual information is useful in determining what is the most likely scenario for what we're seeing, and sometimes it's not. A final challenge is really observation and learning. So by publishing satellite imagery analysis, it makes the tradecraft of doing so public as well. There's no selective audience for viewing. So it's great in helping promote broad understanding of what's happening in North Korea, but it means North Korea gets to learn too. And we've seen evidence of their learning and adaptations over time. Most notably, modifications to facilities to increase their ability to conceal what we would normally look for as indicators of suspicious activity, as well as changes in their practices to better avoid detection by satellites. And I included a couple of examples for you. For instance, at the Punggye-ri nuclear test site in April of 2017, there was activity around the North Portal where the previous nuclear tests had been conducted that looked like North Korea was preparing a nuclear test. So as you see, there's water, at some point there was water being pumped out, there was cabling being laid, all of the signs that you would normally see that are consistent with test preparation were taking place. The timing was plausible. As everyone knows, in April, it is Kim Il-sung's birthday, is one of the Day of the Sun, one of the big North Korean holidays, as well as the Army Foundation Day at the end of the month. And so for North Korea to conduct a test around one of these holidays was certainly plausible. But a key consideration in our analysis was that North Korea had conducted 2 tests in 2016 successfully tested without showing any signs of preparation. So certainly we knew that they knew how to do it without being detected. So the question became then, why were we seeing activity this time? North Korea did not say it was going to conduct a test. And the fact that they were showing us this activity raised a lot of questions. Were they actually preparing a test? Were they threatening a test without formally threatening to do so? Or were they just going through the motions? And what we found was on the holidays that we expected, if a test was going to happen, it would happen around that time. What we saw instead was no activity around the portals themselves, but around the site, we saw what looked like volleyball games in progress. So here you see, it looks just like little dots. And this gives you an example as well as what we mean by blobology. So we can sort of make out a net, we can sort of make out people, and the pattern is such that it looks plausibly like a volleyball tournament and several around the site. Another example would be the coverings that have been built over the over some of the structures that we would normally look for at, like for instance, the Sohae satellite launching station, to make it harder for us to detect when test preparations were taking place. So good analysis acknowledges and accounts for these various possibilities, providing an appropriate range of explanations with varying degrees of confidence of what's being observed. These challenges also bring up ethical issues as well. What are the consequences of bad analysis? What is an acceptable level of tradecraft passed on? These are questions that the imagery analysis community are now starting to examine in much the same way as reporters have an ethical code of do no harm. This movement will only grow in importance as more and more imagery-based studies are conducted among North Korean researchers. And finally, I just want to point out that while imagery analysts need to strive for objective and responsible analysis, that the media too needs to think more about how they report findings from imagery studies. Responsible analysts work hard to indicate when and where there's uncertainty in their analysis, but that uncertainty doesn't always get reported. But this can also spread bad takes, even when it's based on responsible analysis, with imagery that purportedly backs it, giving it greater influence. So the media needs to be much more conscientious about how they report on satellite imagery stories so as not to spread biased, sensationalized, or bad information, especially when dealing with sensitive issues of national security concern. And I will leave it there. I'm happy to answer questions in the Q&A. Thank you.
Thank you once again for your great presentation. We do have a little bit of time for the Q&A, so I will directly tell you or read you the questions. So what is the business model of 38 North? Because of NewSpace becoming a hot topic in the industry, there's a lot of demand for satellite imagery. If you have a couple of recommendations or tips that you would like to give for the NewSpace business.
So for us, we are completely grant funded and funded through a number of different foundations. We have a broad and diverse group of funders that help enable our work. There are some other models out there where they are trying to, for instance, NK News is a paid for service. Our goal is to make the information as widely available as possible, to disseminate it as widely as possible. So we do want to keep this as a free and open source service. But yeah, it does require a lot of fundraising and working with foundations to make sure that we have the budget in order to be able to maintain and sustain our monitoring of North Korean sites.
Any other tips maybe do you have for some businesses as well?
I think, as we move forward, there's more and more companies and more organizations that are getting involved in satellite imagery, and especially in the foreign policy world. And I think right now, because there's so few funding sources, there's a lot of competition for funders. And I think what we need to be moving towards is more cooperation instead. How do we help each other and share our resources more in order to broaden the access for everyone? And I think, that's a lot of what our field needs to work for going forward, is much more cooperation and less competition in order to really enhance the work that we all do.
Well, thank you once again for your input. Unfortunately, that's all the time we have for Q&A. So thank you once again for your presentation and the Q&A as well. Thank you. 네, 감사합니다. 네, 바로 그럼 다음 발표로 넘어가 보도록 하겠습니다.
We'll move on to the next presentation. So this will be the second presentation in this special session. This will be under the topic of how competitive is the robot business in space. And this was delivered by CEO of Astro Robotics, Mr. John Thornton. He's actually, Deputy Vice President of Dan Hendrickson of Astro Robotics will do the presentation, making the moon accessible to the world. This company is conducting 3 lander missions, including Peregrine and Griffin and Moon Ranger. And of the NASA partners, the company was first to conclude $7.9 million worth of contract of cargo delivery. We will watch the video of the presentation.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Dan Hendrickson, and I'm with Astrobotic, a lunar logistics company based in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, in the United States. Astrobotic was founded in 2007 to make the moon accessible to the world, and we believe the best means of doing that is through space robotics in the near term. But before I describe our space robotics capabilities at greater length, I'd like to first kind of describe why we're so interested in the moon as a destination and what it offers. So a big part of why we got started as a company was that there was a variety of customers around the world that want to access the lunar surface and pursue a variety of different use cases at the moon. So for instance, the moon is a very different destination than we understood back in the 1960s and 70s. In fact, when we went to the moon in the Apollo program, we believed it was a cold, dry, barren place. Today, though, we found that there's actually lunar water ice at the poles, and there's also lunar lava tubes. So there's a variety of intriguing destinations to go and explore, and that's one of the main drivers in the very near term that the world wants to get back to. In addition, with the lunar water ice, there's really the first opportunity to demonstrate that we can live off the land at the moon and in space. This is a major milestone for space history and humanity at large. If you can utilize that water ice for life support, you can also potentially utilize it to do other activities like potentially even grow food, which is a remarkable milestone. The moon also offers us an opportunity to demonstrate that we're a multi-planet species for the first time. And these are sort of the near-term demands that we're seeing from the commercial market. And these are the varieties of different use cases that we see for space robotics delivering in the near term. On the left, you can see in the medium to longer term, there's a variety of very intriguing applications that space robotics can assist in. For instance, if we utilize the water ice, break down the constituent hydrogen and oxygen from that ice, we could set up for the first time fuel depots in space, which could change the equation on the economics of living and working in space, to say nothing of going beyond the moon for the first time as a human species. The moon also offers us the opportunity to potentially mine rare earth metals. These may exist plentifully on the lunar surface, and we could potentially harvest those in the medium to longer term. The moon also offers us the chance to do the first off-world manufacturing using the resources that exist in the environment. So for example, we could utilize the lunar regolith to potentially 3D print habitats in the future or other infrastructure. So ultimately, the moon offers a variety of new use cases that really could potentially change the economics of living and working in space. And so we are excited to offer space robotic capabilities for customers around the world to pursue these opportunities. And the applications that you see here on the screen are not motivated by us as a company, but by the demand that we're hearing about directly from customers around the world. And so we want to make the moon accessible so that folks can begin to pursue these visions in earnest in a big way. So we provide space robotic capabilities for folks to go after these opportunities. So first, we're focusing on payload delivery. On the left, you can see our lunar landers, Peregrine and Griffin. These are our uncrewed robotic landers that will deliver payloads to the surface and provide power and communications for them to operate. Peregrine is our small lunar lander class at 100 kilograms, and Griffin is our medium class at 500 kilograms. Rovers are also a vehicle that we offer the opportunity for folks to get their payloads to the surface and then get mobility. So not only can payloads get to the lunar surface, but they can also drive around and be mobile once on the surface. We have a couple of different product lines that we offer to make that possible. For instance, the Cube rover is our small lunar rovers that offer 2 to 6 kilograms of capability. And these really offer an out-of-the-box solution for customers around the world to be able to get mobility, but not have to spend large sums of money on the development of spacecraft and rovers. Our Polaris rover at 90 kilograms of surface capacity offers a much larger and more robust capability for payload capacity. You can almost think of Polaris as like a pickup truck for the moon. So it's a vehicle that offers capability in a variety of different use cases, whether that's for moving regolith or potentially even being used in situ resource utilization, which is utilizing things like the water ice at the surface. So we provide these vehicles as part of our end-to-end delivery services. Folks can order just the payload capacity that they need at 1.2 million per kilogram on the lander side and 4.5 million per kilogram on the rover side. And with that, they're able to get their payload integrated into a spacecraft, sent to the moon through a commercial launch vehicle, go through the lunar landing, and then once on the surface, be provided power and communications to operate and carry out their missions. In addition to providing these end-to-end delivery services through the product lines that you saw on the previous slide, we are also advancing a number of key space robotic capabilities in order to move forward the capability on the lunar surface and to do even more ambitious and challenging missions in the future. So for instance, we're developing terrain relative navigation, which will allow for precise landings on the moon with precision down to 100 meters of a particular destination of a certain feature on the lunar surface. That's a major technology that we're developing right now that will fly on our first mission next year. We're also advancing things like autonomous navigation. We're developing mission simulation software and also advancing space computing in general, which generally speaking in the past has been older and lagging compared to the state of the art on the Earth. And so we're seeking to advance a variety of these different technologies in order to make space missions at the moon and beyond even more capable. So to speak now to the specific missions that we're working on and then the manifest that we have in place at the moment, we have our Peregrine mission, which will be on mission 1 next year in 2021. It'll be landing at Lacus Mortis, which is a mid-latitude site on the moon. We have 16 customers from 6 countries that are already signed on contract for that flight. I'll show the manifest here in a moment. And it's also a vehicle that'll be carrying a variety of NASA payloads. In fact, we were awarded a $79.5 million NASA Commercial Lunar Payload Services program, which is primarily focused on uncrewed NASA lunar payload delivery. With this first mission, this will actually mark the first time that the United States has soft landed payloads on the lunar surface since the Apollo program. So this is a major milestone for the US to get back to the moon. But it's also a major milestone for the world because this will be the first commercial lunar landing ever. And so this will be extending space robotic capabilities to the surface for the first time. We also have in 2022 a mission called Moon Ranger, which will fly on another commercial lander, not our own, and will be carrying our Moon Ranger rover that in 2022 will be landing at the south pole of the moon and testing autonomy for the first time on the lunar surface. Historically speaking, lunar rovers have been primarily driven directly by command and control from the Earth. And so with that, it's been difficult to carry out autonomous techniques and autonomous practices on the surface with space robotics. This will be the first time to really demonstrate those techniques and allow the vehicle to drive with its own autonomy. This program was awarded $5.6 million through a NASA award under the NASA CLIPS program. And as mentioned, it'll be flying on another lander to the South Pole in just a couple of years. Then in 2023, we have our Griffin mission. So as mentioned earlier, the Griffin lander is a medium class vehicle. So it's larger than Peregrine. It has the capability to carry 500 kilograms of payload capacity to the surface. And this vehicle in 2023 will be delivering the NASA Viper rover to the lunar surface at the South Pole. This is a major and significant and historic mission that will be carrying out the first ground truth measurements of lunar water ice on the surface. And this is a major moment, not only for science and exploration, but also potentially the first step toward eventual utilization of the lunar water ice for things like life support, rocket propellant, and other capabilities. This was a $199.5 million award from NASA, and it's a nationally significant mission that we're very excited to be delivering on behalf of the agency. So now just to speak a little bit more about Peregrine Mission 1 in particular. Mission 1 is going to carry a whole variety of different payloads from companies, governments, universities, and nonprofits. So you can kind of get a sense of the different types of payload customers that are on board this mission. So for instance, we have companies that you might recognize like DHL. They're the world's largest shipping provider. They're on board this mission because they see a really exciting opportunity to get involved in space shipping for the first time. And the moon offers that as an opportunity. And then we also have emerging companies like SpaceBit, for example, which is going to be doing a technology demonstration of their products on the surface. We'll be carrying not only companies, but also space agencies like the Mexican Space Agency, AEM. They're going to be doing an interesting mobility experiment that will network a variety of mobility assets on the surface to drive around and work together. And then we also have, as mentioned earlier, NASA on board as well. It's going to be carrying a variety of science and exploration payloads on their behalf. So it's a very diverse mission, very international mission, and it's hopefully an important first step toward opening the moon to everyone around the world with the first shipment and then more to come thereafter. So maybe just to highlight just a few major milestones to date for our program and major hardware developments that we've had. For instance, up in the top left corner, we've already done 60 hot fire tests. Our partner Frontier Aerospace carried those out of our engine. So this is actually testing the rocket engine that will be on the Peregrine lander in vacuum and actually operating it and carrying it through all the operational cycles. So this is a major propulsion step in the development of our program. We also opened a new headquarters. This is a 47,000 square foot lunar logistics headquarters in which we can do a variety of multiple lunar mission developments all at once. You can see a picture there in the top right corner of projection of the clean room high bay that exists here in the facility. And then in the bottom left corner of the screen, you can see the structural test model. So this is a full configuration of the Peregrine lander that will fly next year. This vehicle was put through vibration and acoustic testing to ensure that the structure will survive the space launch. It's a very violent profile that the vehicle encounters, and so this campaign successfully verified that the structure for Peregrine will successfully survive. We've also been doing payload interface mobile simulations. So that picture that you see in the bottom right is some imagery from that hardware. These are testers that are sent out to different payloads to check to make sure that they will successfully operate on our spacecraft. And we've been using those for a while now and proving out that that will work for the customers. So we're making a significant amount of progress toward that mission in the second half of 2021, which we're really excited to be launching very shortly. So as mentioned, we've also opened a new lunar logistics headquarters. This is really ground zero for space robotics that is aimed for the moon. So the image that you see here is a view of the mission control room. This is a center that will be able to operate our missions. Will also allow payload customers to get their data from the moon and to send commands up to the lunar surface via the lander and then to their actual payload that's either attached to the lander itself or deployed onto the surface and then controlled through a wireless connection, Wi-Fi-like protocol. This was completed in the summer of 2020. So this is now a fully operational facility that we are now utilizing for the development and for the operation of our missions going forward. So we have signed our launch vehicle contract for this first mission. We'll be flying on the ULA, United Launch Alliance, Vulcan Centaur vehicle. We signed that back in August of 2019. So this is a major milestone to now be on contract and have the clock ticking down for our launch next year. So we're really excited and thrilled to be on contract and moving forward to launch down at Cape Canaveral. So just to talk a little bit about the Peregrine lander itself and how it works. So again, this is the tip of the spear for commercial space robotics at the moon. And this vehicle offers a variety of different modular mounting locations for payloads to be assigned and then to operate once on the surface. So the payloads that we receive from the different customers that you saw on the previous slide, those are all attached onto the payload mounting decks that you see. There's two of those on opposing sides from the vehicle. There's a very modular approach, so it's very standard bolt pattern that payloads attach to. There's a standard electrical and software interface, and that allows to hopefully make it as simplified as possible for all the customers to fly on this mission. The vehicle has a primary structure. You can see there's side-mounted radiators and an enclosure to enclose the different avionics. We also have a solar panel at the top. These vehicles are solar powered in general, no matter the destination. Sometimes there's different orientations for those panels. And the vehicle is very much designed to be going to any destination on the moon, any latitude. So with minor modifications outside of the spacecraft bus, the vehicle can go to a variety of different features on the moon, whether that's equatorial destinations, different skylights with lunar lava tube entrances, polar destinations, and even the far side with the appropriate communications relay. So this is really meant to be one lander for any mission with a heavy emphasis on reliability. We try to utilize commercial off-the-shelf parts wherever possible. We try to really focus on reducing complexity and really make it easy and straightforward for customers to engage with the program. And we're proud to say that this vehicle will be moon tested in 2021, just next year, and then will be able to be utilized over and over again to different destinations as appropriate. So just to also offer here, this is another look at another configuration. So as mentioned, we have the core spacecraft bus, and by just adjusting where the solar panels are located and making other small minor modifications, we can fly this vehicle to any destination. The configuration you see here is one of the configurations that we would have for going to a pole of the moon. So to speak a little bit about the surface service that we offer for payloads, as mentioned, payloads are attached above the deck and below the deck. We offer this service at 1.2 million per kilogram, so we try to really make this a very straightforward and also low-cost program for our payload customers to get to the moon. We offer 8 to 12 Earth days of surface operations. The vehicle is designed to operate within those limits. So once on the surface, then we have about 8 to 12 days to operate and carry out their respective missions. We provide communications. So as mentioned, there's a wired connection to payloads if they want to stay connected to the lander itself, or we provide a Wi-Fi-like protocol for them to operate. We offer 10 kilobits per second per kilogram. So for every kilogram is purchased, there's a communications bandwidth allotment. And then for every kilogram of payload for power, 1 watt is also provided. So it scales with the amount of mass that the payload brings to the program. We have about a ½ meter squared of deck space on each side of a deck plate for the payloads to operate and to be connected. And all payloads are thermally and vibration isolated, which you can see here, a typical payload that would be attached. We also offer lunar orbit payload delivery in addition to lunar surface. So prior to making the powered descent and upon the different lunar orbit regimes that you see here on the screen, we offer the opportunity for payloads to be deployed directly into lunar orbit. We offer that at 300,000 per kilogram. So it's just like the lunar surface mass payload pricing. We also offer that for orbit. And they can, CubeSats or other small sats can deploy right into these different regimes and operate. Once they're separated, they have to provide their own power and communications, but they are then able to carry out their missions in lunar orbit. As mentioned earlier, we also provide rover service. And one of the earliest opportunities for lunar rover service and one of the easiest ways for customers around the world to get engaged on lunar mobility and to carry out experiments is through the Cube rover, which you see here, which is pictured. This is actually a prototype that we had out at a lunar analog site that we were operating. The vehicle offers between 2 to 4 or 6 or so kilograms of payload capacity. So the payloads actually go right mounted to the bottom side of this top deck area that you can see somewhat in the picture here. The vehicle operates at about 4 centimeters per second. We offer cameras on the front and the back at 16 megapixels, so it's possible to get a view where the vehicle's going, where it's been, and payloads are mounted directly on, and then they are directed by each payload customer with Astrobotic. So you tell us where you want to go, and the vehicle drives there and carries out a respective measurement or scientific operation of some kind, and that is available throughout the life of the surface mission. So I just want to offer that we have a variety of different ways that folks around the world can engage with our program. We have a number of resources that are available to assist in the development of lunar payloads. We have our payload user's guide, which is available on our website. This exists for Cube rovers as well as for our Peregrine lander. It's possible to download that today on our website and start paging through it. And you can see all the different services and capabilities that the service provides. And we can offer a variety of deep technical information on the program that will ultimately allow for you to go and actually design payloads today if you were interested. So in addition to the user's guides, we also have our interface design document, which is an even more technically deeper document that goes beyond the user's guide. And we also have dedicated payload managers. And so we have folks here at the company who work directly with each payload customer to make sure that their needs are being met, that they will be successful in the integration with the vehicle, and that ultimately they will have a good experience throughout the life of the program. And so these resources are available today. And again, this is the opportunity for customers, whether it's space agencies, companies, nonprofits, individuals even, to utilize these services to get to the moon, to start evaluating and experimenting with all the different potential use cases that the moon offers. And so this is sort of the first foundational element of the new space robotic ecosystem as we see it here at Astrobotic. There's the opportunity to now just buy the service that you need to get to your destination carry out your mission and really focus on developing the space robotic capabilities or markets that you're interested in particular, and really hone and develop that in country or within company as you see fit. And so I want to thank you very much for the opportunity to be here today. It's a very exciting time in space robotics. We think lunar activities is one of the best possible places for us to really get experience, to really understand how we as a human people can operate beyond Earth for the first time, and then ultimately how we can assist future human presence in space. Space robotics, like the capabilities that you see here, are going to be crucial and work hand in glove with future astronaut crews and hopefully larger settlements well in the future. There's the opportunity to utilize these capabilities to offload some of the more dangerous tasks, some of the more challenging tasks, but also to reduce cost. These capabilities really represent what is different from the Apollo era, where there was not commercial companies, not commercial capabilities that could offer the chance to not only take tasks away from humans that were either dangerous or challenging, but also to really change the cost equation. Sometimes it's just much cheaper for a space robotic capability to carry out certain tasks, to prepare landing sites, to do surveying, to do the initial resource utilization activities. And so these capabilities are really meant to make that new future in space possible. And we're really excited about the promise to be engaged in that ecosystem. So with that, thank you very much.
Well, thank you once again for the great presentation. I believe we have a little bit of time, if we can, to ask you some questions. Mr. Hendrickson, is that okay? Do you hear us very well? Okay, good. So I have 3 questions for you. I'm not sure if we will have time for all of them, but I will ask you one by one. What is the difference between the development of robotics on Earth and the development of robotics in space?
Yeah, and thank you very much for the opportunity to be here. I apologize that my CEO, John Thornton, was not able to attend today. I do thank you for the opportunity to present on Astrobotics' behalf. To answer your question, I think one of the key differences is that when it comes to developing a robot on Earth, you always have the opportunity to go and iterate and work on that robot if something doesn't go well. When it comes to space, of course, though, once it's up there, then that's it. And so you don't have any second chances. It has to work the first time. So as a result of that, a lot of the technology that gets put into space ends up being older, tends not to be necessarily the cutting edge best technology that we would have on Earth because it has to be reliable and it has to work every time. So that's a big challenge for our field, is to really try to push the envelope and push the state of the art, but at the same time make sure that we're having as reliable as possible space systems.
So putting more thought into developing the robotics, I guess, when you put it up in space. Yes, thank you very much for that answer. And then the second question is, well, we've already seen the Mars rover, and a lot of people have already heard about the Mars rover and rovers, if you are interested in the development of space industries. So what may be the technical challenges that lie ahead for space rovers?
Yeah, absolutely. I think one of the key challenges that we're trying to solve at Astrobotic is autonomy. So historically, you have to send up the commands from Earth. You have to then wait for the data to get back. You have to interpret the data that you're looking at and then make the next decision for the vehicle and send that command up. We really want to speed up that cycle and really have robots be essentially autonomous on planetary surfaces starting at the moon to really speed up the overall mission. So you get a lot more value by allowing the robot to operate on its own.
Thank you for that comment and answer. And our last question, I believe that we can ask you our third question. And a lot of the startups who are looking into the space industry are focusing on micro satellites and applications. What was the reason you focused on robotics?
Yeah, I think the primary driver for us was recognizing that There's a lot of untapped value at the moon in particular, but the best possible way to really go after those applications and use cases was with space robotics. So we actually had the destination in mind first and saw the potential value that existed there, and then realized that the best way of going and getting that value was space robotics. It wouldn't be astronaut crews, it wouldn't be necessarily other means. It was really going to be space robotics that would pave the way. And so we started thinking first from application and then kind of worked through the medium from there.
Well, great answers for all three questions. Thank you very much for your time as well as your presentation. 네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much.
네, 오후 시간 유익한 시간이 되셨나요?
I hope our afternoon session was useful and insightful for all of you. We are a bit delayed, so we will only have a 5-minute break and then go on to the next part of the afternoon session. We would like to give you a longer break, and we ask for your understanding. We will have a 5-minute break and resume the afternoon session.
네. 휴식 시간이 너무 짧았죠? 죄송합니다. 저희가 바로 이어서
Sorry that we could not give you a longer break. Those of you who have not entered the hall yet, we kindly ask you to come in and to take your seats. We will just give you a couple of more minutes before we begin. To explain before all of the participants come in, this session is a trend highlight session. The era of drone taxi is coming. That will be the title of the presentation provided by Mobis CEO. And we will also have an advisor of Starburst. So to introduce Eugene Che. Eugene Che CEO graduated from Korea University and majored in aerospace engineering at U.S. Ohio State University and established a heat pipe company, and the heat pipe is put into the battery so that the charging can be faster, and yet the battery's heat can be cooled faster. So that technology has been developed. We will be hearing the presentation provided by CEO Eugene Che. Please give Eugene Che a big hand.
We speak in English? All right. Thanks for having us here today. It's our honor to be here in this event. First of all, before I start our company, what we're doing, I want to just mention one thing, that the company, this is a little bit off of the space, out of a global story, but we're mainly working on something is happening in a globe. But this is going to be a really good reference to startups who are trying to go, all over the world, going overseas. So we're born to global startup, one of them. So it's a good story for sharing with you guys, probably. So we're Mobius Energy, based in our headquarters is at El Segundo, California, and our business model is battery subscription for circular economy. Our name Mobius Energy is inspired by the never-ending loop of Mobius strip, and symbolizes the nonlinear regenerative circular economy. Circular economy is an economic system aimed at eliminating waste and continual use of resources. So, UAM market is one of the hardest market these days. Everybody is dreaming what's going, and then we're expecting something is what we have seen in the movie. My point of view, yes, it will be just like a movie we have seen. But let's take a look at some of the short-term prospecting numbers from one of the leading companies in this market, who is also one of our customers. Okay, it's going to be 15.2 billion market by year 2030. But this number changes every quarter. Institute, they're reporting, reporting every quarter. It's getting bigger and bigger every quarter. So, we're expecting something good is coming. And there's a good example of what this leading company is talking to public. From city of San Francisco to San Jose, it's a 50-mile distance. And it's going to be just, if by drive or by land, on land, it's going to be taking 2 hours and 12 minutes. And by flight, it's going to be taking only 15 minutes. And you pay only $129. But the near term, they're targeting that dollar goes down to $43. So you save 2 hours, but you're paying just for $43. I think that it's going to worth to pay that much money. Next page, please. So, you know, we were expecting something good. Like I said earlier, we're expecting something good is coming. So, you know, there are some evidence. Investment in flying taxi business has been so strong, even post-COVID-19 this year. However, there's a problem. Battery is not ready yet. It's too heavy and not yet powerful enough. This is a mission-critical problem, not only for flying taxi, but for other electrified applications too. So our business model is battery subscription for electric vehicle and other applications. Electric aircraft and other applications. So, you know, our subscription program will provide first life battery, 2 aircraft, and then 2 aircraft that requires top performance. At the end of first life, when battery reaches 15% of the degradation, means in another word, 85% of energy left, that means, well, it is required, it is being ready by regulation, and we have to replace that. So what we, Mobius Energy, is going to do, we're going to salvage and refurbish that for second life reuse. Second life reuse in stationary systems. Stationary systems such as, let's say, data centers and stationaries like fast charging stations in vertiports. Vertiports, you know, you may have heard about it. At the end of second life, we're gonna just use that. I mean, we're gonna just recycle that for material extraction through our material recycling partner. We don't intend to do this alone. We're gonna do this. We'll be working with our allies and customers. So any audience, any of the companies out there who is listening to this, who are interested in, you know, working in this part, being part of this ecosystem, yeah, please contact us. So yeah, this picture shows an attempting to separate the battery cell from Tesla battery module in Model 3. Model 3 is one, as everybody knows, that this is one of the best-selling EVs in the world. You know, as you can see in the picture, attempting that looks pretty. It's all glued up and welded together. So literally, virtually it is impossible, and it's so dangerous and hard, and it's so expensive. So, you know, the one cell is dead in that kind of module, and you know, current industry practice is to discard entire module and get a new one. This is big waste for reusable resources that we just throw away, but we have to find a good way to reuse it. This is what we're doing, Mobius Energy is doing. Mobius Energy's welding-free hinged enclosure design will enable our customers to replace the failing cell with the healthy cell and keep the rest of the well-performing cells in the module. So this easy replacement will be a big advantage on saving, you know, just a lot of this cost and a lot of, you know, potential waste we may possibly throwing away to nowhere. Our solution is novel battery module design with novel material we developed called the super thermal conductor. Super thermal conductor is a material that has superior thermal conductivity, 25 times higher than copper, and it's 50% lighter than solid aluminum. And our cooling method is tap cooling. Tap cooling is just as you can see on the picture, cooling on the top and the bottom for those cylindrical cell. So tap cooling gives 10 times efficient cooling capacity than conventional cooling method out there. And this is the lightest material. So non-cell component, we're targeting pack mass ratio is 80%. It's like a very challenging number, but this is what we're trying to get, and we're very close to that to get the number. And then and then also one other point I want to mention that our technology is cell type agnostic. So we're working on cylindrical cell, round cell for now, but we may apply this technology to other type of cells like a pouch cell and others. Let's take a look at some performances. So we have our module, the prototype of our module reaches at highest energy, specific energy number in the market, which is 230 watt-hour per kilogram. And charging rate is 6.0 at max, and enables 90% of charging in 10 minutes. So this is an amazing number. That's why we may try, there are so many applications we may think of having this module, but the first primary target of ours is aircraft. Aircraft needs very high specific energy, and also it needs to be very light. And safety is one of the best, the most important features for many of the electrified applications. But for aircraft, it's very, very important, features that we cannot negotiate at all. We have 3 layers of features. First layer at the cell level and the circle level, and then third layer is super thermal conductor is going to be the third layer, preventing thermal runaway. We have been working for this type of thing just for 2 years, solid 2 years with the Tesla from year 2014 and 15. So this is what we're doing, but I'm going to pass this mic to our Chief Strategy Officer, JP Park, who is in charge of company's external affairs. He's also, as many of you know, that he's a senior advisor of Starburst. So he's going to tell you who we are collaborating with and what segment of the market we are targeting to.
Thank you, Eugene. So before I go into that story, I also want to share the personal anecdote that I met Eugene last year as a Starburst accelerator from the investor point of view. And then I liked his technology so much that I decided to join his team. But I also tell the audience that you asked me 3 times, and I said no to the first 2 times. So if you remember the Korean proverb, 삼고초려.
Yes, it was a really tough time. He gave me no 3 times.
All right. So without further ado, I actually want to show you a little bit about, this is the white paper Starburst has put together about the world of aerospace and defense industry after the pandemic, and what's happening around the world, and what we should expect, and who are still getting the investment after the pandemic world. The first thing is aviation is having a tough time, of course, because nobody is traveling anymore. But the space is doing relatively better because there is a stable government funding, and defense is doing even better. Now, what's happening also is that these 3 different areas of aviation, space, and defense are being more and more integrated and influencing each other. At Starburst, we look at all the entire aerospace ecosystem into 3 areas. We look at urban air mobility. So we look at aerospace industry as a mobility industry. And then there is a regional mobility. That's a trip between city to city, 200 kilometers, 300 kilometers, something like that. And then there's intercontinental travel. And SpaceX actually had a video showing that you will fly from New York to Seoul in 20 minutes or 40 minutes maybe on a rocket. Go outside of the, go into the orbit and then come back down, and it takes 40 minutes. So those are all mobility issues, the way we see it. And the price of the mobility is going down, and that has a huge implication for the entire industry. What we looked at is that Starburst looked at the segment of the market, segment of the industry, who will be most likely to be the winners in the world of the COVID-19. And we looked at long endurance and logistics drones. So we are talking about the cargo drones. Before people begin to fly, well, the cargoes, the things that doesn't have to worry about the life safety will fly first. There is an urban air mobility platform. So yesterday, we heard at night from the Ascent, the Singaporean urban air mobility company who signed the MOU with Mobius Energy, how they are planning to develop this new platform. There is a hybrid electric and hydrogen propulsion system. So as you know, when there was just when the Korean government and the Hyundai began to talk about the hydrogen economy, my thought was, why should we go to the automobile industry first? We should go to the airplane industry first. Because as you know, the airplanes fly between airports, so you only need one charging station in each airport. So the charging station is the biggest challenge for the hydrogen economy, and you can easily solve that problem with a hydrogen airplane. That was 3 years ago. We have 2 hydrogen airplane developing startups in our portfolio. Zero Avia for the Starburst portfolio that we invested. And there's another company. Anyway, so these are the top 3 areas that we looked at. What's going to happen in aerospace industry going forward. And then the most recent venture investment happened in aerospace is all the blue highlight, Joby, Lilium, QuantumScape, Aviation, Zipline. These are all working on electrification of flight, basically. Now that's the kind of a background. And the other thing I want to mention a little bit is that this is a NASA study, and what NASA is doing to bring this future to reality as soon as possible. And what they are saying is that we need to build an ecosystem to make this a reality with the startups. And they have a very active ecosystem building effort. NASA is actually changed the name. It used to call it urban air mobility. Now they are calling it advanced air mobility. The reason why is because it's not just urban anymore. It's not just about going from the airport to the city. It is about from city to city, going to the rural areas. So to include all of that, they changed the term to advanced air mobility as a more inclusive term. So this is the framework and the barriers. There is one of the biggest challenges that even at the $130 or even at the $40, it is still expensive. Now, in the US, it's not actually that expensive for the business traveler. It used to cost me $100 from going to the airport in my city, where I'm coming from, Washington, D.C., to the airport by taxi. With Uber, it's now only $30, actually. So that's the kind of backdrop. But if all the rich people or the business people are flying above you and making noises, people are not going to like it. So that's why we need to really solve the noise problem. So these are some of the background. And I want to touch upon the issue of the Agility Prime and how the NASA Advanced Air Mobility, all these initiatives are being held in the US, and how that can be taken advantage of by the startups working in this area. Christina Yoon, who spoke earlier today, talked about FWorks. That's the venture arm of the US Air Force. What they are trying to do is that they asked startup companies, why are you not willing to work with the Department of Defense? And the startups told them that because you take our IP, it takes too long, your rules are too complex, and your compliance is very difficult. Startups don't have the time or energy to wait for the government to make the decision. So the Air Force answered that, oh yeah, okay, we'll do the pitch day. The international pitch day she talked about, and I talked about yesterday, is that we will act like a venture capital investment company. You come to us and pitch in front of us, we'll make the decision on the spot the same day, and we'll give you the contract on the same day, and we'll give you the credit card on the same day, in one day. That's what Air Force is doing. That's what Air Force Ventures is all about. So we need to take advantage of that. Now, one thing that she was incorrect was that she said there are two programs that Air Force is working on. One is SBIR, that's a more traditional small business innovative research program. So only the majority US-owned companies can apply. But they also are doing the challenge. And challenge is designed in such a way that anybody can apply. So that non-US companies can apply to Air Force Challenge, for example. And that's exactly what you are doing. Air Force has a new initiative called Reimagining Energy for Department of Defense. So we applied, and we'll be hearing from them next week, actually. Cross your fingers. I think we're going to get it. I'm sure we're going to get it.
I'm pretty sure we're getting it.
But that's just one example of how we are trying to work globally. And Mobius Energy, as Eugene said, even though he started from Korea, it's established and incorporated in the US, in the state of Delaware. And our office, headquarters, is in Los Angeles, where there is right next to the Los Angeles airport. So we are working with the city government of Los Angeles. They have what they call LACY, if you look at the, the logos in here. And LACY is a LA, Los Angeles, clean tech incubator. So they have the facility and they support all the clean tech startup companies. I already talked about NASA, and the Faraday Institution is a British institution. So what they are doing is they focus on, this year they launched Faraday Battery Challenge. So they are asking advanced innovative ideas from the startups from around the world, and we applied. We have been invited by the city government of Paris. That's Reinvent Air Mobility. It's the organization set up by the city of Paris. And what they are saying is that they are looking for innovative companies to do the demonstration flight, just like Seoul recently did, for the Paris Olympics game in 2024. And we applied. So hopefully we'll get that too. But this is just a few examples. And of course, Eugene and I met through the Starburst. Starburst has another competition last year in Washington, D.C. for 10 startups to compete. And Eugene pitched there, and he took the second place out of the 10 startups. So that's how he got invited to join Starburst and became the second Korean company, became a part of the portfolio of the Starburst. We are talking to we actually had a meeting with the previous director of the Argonne National Lab. We are signing another MOU with a company who are developing the aircraft called the GlobalWorks, and he's a part of the GlobalWorks, and he introduced us to the Argonne National Lab and then Sandia National Lab, who will be testing our battery module. So this is the best objective third party who can vouch for the trustworthiness of the Mobius Energy product. So what I am talking about here is that there are programs out there everywhere that you can take advantage of as a startup. There are similar programs. Actually, there are more programs like this for the space startups, actually. And you can apply and compete and make the best to win. So join forces with us. We are not just a battery company. we are building an alliance for battery subscription ecosystem, as Eugene said. And we are not just looking for the investors from the, where we are actually talking to a big French aerospace company, and we are talking to the US aerospace company. We are also talking to the Korean defense company. So we are, but what we want is not just the financial investors, but also a strategic investor who can be a part of our plan, who can also work with us to make this a reality. And really anyone who shares our vision for circular economy, because as I said yesterday, COVID-19 is here, and the survival of humankind is an issue that we are now actually seriously giving some thought to. And creation of the circular economy, sustainable economy, is really the only way for the humanity to continue to survive and thrive on this earth. So with that, I conclude, and we are open for some questions and answers.
Okay, for wrapping this up, okay, like we mentioned about it, we're inviting any potential partners in the ecosystem. And also, this is actually our first time appealing to open public. And we were in a stealth mode until end of September. So, many of you guys had never heard about our company, but we got some stories. So we got some stories to share about it. And then, like JP said, we're working with, we're a small startup, but we're working with the global organizations. So, please get your interest in what's going to be happening in this UAM market in the near future. Thanks. Thank
you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Very much. And now I think we have time for a few questions. Oh, okay. I'm going to go into the middle.
Okay. Welcome. Please join us.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So I think we have on Slido just two questions because we're limited on time. What kind of help will drone taxi technology give for development in space?
I'll answer the first question,
Yes.
and Eugene, you take the second one.
Okay, great.
But we can read Korean too, actually.
All right.
So we are actually talking to the space companies. So even though we initially developed this battery module, and we mostly talked about its application in the flying aircraft, electric aircraft, there is actually a huge case potentially on the space use. Because believe it or not, space is cold, but batteries still generate heat, and it needs to be solved. This is still a problem in space. So it is not our top priority maybe, but maybe second priority to develop an application that can solve that problem in space as well.
Yeah, maybe. But yeah, I want to add one other thing that why we, what part of a space application we may think of. So if there are batteries everywhere. So launch vehicle, and we're talking about living in a moon, living in a Mars. So getting those batteries out of the launch vehicle, and we're going to reuse that for our living environment on Mars or on the moon. So that may be, I don't know, it depends on the timeline. That could be first priority, but for now, it's we want to focus on drone taxi because everybody's dying for it.
Okay, well, great answer. And the second question, how did you become interested in the space industry?
Oh, I got a long story. I don't know how much time we got.
Oh, well, let's start anyway.
Okay, I studied aerospace engineering in America. And I wanted to get a job in that industry, but I couldn't do that because of my citizenship and et cetera. So that was my dream field of industry. But there was opportunity. The time I met JP, when he was still a part of Starburst, but Starburst last year was like July last year, I think. And he offered me, why don't you come into aerospace industry? And at that time, actually, we developed a battery, but we couldn't do anything because battery industry is so harsh in terms of cost reduction, everything. We couldn't meet the requirement. We worked with so many different companies like Tesla, Daimler, and some others, but we couldn't meet any of those requirements for cost. So that's how I got involved in aerospace engineering. Yeah.
So let me actually add one more story to that, actually, if we have time.
Yes.
Because Eugene shared a story with me, then I think I can tell it better. So back in 2015 and 2016, he was approached by Tesla. Tesla actually came all the way to Korea to talk to him and invited him to join forces with Tesla to develop next generation, third generation battery pack. And it was a competition. Tesla worked with 7 different models of the third generation battery. And out of these 7, his design was selected by Tesla, and they offered him a chance to supply Tesla with a third generation battery module. Well, at the time, in 2015, you may not believe this story now, Korean investors all thought Tesla is gonna going down next year. And they did not believe him when he said, no, it's gonna go big. And we need, so anyway, so that was 5 years ago, things changed so fast. What happened was, so Tesla couldn't work with him anymore because he couldn't do the mass production facility fast enough in Tesla's timetable. So they parted the ways, and the guy at Tesla who was in charge of that development working with him quit the company and joined his company.
And he dropped a lot of stock options.
Exactly, I know. And then they continued the development of this design, and they completed the design. Now this is a different design from the prototype that they developed with 5 years ago, much better now. And Mobius Energy owns full IP and patents. So another story is actually many of the points that Elon Musk made at the Battery Day a few weeks ago. Yes. He was actually a little bit referring to, I suspect, Mobius Energy's battery design.
Oh, that's
a lot of similarity. I know. So, all right, so this is just my imagination. Okay?
Off the record,
I'm
yes.
right off the record. I'm writing a novel.
Well, very interesting story. I think we have one last short question. What's the price like, and when will we get the product?
Okay, we're targeting, well, since this is a premium product for aircraft, we're targeting ranges like $600 to $700 in a range at the beginning. But what we're trying to do is we are trying to have mass production through not only for aircraft and for other utility vehicles and so on. And then at that time, we're expecting like 3 years from now, and we're going to drop our cost pretty much. So
that's per kilowatt.
Per kilowatt hour.
Per kilowatt hour, to be exact. Well, I think that's all the time we have for today. Thank you very much to the 2 gentlemen for their presentation and the Q&A. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you for the opportunity.
네, 즐겁게 잘 들으셨죠?
You enjoyed that. So we'll move on to the next presentation. I think it's really exciting to hear so much good presentation. We'll now move to the quick fire session. We'll invite CEO Cho Nam-seo Yu-Yel and CEO Moon Chang-go Roton for 15-minute presentation each. If I may introduce Mr. Cho Nam-seo. It's developing various equipment to explore where the man cannot have easy access. He has built research lab for unmanned exploration in 2006 and actually earned praise from NASA by building a Mars drone in 2017 that is used to test NASA's equipment on Earth. And he also showcases lunar exploration rover concept model last year's International Space Contest. He's also the first one to test Korea rover at U.S. International Mars Exploration Simulation Base. And we also have CEO Moon Chang-Lawton, who's also exploring the universe in his own way. But we will first hear from CEO 조 남석 of UEL.
네, 준비되시면 바로 시작해 주시죠.
As soon as you're ready. Hello everyone, I am Namseok Cho from Unmanned Exploration Laboratory. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me to this wonderful conference. And I heard that from the organizers that I should not talk about our business or technology and hard technology, but rather I should speak more about the aspirations of our company and of myself. And so I was asked to speak on a more casual note, and that is what I plan to do.
1903년에
was in 1903 that we first were airborne, and then in 1957 we went to space, and then in 1961 there was the very first man that went to space, and then in 1969 there was the first moon travel, and now we have ISS, and we are sending robots to Mars. Through the Apollo mission, we all know that we went to the moon, and so there was a lunar exploration, and I think that before we die we will see a station in Mars, and Korea will also go to the moon and to Mars within our generation. And in Korea's industry, I hope that I can contribute and play a role in going to the moon. So to speak about my aspirations, I would like to survive in this industry. And so this is when I was a third grader. And from early on, I was interested in airplanes and space, and I was obsessed with space and with airplanes, you could say. So from early on, when I was an elementary school student, I was interested in aerospace industry, and that is why I participated in all of the aerospace events when I became a university student and even in my high school days. And then I started to have a relationship with the Korea Aerospace Industry Company, and then I started my own business. And so that's the beginning of UEL. And the motto of our company is that what we want to develop, and we should survive for 10 years. If we are able to survive for 10 years, then 10 years from now, we can do something big. So, of course, we do need to have some profit right now, but we should use the profits in the business model to survive for 10 years. And if we are able to survive and develop technology for 10 years, we can contribute to Korea's aerospace industry and the global aerospace industry. And that was the a goal or dream of the members who started this company. And what we did in the beginning was it's not easy for us to develop something from scratch. We're a startup, so you might think that we will develop our own product and sell our own product. But in our case, we are looking toward the future. Therefore, other research institutions and other companies, we work with them. So we are like a company that these institutions and companies can outsource to. I think this is a viable business model. So in the beginning, we worked with NASA on collecting marine data, and we worked on the calibration depending on the weather conditions. So depending on the weather conditions, the data would be calibrated, and we developed that. And then we developed a weather observation drone. And as I explained in the beginning, there was the NASA Mars drone prototype. So the drone that would go to Mars, there was a prototype, and that was done in Australia. And we were the company that participated in this project. And then We developed safety features for drones and flight controllers of drones. And so these were the types of developments that we have done. So we did a lot of projects related to drones. As a startup, of course, we could do space projects from the beginning, but we felt that we should start from what we could do, starting small, but looking toward the future. We are currently working on drones, but preparing for space, and we have exploration drones being developed. And as you can see on this slide, what we are currently doing is developing exploration concept robots. So this is one of the representative projects that we carried out. It was a project carried out by KARI, and it is a small solar UAV. It's a small one, and at KARI they have a large-scale solar UAV, and we made one in a small size. It's compact size that you can put on your car, an SUV, and it's a 4-meter small solar UAV, and the flight hour is 6 hours, and we have cameras and sensors so that this small solar UAV can carry out missions. And so we worked with the Korea Aerospace Research Institute, and also we received support from the Ministry of SMEs and Startups, and we also received support from Busan Technopark Foundation for the research and development of the product, and it was being used, it can be used for marine observation and forest observation. So we use cameras in order to see the changes in the coastlines, and with long flights, we can see erosion of the coastlines and how the recovery is being done. And we are using this to see the erosion of the coastal lines. Of course, satellite images can be used, but we can have long-term flight data using such thermal images. We have been working on drones, and so we are seeing these drone companies in Korea. So although we are working in the drone area, there are so many Korean drone companies. So we felt that, can we survive in this ecosystem? And our answer to that question was that we should look towards space. We will develop this technology, but we should go toward space. And we started our business 4 years ago, and starting from 2 years ago, we are focusing our attention on developing rovers. And so by coincidence, we worked with MD Earth, and the rover developers around the world gathered together to test their rovos. And Korea developed rovers, but it was mostly research concepts. And they developed models. Field tests were not done. And so when there was MD Earth, we saw that many other countries were participating, but we did not do a field test here. And by coincidence, we went with TVN, a broadcasting company, to test our rover with MD Earth, to test it here. And so it's a solar panel powered rover, and there was remote sensing, and we needed to grow food on Mars. And so this rover is looking for soil that it can grow plants. And in this project, we identified ways to find energy, and it's testing. And as a space startup, I think we feel that participating in MD Earth was one step forward as a space startup. and we are receiving projects to work on this technology. And from now on, we decided that we really want to develop rovers. And we're making various types of rovers. We are using cases of overseas development, and we are contacting UK rover companies to develop the technology. So there are these micro-size rovers and nano-size rovers, two-wheel rovers. We are developing prototype rovers, and we are continuously improving the rovers. We have driving tests and quality performance development tests. And we are continuously upgrading our technology through iteration, and we're trying to create larger rovers in the longer term. And I am sure that in Korea, we have the most study on wheels. So we develop more than 50 wheel models, and we are continuously testing these wheels. So we have now mapped which wheels are best with which types of rovers, and when it is in operation, what impact it will give to the motors have been identified. And by working on these wheels, we can work on the suspensions, the gears, and other materials. So our target is to continuously develop these rovers so that when Korea starts its lunar exploration, our company would like to contribute to Korea's lunar exploration activities. And our headquarters is located in Busan. We also have a Seoul office, and we have a Yangsan factory where we can test our products. And if we only work on R&D, then that will be a difficult business to run. So we work with the technology companies and startups to develop technology with others. And we have a serving robot company in Korea that we work with, and we are carrying out research with them. And LH in Korea, they're making youth buildings, and there are smart farms being developed by them, and they are developing automatic systems, and we're helping in that. And we're under discussion of providing the system for the observatory in Bukhansan. And we are also developing materials for special conditions and environments. And the components that go into Cube satellites, we are working with other universities to develop them. And with that, I would like to end my presentation. Frankly put, you might think that we are working on too many things at the same time. But actually, our purpose is to survive, because startups, survival is a prerequisite for them to be sustainable. So we want to continuously refine our business, and by doing so, we want to contribute when the day comes for Korea to carry out lunar exploration. When the time comes for Korea to carry out lunar exploration, we would like to contribute, and we ask for your help. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your presentation. And we had the first quick fire presentation provided by CEO Nam Seok-jo. Next, we will hear from Chang-gun Moon from Rotem. Going on to the next presentation, please give Mr. Moon a big hand.
예, 안녕하세요.
Good afternoon. I'm from Rotom. My name is Chang-gun Moon, or Moon Chang-gun in Korean.
지금 제가
Well, what I have in my left hand is the core component of motor, and I actually am going to use in my presentation later. So I'm going to come back to that a bit later. So first of all, I think it's really glad that those that are interested in space are all together here. So thank you, organizer. And as UAL presenter has said, I was also told to talk more about, what my life was, how I did my startup, and how I became interested in space rather than talk about, business. So I prepared my presentation in that way. So why did I start my business? As you can see here, I'm really innocently smiling. Yeah, it's me. And I am actually, when I was 6, I wanted to become part of it isn't a grand dream. So I wanted to study insects, in other words. So with that grand dream, I collected all the insects around my neighborhood because I wanted to become entomologist. And I became to realize what is interesting. They can all fly. They fly in the air. There is no insects without without wings. So then I thought, why can't I fly? Like insects. I was a child, so I thought maybe I should become somebody that can fly. So like Light Brothers, I wanted to learn how to fly. So this is the evidence of such dream. So I actually wrote a book based on my what I experienced as a child. And when I was a 5th grader, I said I wanted to work in the aerospace. That's what I wrote in my book, and I've been straight shooter since then. I just focused on that. After I became to that decision to become aerospace engineer, I was searching which area to do, and luckily, we didn't call it drone then, but we called it wireless model, flying model. So it was really expensive back then. So I actually made one because it was too expensive to buy such a model, and that led me to this. And of course, I became really interested in aerospace, air transportation, and I, naturally studied that also in my college. And at that time it was more called UAV rather than drone. So I went to kind of club that studied unmanned helicopters and did various studies. This was early 2000, and these are all the activities I did back then. And there was one incident back then. This photo is what I actually took in 2011. And as you can see, this is about 16 kilometers Pyeongtaek area. And this type of, to do a precise measurement of that area, you need about 10 people for about 3 weeks. But at the time, I just did it by myself using the airplane that I created, finished within 3 days. And the secret behind it was Arduino. There was a very famous international project, and from then, Arduino, the ancestor of drone. So I didn't really fly anything using automated system. I could do this. At that time, the airplane, I used about 300,000 Korean won to build one, but that photo itself was about 30 million won worth thing according to objective assessment. So I thought this would be a big opportunity. So this was the open source drone project was beginning by that time, and from early 2010s, DJI of China started to supply consumer drones to the world. And looking at that, what I thought was this will be the future. So, we now all use smartphones. You have Android version and Apple version of smartphones, and it's you also have DJ, which is mature platform, but open source platform like Apple and Android. This could control the ecosystem of drone going forward. So what should I do? There are many that do service based on that. So based on my child experience, maybe I could create a modular drone hardwares. Because what I thought back then was the automobile industry has different, car models. Of course, what we mostly see are passenger cars, but specialized, cars like fork rain, or you have buses or different types of trucks. So as you see, different cars are needed. So drones, I thought, would also become more diversified based on the open source technology. So I thought about building an ultimate drone. Then I had to go do a military service. And in the military, of course, I wanted to gain experience. So I applied to become the maintenance team of the Air Force. So I'm in the middle of that picture. So the F5, the fighter maintenance I did in Northrop in the U.S. And then after I finished my military service, I started my business with to have built the ultimate drone. So that is my phase to starting the drone business back in 2008 or so. So I worked with people in my college, the ones that were doing aircraft maintenance in the military with me. So with them, we started our startup. And as you can see, we built specialized, customized drone hardwares. We started to build that. So these are most well-known of our products. Now, drones motors, you have 4 or 6 or 8, but for us, like car, we have a centralized one motor, like a car engine in the middle, and then we have 4 propellers. So instead of motor, even the engines can be used, so it has a longer flying time. So about 10, we call it 10x because it's 10 times more powerful than existing drone. And we compared to DJI's model, we had quite attractive performance, and we downgraded it, and we made it 10x Junior and 10x Baby. And these are the systems that we developed. And existing drones always has issue with the flying time. So to extend flying time, we thought about, copying the human body or the environment, like the seed that fly in the autumn, the maple seed drone, like, the whole body can rotate, like the maple seed that flies in the autumn. And we thought about without tail rotors, which mechanically is simpler than the existing helicopters. So with the Tesla hardware, we worked together back then, but it's a separate startup. We did the control system of this, so we co-developed with Tesla hardware. And as a common generic model, about 1,000 millimeters on 1 meter diagonal length was made. This was more disaster recovery, so it has searchlights, and it can also look for missing people. And as a set with that, it can fly as well as ride on the road. So we call it tank drone. So small sides. It can like break through the window and go in to find people when there's a disaster situation. So we created this into our product. And there's one more. This is more recent of ours, but always what's been issue is the flying time of drone. And for us, we don't make batteries ourselves, and because of that, hardware-wise, we have to extend flying time. And if you have it's better to have airplane types to extend flying time than the multi-motor types. So like, birds unfolding their wings. We thought this type of design would be better for extending flying time. So we developed this as a frigate last year. And as Mr. Joe just mentioned beforehand, we have to survive, and we have survived up to now. So these are what we have done so far. We worked with 12 or 13 research lab and companies in Korea. We supply them with special purpose drones to them. We have done 40 projects, and we also won awards and had very successful demo days. But here, we again find the times were changing. This is only 2 days ago. In Han River, drone taxi. Unfortunately, it didn't carry passengers, but it flew for 7 minutes. When you say airplane up to now that carry passenger, light, planes or passenger planes is what you think about, which requires a lot of capital investment and government support to create large-scale systems. But with the combination of IoT and drone technology, very small, compact things are now happening, breaking boundaries. And that is what drone taxi is about. We have always made drone for a very long time, but what we always felt lacking is that, it's power motored. The drone is power motored, but what goes into the drone, the motors, were all foreign made. We didn't have, in other words, source technology about electro motions. Because if we had source technology in Korea, we could have more freedom in developing our products. So from 2016, we started to develop our motors. So in phase 3, we actually boldly changed our company name, Ultimate Drone. We wanted to create the ultimate drone, change to Rotom. And if you show it on the mirror, you flip it around, it becomes motor. So motor that everybody thought was given, we wanted to flip it around and changed our name into Rotom. And as you know, now motorization is a hot issue. Tesla in the U.S. Is now has the most market cap in the automobile sector in the U.S. and Airbus, Boeing, all the airplane makers that we know are building motor drone taxis for single passenger or 5 passengers. So they're expanding their business area. Even the light planes are trying to use motors. So what I thought was, then battery is not ours. Battery, somebody else would make it. And hardware, making it lighter or making the materials lighter is also not something we can do. Somebody else would do it. So we started to focus on motor. And interestingly, motor, there's no really differentiation between companies. That's what we found. Now, in the electrical vehicle, the motors that's used in there, as you can see, there is a metal core, and you wind it with copper coil, and that's how you make the motor. So this is more detailed picture. And until now, it's not fully automated production, a lot of manual labor is still needed. And the key issue is because we are making airplanes, the materials are too heavy, copper and metal. Because carbon or glass fiber, aluminum, this light materials used for the airplanes, but motors are not using light materials. And this one, for the airplane motorization, we thought would be big hurdle and challenge. So this is what I just said. Why is it so heavy? It's all steel, metal, and because motors are made with heavy weighted materials. And the drone taxi that flew 2 days ago has about 16 motors in them, and now we really know the Tesla model. Of course, there's difference by model, but up to 4 motors are in there. So motors weight compared to all system weight is about 40%. So it takes 40% of system weight. So if we can light it up, it would be a disruptive or innovative technology that could change the aerospace industry. So I said I love insects. And this firefly is, there's the same species around the world. It's a dragonfly. So just by flying, it can, in other words, go around the world. So I thought they were really interesting. So I caught one and weighed it when I was a child. It only weighed 6 grams. And what I thought with that is that other materials, whether it be drone or airplanes, whether it goes to the space, first it needs to be light. That's what I thought. In other words, making light gives you high performance, and to make it light, we thought we should really change the basics of motors. The motors is kind of tube type, had magnetics on the outside, but we flipped that around and made it very thin, pancake style. Up to now, there's a lot of literature, and it's actually happening very much around the world. And with that, we have one strength, which is, as you can see here, the orange is magnetics, and they're facing each other. And by facing each other, the magnetic field can become stronger. How strong? On the inside, you don't even need the steel coil anymore, and it's steel core anymore. And if you don't need core anymore, what we need is copper main line, the copper line. So by printing with the composite, we matched it with composite material, and we made it into a thin plate. That's the technology that we developed. So later than this, if you see this picture, so this is the motor that you have probably seen a lot. You have the steel core and then the copper inside, coil inside. But this one, we made it into this. As you can see here, the thickness is only 1.2 millimeters, and the output-wise, the performance-wise, it's about 4 times stronger than the coil on the floor.
에너지 밀도를
And we can increase the energy density, and it is lighter weight. Not only did we do that, but the system itself, it's a light plane type, and therefore it can be stacked, and it can be used in various industries. And that is why it can be used in small drones, and it can also be used in the joints of robots. And we feel that in the future, it can be used in EVs or aerospace. Then how can this be applied to space? What will be some ways for this motor technology to be used in space? I'm sure that many of you know this company, Rocket Lab, and they use a motor for the rocket pump. And rockets have to go out of space and they need to fly, so it has to be light and it has to have a very high performance. So this is a satellite, and the small satellite it creates, in order to adjust the position, you have to have a motor, and if you can reduce the size and weight of that reaction wheel, you can get better performance. And just as Mr. Cho talked about, there are rovers, and these rovers have to be sent out to Mars. They have to be light in weight for them to be launched into space, and the lighter the better, and the higher performance the better. So we are currently working with Korean startups in the rocket era, such as Pereju Aerospace and Nada Space Technology, to work on satellites. And UEL, we are working on drones together, and we are also creating Aeronox and aiding robotics for the robots that have multi-legs. And so this is our roadmap. This is how we want to develop ourselves through aerospace industry. It's a extreme environment condition, so we want to test our motors in these extreme conditions so that they can be put into drone taxis. Day before yesterday, Yihang test drive the drone taxis, and it's a Chinese company, and we want our motors to go into such drone taxis. And as a next step, what we're preparing is as follows. What's becoming more important these days? It's the driver for the motors, and the drivers are becoming computers. And one idea that we generated from this is that a lot of data comes out from the motor in real time, and we design the motor to give that data in real time. And when we have an accumulation of that data, and I told you that I was a maintenance worker in the Air Force, and what is possible is in the Air Force, the fighter and the planes that they could operate like that is because of the maintenance. They have periodic maintenance, and if motors go out into space and if there are drones, then it's important to have maintenance. And we would like to have automatic maintenance through data gathering, and we are researching in this area as our next step. So if you take a look at this slide, as I stated before, we see many automotive companies and many companies preparing for flight into the sky. So the sky is now opening up, and space is also opening up. And our purpose or goal is we wanted to make it lighter through our motors for those who would like to go to the sky and go to space. And that's the end of my presentation. Thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation. We would like to bring on stage Mr. Cho and Mr. Moon, both on the stage for a short Q&A. So we ask CEO Cho and CEO Moon to join us in this Q&A session. Thank you.
네, 저희가 사회적 거리두기를 또 둬야 되기 때문에 거기 앉으시면 됩니다.
So for social distancing, we will be seated a little bit apart from one another. So first to Mr. Cho. So you said that you wanted to survive for 10 years. Do you have some concrete plans for survival in the next decade? Or is it just to be engaged in all businesses that you can to survive? Well, right now, our business is to research parts that go into rovers. And as we research these rover parts, we think that it will be accumulated together and integrated. And until then, we wanted to work on structures and wheels that go into those rovers. We will carry out multifaceted research. We want to connect with other industries to be sustainable. Thank you very much for your remarks. Then we will go on to the next question to Mr. Moon from Rotem. So what is the growth direction for your company? HMC, it was announced that they will be acquiring Boston Dynamics. And there was DeepMind that was acquired by Google. Are you considering methods like this by being acquired by a larger company? So this question, I think, is about growth through M&A. I think, why not? So the answer would be, why not? In our case, like I said, for those who want to go to the sky and to the space, we want to make their work lighter, and we want to help them. So if we are aligned, I think everything is possible. I hope that good and new opportunities arise for you. And so you said that 10-year survival is your purpose. And I think that 10-year period was very eye-catching. So how do you feel space will change in the next 10 years? And I think you would have to work with the Kari and others. It's actually been 4 years already since we started. So whether it is 10 years from now or 6 years from now, we want to survive, and at the same time, as we carry out our business, we can be successful. That's our belief. So it's a bit ambiguous, and when the Korean launch device was being developed, we were invited to participate, and the researchers and developers, when I went there, I was really impressed with their ability. When the launch was successful, I saw doctors who were crying because they were so touched and moved by the success. And I was thinking, will I be able to be here in 10 years? Right now, I am in this space of NewSpace, and when Korea goes on for lunar exploration, will I be here to join in? And that's why I talk about surviving for 10 years. And if I'm able to continue on with these people, I hope that I can cheer with those that cheer when we are able to go to the moon. And that is why I'm working closely with Hikari and others. Thank you. And we will now go on to Rotem. So you are, I think, working on the lightweight of the structure. So how are you verifying the strength and the durability? So this is a very technical question. So we are cooperating with various space startups in Korea. And one of the reasons why we are working with them is because our ultimate goal is to have flight mobility, and space is a extreme environment. It's a very harsh environment, and for motors, there is the temperature that the motors can operate, so it has to operate in extreme temperatures, and there isn't air, so there is this ways to experience this directly and indirectly that can be possible by cooperating with space startups, we feel. So I see that you have plans for verifying your durability, and going back to Mr. Cho. So I think that UEL is like one of the companies that are very advanced in developing rovers. Are there some possibilities for you to cooperate with overseas companies, and what kind of rovers do you want to develop for lunar exploration? There are many universities that have been researching in this area already. and we are utilizing that like base in order to carry out further study. And overseas, there are so many other universities that are researching in this area, and there are also various types of rovers being developed. So we are searching and monitoring and referencing these other overseas cases. And by country, the rover concepts are different. So when we talk about going to the moon, those that want to extract ice water in the polar areas of the moon, or whether you want to go to the lunar tubes, it's really different, the type of rovers that you develop. So before you target, it's I think important for us to develop rovers that can be versatile for these different purposes. And that's what the stage that we are in right now. Thank you for the great answer. Please give the two speakers a big hand. We will now ask them to go back to their seats.
네, 앞으로의 또 성공적인 모습을 또 기대.
So we hope there will be a lot of success in their future. Now we will move to our next presentation. This will be the third keynote presentation of the day. And I believe he also joined us yesterday also. So he's going to talk about what kind of challenges and opportunities will the COVID-19 bring to the space startups. With that as a title, we'll hear, as yesterday, from Starbucks Aero CEO Francois Chopard. So let me give you some information. He actually studied electrical engineering in Paris, and he worked as an Airbus engineer. And he also worked at the Aerospace Research Lab in the US. And after that, he's become management consultant to really do a lot of consulting on strategies, entrepreneurship, and business development. And he actually established in 2014 Starburst Aerospace. And without further ado, let's hear from Mr. Chopard. Let's see whether he's connected. As I think there is a slight issue with our audio, so I think it's going to take a bit of time. So please bear with us.
Do you hear us?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, I was actually going to do another short introduction of you if we were not connected online. But if you can hear me well, and if you can hear, if we can hear you well, I think that you can proceed with the presentation.
Okay, and so I'm going to share my screen, correct?
Yes, please do share your screen.
Okay, so it's in the process. Can you see it well?
Yes, we can see your presentation now. Thank you very much.
Okay, so good afternoon again. I hope you had 2 full days of very interesting and amazing talks. I know some of my friends, Tom yesterday from SpaceX, Mikael from Momentus, give great presentations. I'm going to try to talk about something a little bit different today, even though it's really related to the aviation and defense sector, but we're going to look at it from another angle. And basically, for the last 6 to 9 months, we've been living in a crazy world that we've not experienced in the past. Nobody was prepared for that, and lots of industries have suffered from it. So we're going to talk about it. We're going to look at the impact that we have faced in the industry, but from the corporate industry, from the corporate side, as well as the startup side. And you will see that the views are a little bit different. So what we've seen, recently is a crazy, amazing drop in airlines and passenger travel, with the lockdown of every country, every region, every continent. a couple of months ago, nobody was traveling anymore. Nobody was allowed to travel. And so it has an effect on a huge effect on the airline industry and to some extent the OEM, Airbus and Boeing, the tier 1, tier 2, the GE, Safran, the engine manufacturers, and all the entire supply chain. We just got the info that a vaccine might be ready soon, but in best case scenario, 20 million doses will be available by Christmas. And by the time, the entire worldwide population, or at least the one that wants to travel will get a vaccine, is gonna, take some time. And so we are hoping to go back to something normal by next summer, but we are not sure yet. What we've seen is that some countries like China and soon the US are starting with a local traffic to go back to normal with almost as the same traffic, but it's not the case everywhere. And so we've seen airlines either firing a lot of people. Their revenue will be 10% or 20% of last year, and so the airline business is going to suffer for the next coming years. Airbus and Boeing have suffered also, and so as a result, everybody is starting to cut on budgets, on cost, and usually the easiest way is to start cutting on new product development, innovations, R&D, R&T, and so on. And so that's how it starts to reduce the innovation budget mindsets, and these corporations are entering into a different cycle. Well, hopefully what we've seen in other industry, and we can look at defense, even though the numbers for 2020 are not there. We know that, for example, the US has been increasing a lot their budgets. Then all the other countries are increasing their defense budget because of either local or global tension in the world, sadly. But so as a lot of these large corporations are usually addressing two different markets, aerospace and defense, or some kind of dual use technology. We see that if they've been affected by aerospace, they've been less affected by defense. And in the US, again, Boeing has been affected, but their defense branch has been strong. Lockheed has been strong, as they're mostly defense. Northrop, mostly defense. Raytheon, with their merger with UTC, Pratt & Whitney, and Hamilton Sundstrand, they are in mixed situations. But what we see is that it's not black in each of their industry. And same thing for space. As we are talking about aviation, space, and defense, space budgets have been up in the US, in Europe, and we see now, most of the country, Korea included, willing to develop their own program, their own projects. Everybody is realizing that, building a rocket is not that difficult anymore with all the technology that we have on hand, and that, smart engineers can come up with something after a couple of years and some funding. So space race is back on. It's like the 60s all over again. And again, for large corporations that have a foot in aviation, a foot in defense, and a foot in space, that's not a bad thing. So despite that huge pandemic, we've seen that aviation was really affected, but the others were not. And while we've seen all corporates, because working in the aerospace industry, slowing down everything, firing people, cutting all the budgets, that has not been the case at all on the startup side. And I'm going to try to show you a couple of examples. just to demonstrate that on the VC world, in the Silicon Valley, whether it's California or elsewhere in the US or in some other part of the world, nothing has stopped, and it's almost the opposite. We've seen an increasing amount of funding and development. And so I'm going to highlight first on space, and then we'll talk also on aviation. So if you look at space, there's never been so many rocket companies that are willing to develop their own rocket, their own launch, to put small satellites and payload into orbit. I don't know if you heard Relativity Space, but it's among the unicorn in the US. They're developing the first full rocket 3D printed with an engine fully 3D printed. They raised more than 200 million, and they, just in a few years, they were able to develop their rocket engine, and they just completed the first test. So while everybody's locked down, everybody's under the pandemic, there's still company working hard, making things happen. Firefly, I don't know if you remember, they are quite advanced. A couple of years ago, they went bankrupt. They started again from the ashes, and all of a sudden during that crazy pandemic, again they finished their 4-engine rockets, and they're ready to launch either hopefully by the end of the year or beginning of next year. So at Starburst, we advise corporates on their innovation strategy, on what's happening, disruption and trends from around the globe. We help them connect with startups. We do also invest and accelerate aerospace and defense startups. Launcher is one of them. They started their company only 2 years ago. We started working with them. They won some large contract with the US Air Force. And with only 8 people, they were able to develop their first rockets, do their first, fire test, and prove, very quickly already amazing results. Momentus, you heard Michael, that's also an incredible story. In less than 4 years, from 0 to 1 billion, growing a team from 3 people to 100 people, having their first missions next month, and a backlog of for next year of more than 20 to 30 million, being IPO in January at 1.2 billion valuations. You can tell that there's something new happening in the space industry. The example that I'm giving are mostly US because it's been very active, but that's the case. And even when everybody's locked down, a lot of things, a lot of deals are coming to fruition. A lot of money is being raised, and they are an amazing Starburst portfolio company. We're very proud of them. Another one, Orbital Sidekick. They are doing multi-hyperspectral constellation of satellites. They launched their first satellites. They've been successful, and again during that pandemic, they won Air Force contract. They raised money from Temasek in Singapore, and they are going full speed with a new type of service. Hyperspectral constellation did not exist in the past. We've seen, all the Earth observations in the visible area. We've seen SAR constellation, but hyperspectral, they were the first one. And despite all these difficulties, they were able to develop more satellites, raise money, and keep going. And then even during that, difficult times, we've seen the US Air Force, the UK MOD partner in, space and defense technology, launching that incredible Allied Defense Accelerator. We've seen all the different branch of the Air Force, the Space Force, same thing on the UK side. Pitching will be next week, and Starburst has been the the architect and the engines behind that initiative. And so it's been very vibrant and very dynamic. And that's just for space. That's just an highlight of the key elements. I have not talked about SpaceX and their incredible achievement with Starlink and their new communication constellation, but they are going also pretty fast. If we look at the other side of the aerospace industry, which is aviation, what we've seen is despite that lockdown, despite having all the airlines, down, completely down, we've seen a lot of things happening, and so some new product are arriving on the market. From the drones to the new type of electric to hydrogen aircraft, all the way to supersonic. And we have one of our startups developing a massive cargo drones. Still working very hard, and as you can see on the picture, it's a very challenging and disruptive product. When you look at the new design from Airbus, it looks a little bit like this. But and again, despite everything being down, they're still pushing very hard. We heard about Joby Aviations. My previous keynote was talking about eVTOL. They are probably the most advanced and the most funded. With $590 million secured early this year. They've been doing a lot of thousands of hours of tests right behind San Francisco. And again, Toyota is looking at them. Is this the future of transportation? Is this the future of the automotive industry? Who knows? But basically, they don't care about the pandemic. This is that's a mistake in the title. It's not Joby, it's Lilium. Lilium again. During that time, they raised $240 million. They just announced yesterday that they're going to use Orlando and Florida as their first operational hub. And so disrupting the way we're going to move from one point to another. In a moment where nobody can move, nobody can get out of his house, at least in some part of the world. Surf Air, it's very Californian, I'm sorry, but it's a new business model for airlines, small planes, small airports, new type of revenue. You pay a retainer, and you have access to all as many flights as you want in their perimeter. They raised $200 million. They're going to go IPO, and again, it's a way for airlines to reinvent themselves on new routes, new segments, and in a time where safety and health are very critical. These smaller platform, more I wouldn't say more fuel efficient, but the one I'm going to show you right after could be the next platform. Again, innovation is happening, creativity is happening. One of our startup, Ampere, beats the hybrid flight distance records. It was 300 miles between San Francisco and LA. They're powered by a typical classic thermal engine, but at the same time, they have batteries and an electric engine in the back. And so it's not yet fully electric, but it's saving a lot of fuels in critical time, and it's the first step for a greener aviation. They have raised a lot of money. They're going to also IPO. They have sold already 20 to 50 aircraft to a new type of airlines, and they are setting the pace. Another amazing one, an amazing starburst portfolio is Zero Avia. They just performed their first hydrogen flight, and it was the first major flight with hydrogen on a regular plane, not a small prototype. And they were able to fly for 30 minutes, fully hydrogen powered. And again, they didn't stop, they didn't slow down. They're still, raising money. And that's the future, whether it's, a 6-seat plane or a 20 or even bigger, that's what's coming. And And related to that, battery companies are going even faster, fueled by Tesla progress. There's more and more appetite on batteries. They are making huge progress in terms of weight, density, cost, and that one is the spin-off from Stanford University going public at the 3.3 billion valuations in just 10 years. Yeah, so this battery will bring tremendous innovation improvements to flying vehicles, whether it's for aviations or for space. And again, nothing has slowed down, and that should be striking. And then if you look at the most innovative airlines, and I think Singapore Airline has been ranked one of the best or the best for the last 10 years in terms of passenger experience, luxury, service, innovations. Even when everybody's down, where everybody's losing money, they decided with the government of Singapore and ourselves to launch the future of aviation, to launch an accelerator program based in Singapore to welcome startups that have disruptive ideas. They want to invest in the future. They don't want to slow down. And again, that's a key message. And at the same time, what we've seen on the corporate side is that innovation is still a struggle, and even more now because budget and costs are being cut, and we need to make trade-off. And it was hard in the past, to innovate or to bring disruption to the market, to convince the hierarchy, the executive committee that they need to invest more. It's been even harder. And for large corporations, I'm saying about Airbus or others, they are not paid by their shareholders to take risk or to take too much risk. They have no problem investing $10 billion in renewing the A320, for example, or the next A350. But when it's come to eVTOL, it's a much more difficult challenge. It's much more difficult for them to invest in an area where they have no data point, where the market is still not there, where we don't know where we're going to be certified. We don't know what's going to be the size of the market, the passenger acceptance. As on the other side, startup, they don't ask this type of question. They are convinced that that's their avenue, that their solutions, and they are really going as fast as they can in that direction. And so what we've seen as we have also a team across the globe, advising corporates in these difficult times. We try to come up with three different main ideas. The first one is what is your product portfolio? What are the products that you wanted to kill already a long time ago and you have not done it? What are the products that you know are going to die, but you are too scared to cut a part of your revenue, not knowing what's the next product would be? And so adjusting your product portfolio, related to that, adjusting your R&D project portfolio is really key and is really essential. Focusing on R&D that will bring and will be aligned to your next product, to your next market. That's really something key. And then for each area, whether you're working on your traditional market or emerging market, and we can see that startups, they are more evolving in emerging market. They don't care about what's your current business. They want to develop the next one. They don't care about your current capabilities. They want to bring new capabilities on board, whether fully related to the product or enabling technology that will allow you to develop different products. And then as you don't have all the resources that you used to have, you need to prioritize. You need to decide what you're going to do internally inside your R&D center, inside your your core competencies, and for the rest, you can start buying later technology once the risk has been de-risked, monitoring what's going on very closely to make the right move and the right bets at the right time, and the same, and by that way saving money, or saving on risk, using service like Starburst that can allow you to monitor what's going on around the globe for a limited amount of resources, and that would cost you 10 times more if you are trying to do it yourself. By acquiring the IP at the right time and the right moments, and by doing the right M&A move on this technology, and thinking of acquisitions not in the traditional way where you look at a company that you like and you acquire it. Here you look more from a technology angle, from a new market angle, and you start doing these acquisitions a little bit earlier than when you buy a very mature company, but a little bit later than just at the technology or the university level or the R&D level. And doing the right balance, knowing your strategy will make you save a lot of money. Because what we've seen is that if we just cut down everything, all these startups that are moving very fast with a lot of money will take all the emerging markets, these new markets, and will not leave you anything. And so it's going to be maybe okay, in the next 5 years, because you're going to start losing a bit of market share, but not too much, 10 to 15%. But in 10 to 15 years, then you're going to be dead. It's a little bit like the Kodak syndrome, not seeing the digitalization of the pictures. Here, it's not camera and pictures, but it's a new vehicle, new rockets, new satellites. And as a corporate, you still want to be alive in 15 years, and so you need to make these bets now and not later. And we developed a way to support corporates in their innovation strategy. And we define 3 main pillars, whether it's an innovation strategy, organization for innovations, and delivery and process for innovations. And so, do you have the right vision and the right strategy? Is it aligned with your innovation and R&D strategy? Do you understand your customer needs from today, but also from tomorrow? And so what kind of innovation do you need? Do you need incremental innovation? Do you need disruption innovations? Do you need product innovation? Do you need service innovation? We're just refocusing on, the type of innovation that you need for your business for tomorrow and after tomorrow is really key. And then, valuing innovation and leaders. Most of the case, people that are taking too many risks are not rewarded. And so it needs to be a people-centric organizations where innovation is promoted. It's part of the key competencies. There's training about it, and the governance and the people that are looking at who is innovating are really welcoming it. And again, synchronizing strategy, marketing, and product is really key. And at the same time, looking outside. We've seen so many times the not invented here syndrome, NIH. It's so typical that these companies are dying because they don't want to look at what's inside, and they think that the engineers are so much better and so much stronger to do it by themselves. It's not the case anymore. Too many technologies, too many funding that are outside that allow this company to go way faster. They need to rely on open innovation and what's outside typically. It's a little bit a complex model, but we developed a maturity model for all these corporates. The less innovative would be considered as administrations, or just manufacture, and then the better you get, the more either game changer you become, or with a more creator profile or integrator of technology, or even just being the second on the market can be a success, but not the 10th players, just the quick follower behind the leader. And if you are interested, we can discuss much longer about this. So again, the future is now. It's going much faster than you think. If you need to reduce your costs and you can't do it, you can't do everything inside, just look outside and start partnering, investing, using a tool like us, to go faster and to be more aware of what's going on. So at Starburst, we are accelerating the future, and the future is now. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that great presentation. So we now have a little bit of time for the Q&A. 네, 슬라이드 올려주시면 네, 잘 보입니다. So I will read the questions out to you. So through the pitching day a while ago, Starburst selected a total of 15 companies or startups. So what kind of trends or what kind of commonalities do these startups have?
So when we pick a startup, we are looking at a couple of things, but the key element each time is the CEO, the founder, the entrepreneur, who are the people that are, bringing these innovation and disruptions to life and to the market. We know that it's a very difficult journey. Each step are, like climbing the Himalayas. And so we need to pick the right people, the one that's, have the guts, the faith, and devotion to bring the startup from zero to one. And that's really a key element. Of course, the IP and the technology are important. The market that they want to address need to be big enough. But first, it's all about the people.
So the people kind of have to have grit, you're saying.
Exactly. Yeah. That's a tough word.
Yes. Thank you for that answer. And next, Starburst has their offices in LA, Paris, Munich, Tel Aviv, Mumbai, Singapore, and also Seoul. So if you look at those cities or areas, you can deduce from that, thinking that these regions have a lot of promising startups. So what would be your next destination? Where would be your next destination?
So we are, as a small company, we are already in a lot of different places, and we picked these places for a couple of reasons. But first, we wanted to make sure that there were, the right ecosystem, and there is already a vibrant startup entrepreneur scene. Usually, when you start a company, you don't think first at aviation to aerospace and defense, even less. So usually, it's these entrepreneurs that have been successful and already one or twice, and they're the dream of building the next Concorde or going to the moon, and then they start their new venture. And that's what we are looking, in Korea, in Seoul. You have these amazing talents, very technical people, a little bit like France, I would say. And so we want, and there also a strong appetite for aerospace and defense. You have, Kai, Korean aerospace industry. You have Hanwha, you have LIG. Hyundai is making great progress in the eVTOL market, and much more. And so we want to tap into that ecosystem and make it, our own and growing, promising, entrepreneur and startups.
Well, thank you for that brief introduction. And I believe that our next question is related to some startups and their impact from COVID-19. So, according to the OECD report that was released in August, it says that a lot of startups in the aerospace field all over the world have been impacted due to COVID-19. And in your presentation, you introduced a lot of startups that are growing despite the COVID-19 pandemic. But of course, there will be some that have been greatly affected by this virus. Talk about a little bit about this imbalance and the effect of COVID-19 on how it will impact the overall ecosystem of the startups.
It's always the same. The same thing each time. There's a great shakeup, on the business side. The weakest or the less prepared are going to die, and the strongest are going to succeed. And so it's even increasing the gap with these two entities and these two populations. But when you look at startups, anyway, a lot of them are going to fail. If you look at the number of startups that are created compared to the number of unicorns, the difference is huge, and the probability to become a unicorn is very, 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 very small. You have more chance of becoming, I remember that statistics, you have more chance of becoming an NBA player than a unicorn. So it's to tell you how tough it is. So no matter what, pandemic or not pandemic, there's going to be a lot of startups dying or not growing or stopping their activities. And even that COVID aspect just accelerated the process, sorting out the strongest and the weakest.
So yes, it does seem that COVID-19 has accelerated that bipolarization between those who are ready and those who may not be as ready. Well, that is all the time that we have for the Q&A. Thank you once again for the great presentation and also your Q&A session as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Have a great end of the day.
Thank you very much. 네, 감사합니다. 또 유익한 발표.
Yes, thank you Thank you for that very interesting presentation. We were able to enjoy some different perspective. It's a last presentation of the day, and this is going to be the age of hundreds of thousands of small satellites. Our night sky is in danger. Discussion for sustainable new space, and we'll hear from Professor Dave Clements of the Astrophysics Department in the Imperial College of London. So if I may introduce Professor Clements, he actually is a distinguished scholar in the astrophysics area, but if you see the title of his presentation, it says the satellites are threatening our night sky. So I think it means we need a more sustainable future. So I think we are connected. So let me introduce him.
Hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear. So if you're ready, please go ahead with your lecture.
Okay, here we go. Let's hope this works. Can you see that?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Great. So, the age of hundreds of thousands of small satellites and their effect on the night sky. That's what I'm going to be talking about here. It's an area of considerable concern for a lot of my colleagues within astronomy. And a number of them have very kindly contributed slides, etc., to this talk, so are listed here. So this is arguably the image which really kicked off the public awareness of this problem. This is an image of a number of Starlink satellites taken by the dark energy camera at the Sarajevo Observatory. You can see many, many streaks across this. This is caused by the satellites as bright sources moving through the field of view of the telescope and interfering with the observations. Scientifically, this image would be very difficult to use for the purposes for which the dark energy camera has been built. So that really encompasses the nature of the problem. And as space gets busier, this problem will get worse unless something is done to address it. So what I'm going to say here is to start off talking a little bit about the developing space environment, where things are and where they are going, and then move on to the problems that is causing, its effect on optical astronomy, the effect on radio astronomy, the effect on satellite operations, and there are some other threats as well, which are yet to be fully determined, which I will mention towards the end. So space is getting busy. The most obvious of this is what's been happening with the Starlink satellites from SpaceX, of which there are now many hundreds on orbit, but the number planned is in the tens of thousands. And if, as you can see from this table here, this is a compilation of planned mega constellations, details their orbital altitude, the communication bands that they'll be using, and the number of satellites. And by the time we get to some of the plans from Facebook, for example, we are talking not just in thousands or tens of thousands, but perhaps hundreds of thousands. And so even if we don't exclude the really big ones, OneWeb, Facebook, and Lynx, we're still looking at upwards of 50,000 satellites in low Earth orbit over the next several years. If we just look at how the population of satellites in orbit has been growing, you can see that here from some plots prepared by my colleague Jonathan McDowell. You can see over the last several years, the number of active satellites in orbit has risen considerably. Whereas if we actually look at the total orbital population, which is dominated by debris, used rocket parts, etc., and specifically by a couple of major debris incidents down here, the actual orbital population hasn't increased that much over the last several years, but that is set to change with all of these new satellite constellations being planned. So why is that a problem? Lifetime on orbit is a critical aspect of this. That's shown here. The average post-mission lifetime is shown here as a function of orbital altitude. Now, the red dots are objects that have re-entered. They are no longer on orbit. The blue dots are things which are no longer maneuverable. They're essentially broken satellites or bits of debris which we can't control. And as you can see, there are lots of blue dots out here at high altitude, and looking at their lifetime, their lifetime is more than 25 years. And the higher up you get, the longer the lifetime will be. Now, if we then look at where these various different mega constellations are planned to go, I've just put some of the large ones, some of them with greater than 1,000 satellites. Starlink and Facebook are actually got a fairly reasonable plan for where to put them. They're below an altitude of 600 kilometers, which means that their lifetime on orbit will be about 25 years. So even if one of these satellites breaks down and you can't control it, it will, because of atmospheric drag, re-enter the Earth's atmosphere and be removed from orbit after about 25 years. That is not true for these other large constellations from Kuiper, from Boeing, from OneWeb, and Samsung's 2,000 kilometer orbital altitude, way off to the right-hand side here. For these particular projects, what goes up does not come down. What gets sent up there will essentially be there forever unless they are actively deorbited. So we have to be careful about what we put up there and what problems it might cause. So why is this a problem? So if we're interested in looking at the universe, if we're doing astronomy, whether that's professional astronomy or just an amateur observer, when you look out from the surface of the Earth, you will be looking through this cloud of satellites. And so they do, in some sense, get in the way. And that's not just a problem for the optical. In the optical, the satellites reflect sunlight, they scatter sunlight, and that can produce bright, moving sources that contaminate science data, or hobby data if you're an amateur astronomer. In the radio, the communication downlink from these satellites to actually do their communication job can interfere with observations in the radio. And the large number of new satellites, many of which can be up there for a long period of time, even if they are not under active control, will produce traffic problems on orbit and raise the chances of catastrophic collisions. There are also other problems which we'll get onto at the end. So what's the nature of this optical problem? So you can see from this diagram, if we're sitting at this telescope here on the Earth, this is in twilight, the sun is 15 degrees below the horizon. So if you follow this line, that points towards the sun. So the telescope itself cannot see the sun. It's dark, you can do observations. But a satellite above the surface of the Earth can still see the sun. And so it can reflect sunlight, which would be what you get in this region here. You get bright glints, as originally famous from the Iridium satellite constellation. And the satellites are still visible with scattered light from the sun all the way overhead when the sun's 15 degrees below the horizon. When the sun's 30 degrees below the horizon, a little bit later in the evening or into the night, you can still see satellites in certain directions. Now, this diagram shows what the situation is for a satellite that's got an altitude of 1,000 kilometers. Obviously, if you move this arc down, it's less of a problem if they're at lower altitudes, but it's a worse problem if they're at higher altitudes. And this is another plot that shows the optical satellite visibility as a function of elevation of the sun, the number of degrees the sun is below the horizon. And the take-home message from this is that for a 340-kilometer orbit, which is actually below the orbit of most of the planned constellations, 90% of the satellites are illuminated at midnight, at midsummer in the UK. This calculation has been done for the UK. The fraction that are illuminated depends on the time of year. Obviously, in midwinter, when the sun is further below the horizon, fewer are visible. And if you're closer to the equator, then there will be a reduction as well. But this gives you an idea of the scale of the problem, where you can see the vast majority of these satellites throughout the night at certain latitudes. So they're visible, but are they actually detectable? Satellites are complicated objects, as I'm sure you will know. They have a range of albedos, that's a range of reflectivities, and you get glinting from actual specular reflections from the solar panels. And the satellites have been shown, at least in the case of the Starlink satellites, they can be as bright as first to third magnitude. Now, the magnitude system is a particularly unusual astronomer's set of units, where the lower the number, the brighter the object. The human eye can detect objects as faint as 6th to 7th magnitude, depending on how good your eyes are. Mine aren't so good, so I'm not quite that sensitive. But your average professional telescope can get to 23rd, 24th, 25th magnitude, so much, much fainter fluxes. So objects as bright as this, or as bright as this once the satellites are on orbit, are very, very bright for a professional telescope and will saturate the detectors and produce other effects that render data largely useless. Now, there are some mitigation activities that are possible. Starlink have tried this. I'm just using Starlink as an example here because they're on orbit and they've actually been trying to do things. So the first mitigation attempt they tried was the DarkSat, diagram of that shown here, where more reflective parts of the satellite were painted black. That rendered the DarkSat about 1 magnitude fainter in the G band. That's at a wavelength of about 450 nanometers. But at longer wavelengths, the reflectivity change was actually smaller, so it actually has a fairly limited effect. For that and various other reasons, the DarkSat plan has been abandoned, and they've now moved on to a scheme called VisorSat, where you actually have sort of sunshades which shade the more reflective parts of the satellite. And the effects of that are still needing to be determined by observations. There is another possibility that could apply to Starlink, or in fact other satellites, which is to actively realign elements of the satellite. So you move your satellite around, for example, moving your solar array to a different orientation depending on time of day, so as to reduce, in this case with the solar panel, the frequency of bright glints. That still needs to be fully explored, but potentially has an operational impact on the satellite. If you're moving them around more, obviously various subsystems on the satellite are going to be working harder. So that's why there is a problem. What is the damage that it's done? So the sky is big, about 40,000 square degrees over the entire sky. So there will be a small number of these satellites per square degree. So the instruments that are most seriously affected by this are ones that have a very large field of view, that have multiple square degrees in their visit that they view on the sky at any one time. And some examples of that, telescopes that do just that, are shown here. There's the Blanco telescope, the Saratololo Observatory, which is where the dark energy camera operates. There's the Subaru 8-meter telescope on Mauna Kea, which has a camera called Hyper-Su Prime Cam with multiple square degree field of view. And the king of this, or queen, I should say, is the Vera Rubin telescope, currently being built in Chile, which has an extremely large field of view, more than 3 degrees across. And as well as a large field of view being behind getting problems, obviously the more sensitive your instrument is, the more effects that there will be. So the dark energy camera is a 4-meter telescope, but Subaru and the Vera Rubin telescope are both 8-meter class telescopes. So they collect a lot of light. So a fainter satellite will be able to do more damage to them than to the dark energy camera. So the large telescopes are most seriously affected. That obviously applies to professionals like myself. But serious amateurs doing wide field photography, astronomical imaging, are also going to be affected. And there are reports of a number of amateur observations which have been ruined because of satellites getting in the way. And the sad fact is that sensitive wide field astronomy is one of the very big growth fields in astronomy at the moment, as exemplified by the construction of the Vera Rubin telescope. So an example of what would happen with a Starlink satellite on orbit, so after it's gone to the orbit, raising up to about 600 kilometers, what that would do for a Vera Rubin telescope observation is shown here. This is a simulation that the observatory has done. And what you can see here is a very, very bright streak across the center of the camera. There are multiple different CCD chips here, so that explains why there are sort of some gaps here and there. But you also, because of the way the electronics of the detectors work, you get crosstalk from this bright stripe across other detectors. And essentially everything where you see white here is rendered useless for scientific purposes. And the Vera Rubin telescope estimates that there will be streaks like this in nearly every exposure within 2 hours of sunrise or sunset. In the summer, that accounts for about 50% of the entirety of an observing night. And there'll be further saturation for a number of the exposures, not 50%, but a reduced number, well into the night, well beyond into astronomical twilight and into darkness. So what is the Vera Rubin telescope doing? What is the science that could potentially be lost or at least significantly delayed because of this? One of its principal tasks is to determine the nature of dark energy, which is the material, the fluid, perhaps you could call it, which accelerates the expansion of the universe. So key fundamental physics. You may not be so interested in that, but one of the other key jobs of the Vera Rubin telescope is to identify and detect potentially hazardous asteroids, asteroids that could hit us. And that perhaps is rather more to the point of what people are interested in doing, not wanting to have asteroids rain down on their heads. And a potentially hazardous asteroid detection could be significantly delayed as a result of these kinds of interference from satellites. Now, just for a scale as to what the cost of that would be, if you want to put this into monetary terms, the Vera Rubin telescope is a 10-year project with a total budget of about $1 billion. So if you want to measure the impact of that in the fraction of that $1 billion over 10 years that is rendered useless by this kind of interference, then you're probably into costs of hundreds of millions of dollars if you want to put a price on that. And it's not just ground-based optical telescopes that have a problem. What we see here is, just as an example, is the Hubble Space Telescope's orbital hit altitude as a function of time. And today it's at an orbital altitude of about 535 kilometers. So that sits below the Starlink satellites in their operational orbit and below any of the other constellations that are at higher orbital altitudes, which means that when it's observing the sky, it will have to look through this cloud of satellites. And it's already the case, because there's lots of other things up there already, that about 5% of Hubble Space Telescope images are already trailed, as you can see in these examples over here. Now, the Hubble Space Telescope has a particularly small field of view, only about 3 or 4 arc minutes on a side, depending on which instrument you're using. And the same rule applies on orbit as it does on the Earth. That the larger field of view, the more satellites you can get into your field, and the more likely you are to be affected by them. And future low Earth orbit space observatories will have larger fields of view, and this problem will get more serious. So a couple of examples here. This is the CHEOPS mission, a European Space Agency mission looking at exoplanets. That is currently on orbit. It's got a 17 arc minute by 17 arc minute field of view. And some examples of the trails that have been seen in the data from CHEOPS are shown here. That's running at the moment. A planned future space telescope from the Chinese Space Agency is shown here. This is going to be operating in low Earth orbit and serviced by the Chinese space station. And that has a 1.1 by 1.1 degree field of view. So comparable to the kind of fields of view of the Blanco telescope and Hypersea PrimeCam on the Earth. Much more sensitive though, because it's in orbit. And so a potentially serious problem with orbiting satellites for this particular mission. And there are others. So that's the situation in the radio. What's the situation? Sorry, that's the situation in the optical. What's the situation in the radio? So this shows the diagram of the radio spectrum from 30 megahertz to 30 gigahertz. The radio spectrum obviously carries on to higher frequencies. What I'm showing here, circled in red, are the frequency bands that are protected formally by the ITC for use by radio astronomy. As you can see, there aren't very many of them. They're all quite narrow. So the space that's actually reserved to be clean for radio astronomy is scarce and restricted. But it is the case that radio observatories have always operated outside these restricted bands. There are several reasons for that. One of which is redshift, which means that the frequency of a particular emission or absorption line that you might be interested in will be shifted to longer wavelengths as you look at something that's further and further away, so lower frequencies, which means that a line that might be in one of these reserved regions for within our own galaxy, if you're looking at other galaxies elsewhere in the universe further away, that line will be shifted out of the reserved region. We also use, for continuum observations, to increase sensitivity, we also use larger bandwidths than are allowed by these reserved regions. And that has been a very powerful driver of increased sensitivity of radio telescopes over the last several years. So just as an example, I've put on here the transmission bands that will be used by some of the orbital constellations C-band, X-band, Ku-band, Ka-band, and put on a couple of the receiver bands for just one particular radio telescope, the Australia Telescope Compact Array. Now, as you can see, the 4 centimeter band, which I've used, overlaps thoroughly with the C-band and with a large chunk of the X-band. And the 15 millimeter band overlaps at one end, at least, with a Ku band. So there are problems. And in fact, with new large radio facilities being built, a couple of examples here is the next generation VLA, the next generation very large array, which will be operating between 1.2 and 116 gigahertz in frequencies. So essentially the whole of the region where future constellations and current constellations are due to be transmitting. And that operates with bandwidth, receiver bandwidths of up to 20 gigahertz, instantaneous bandwidth. So that's covering a large chunk of that frequency spectrum and will inevitably overlap with satellite communications. And the antennae for the NGVLA currently being constructed are scattered over the whole of the US and out to Hawaii and into the Caribbean. In the Southern Hemisphere, there's another telescope being built, the Square Kilometre Array, which has two main sites in Australia and in South Africa. And it will be working essentially in two frequency regions, 50 to 350 megahertz, which is not within the context of what we're discussing here much of a problem. But the higher frequency region in South Africa will reach up to 15.3 gigahertz, which will overlap with satellite downlinks. And there will be clashes with constellations there. So what is the problem for the radio observatories? We've had radio transmissions at all of these frequencies for the entirety of the radio astronomy's existence, really. But until now, with most of these transmissions being on the ground, radio observatories have been in radio quiet zones. If you go to the VLA in New Mexico at the moment, you will see lots of signs asking you to turn your mobile phones off. Wi-Fi isn't allowed. The Parkes Radio Telescope in Australia, you aren't even allowed to use a microwave oven because they've caused problems. But with mega constellations of satellites overhead all of the time, that means that in principle, there are no radio quiet zones anywhere. And the downlink strength, the signal strength from the downlinks from the satellites will be 10 trillion times brighter than the signals, the astronomical signals that are being looked for by these radio telescopes. One possible solution to this is something that's been called geofencing, where the antenna footprints defined by the synthetic aperture phased array systems on these satellites will not point at any radio observatory, and that can be implemented in software so that there is some level of protection. But there is a couple of problems with this. First of all, there will inevitably be side lobes on these phased array footprints, which will overlap with radio observatories. And there can be problems with malfunctioning satellites where the transmission bandwidth or the beam shaping perhaps is suboptimal, but is still workable for commercial purposes. There were issues, for example, with the GLONASS satellites, the Russian Global Positioning System satellites, which had the original generation of those had faulty transmitters, which overlapped into the reserved 1.4 gigahertz band of radio astronomy. That has since been solved as the satellites have been replaced, but that gives an idea of the kind of issues that might crop up. There's also a more fundamental problem, which there are some radio observatories, such as Jodrell Bank and the Lord's Bridge Radio Observatory. Jodrell Bank is very close to Manchester, Lord's Bridge is very close to Cambridge in the UK. And so satellite operators are not going to want to geofence those particular observatories because they have many customers in Manchester and Cambridge. And I'm sure this problem applies elsewhere as well. So what do these things mean about satellite operations? Ignoring the astronomers completely, there are still problems. And these are perhaps exemplified by an event that happened on the 2nd of September in 2019, when the European Space Agency Aeolus satellite, which is monitoring wind patterns on the Earth, had to perform an emergency collision avoidance maneuver to avoid a Starlink satellite. And that is the first time that such a maneuver has proved necessary. Collisions do happen. This is a plot of what happened in 2009 when an Iridium satellite and a Cosmos satellite collided. They produced a large plume of debris, which you can see rendered in a couple of different manners here. Large expanding plume of debris extending to higher altitudes and also extending over a significant chunk of the orbit of these two satellites. So that's after 50 minutes, that's after 10 minutes. And of course, these debris chunks can go along to hit other objects as well as causing problems for astronomy. I've had observations which were interfered with by a chunk of this particular debris myself. So the head of space safety at European Space Agency said in the wake of the Aeolus maneuver that this example shows that in the absence of traffic rules and communication protocols, collision avoidance depends entirely on the pragmatism of the operators involved. And today, that negotiation is done through exchanging emails, an archaic process that is no longer viable as increasing numbers of satellites in space mean more space traffic. So the way we have dealt with this problem in the past is no longer adequate and something better is needed. New systems and protocols need to be developed for the much busier space environment that we are looking towards in the future. And that implies a lot of additional effort and expense for all satellite operators. And that's all well and good if everything functions perfectly. If your satellites are maneuverable, you can dodge and weave around other satellites as they come towards you. But if you have defective satellites where you lose control of them, you can't do that. So you're then reliant on one person dodging. And if there are two defective satellites in similar orbits, there's nothing you can do about it. And the importance here is that all of these protocols have to work because with the busier space environment, we run the risk of what's being called Kessler syndrome. This is where one collision produces a cloud of debris, as we saw in the Cosmos Iridium collision, which because of the increased number of satellites on orbit, that debris then collides with further satellites, produces more debris, and you get a cascade of collisions, debris, more collisions, more debris, to the extent that certain orbits may be rendered unusable, and as well, will be rendered hazardous to anybody in a space station, for example, that might be working there in person. So this is a real hazard, and there are problems when you increase the number of satellites and other objects on orbit. NASA has realized this. Obviously, it's their business too. And they are now taking action through the Federal Communications Commission when they see something hazardous coming along in this regard. So the AST and Space Company proposed a 720-kilometer orbital constellation recently through the FCC. And these satellites would use a 900 square meter phased array antenna. That's an extremely large object up there. And the larger your object is, the more likely it is going to be hit by debris. Just a straightforward impact parameter problem. NASA predicted that with such a large antenna, it would require 1,500 mitigation actions, i.e. dodges, per year for the AST satellites and for other satellites on that orbit or space vehicles passing through that orbit, and 15,000 planning activities in case of close pass with these satellites per year. That converts to 4 dodges, actual satellite maneuvers per day, and 40 planning actions per day. That is a huge effort for satellite operators to do. That will have a cost, but who are IST and Space expecting to bear that cost? This is something that operators of large satellite constellations need to ask themselves, and that the regulators need to start asking themselves as well. And on the basis of these figures, NASA objected to the licensing of the AST and space project just at the end of last month. We don't know the end result of that yet. So I've looked at the impact for astronomy, radio and optical, and for satellite operations, but there are other possible impacts, one of which was highlighted by a recent letter by Chris Lintott and Paul Lintott to Nature just a few weeks ago. Because we are not the only creatures on the surface of the Earth that look upwards and use the sky for our own benefit. It turns out that a wide variety of animals use the night sky in some way, shape or form to navigate. This ranges from dung beetles to indigo buntings, a migratory species of birds, to harbor seals. And these are just the species that have been investigated so far. If we start filling the skies with bright, detectable, artificial objects, with the kind of populations that these new mega constellations are going to produce, what effect is going to happen to these creatures and any others that use the night sky for navigation? We don't know. If the effects are negative, there will be problems both for these creatures and for the ecosystems in which they exist. So you could probably imagine what might happen if dung beetles became extinct because they can no longer find their way around. I'll leave the consequences up to your imagination. One final question to be asked is whether these mega constellations of communication satellites are actually needed. This is an analysis that was done by Rawls et al. Just recently, published in the Rapid Notes from the American Astronomical Society, where they looked at the affordability in terms of percentage of GDP per capita, and the need in the sense of whether less than 75% of the population in a given country has internet access. And they divided the diagram, as you can see here, up into 4 quarters, where it's unaffordable and not needed, where it's affordable but not needed because lots of people, more than 75% of the population has internet access, and then where it's affordable but needed, unaffordable but needed, so lots of lack of internet access but a high fraction of GDP per member of population is a required expense. And they came to the conclusion that the number of countries where satellite internet is both affordable and needed is quite low. The one major country here that's listed, and it's close to unaffordability, is China. And the other markets are actually much smaller. So they concluded that these mega constellations are primarily justified by markets that either don't need them or can't afford them. So, is there a business case? So, right, that brings me to my conclusions, which are listed here. So the satellite mega constellations represent an entirely new issue for astronomy, for satellite operations, and for regulation. The major problem for the next generation of optical near-infrared survey telescopes on the Earth or in low Earth orbit is going to be satellite trails from these mega constellations. They will be a major problem also for radio astronomy and for satellite operations. And the costs incurred as a result of these problems have largely been ignored by the operators. Fortunately now, some are now talking to astronomers, but it's a major catch-up job, and the resources really aren't there to pay the costs that are being incurred. There are also other potential ecological impacts from what we're doing to the night sky, which are completely unquantified at this point. The economic and social justification for these systems is currently unclear. So the question I will leave the audience with is, are they worth the damage the costs, and the risks. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much for your input and the presentation, Professor Clements.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. I believe we have quite a limited time, so we have two small questions, short questions. The first one is, have you ever discussed the issue of satellites with SpaceX?
Yes, I'm part of a panel that's been organized by the Royal Astronomical Society, dealing with both, well, there's two panels, one on radio, one on optical, and we are in discussion with SpaceX on that, and they've proved helpful in providing information on the satellites and discussing things like VisorSat and DarkSat. But the launches continue, and the problems persist. So yes, we are in discussion, and we're in discussion with other current and future operators as well, but we haven't slowed anything down yet.
Okay, thank you for that comment. And the second question is, there are a lot of startups as well who are looking into launching satellites. I guess because SpaceX is such a big and representative company, I guess it's meaningful to discuss with them. But as for the smaller startups, we can't really do anything about them launching all of those satellites. So for their perspective, I guess it's also very difficult for them to consider all of the consequences as well. So do you think that there is a right solution given the astrophysics point of view?
Well, astronomers are really, really happy to talk to people about this. And I would invite the smaller startups to come and talk to us. We've been very slow, and I don't know whether the fault is on our side in realizing the potential problem, or I don't wish to point fingers at SpaceX, but the large operators, let's say, we've been quite relatively slow in getting conversations going between us. And they are, as I've said in the last question, those are underway now. But it's much better to address these problems before you start launching hardware, so that the problems can be avoided from square one. And so I would say to small operators planning large constellations or large individual satellites perhaps, to reach out. There are, whatever country you're in, there are astronomical organizations. There's the International Astronomical Union, if you can't find one locally. You can come to the Royal Astronomical Society, the American Astronomical Society. We would love to hear from you, because we don't want this to be a problem for anybody, whether satellite operator or astronomer. And so we'd love to help.
Well, thank you once again for your great presentation and your opinions at the Q&A. 네, 이것으로 저희 Q&A까지 마치.
So with this, we will conclude our Q&A session. Thank you very much. Then we will go on to the very last session of today's event, which is our round table. The round table will be moderated by researcher Hyungjun An from Korea Science and Technology Policy Institute. And I would like to introduce our panelist, CEO of NADA Space Technology, Jae-pil Park, and CEO of UEL, Nam-seok Cho, CEO of Rotem, Chang-gun Moon, and from Korea, from KARI, we have Senior Engineer Kwang-hyuk Chu. We will bring the panelists onto the stage.
네, 안녕하십니까?
Hello, everyone. We will now begin the second roundtable. I am Hyun-Jun An from Science and Technology Policy Institute. It is a pleasure to meet you. So there have been some delays in the previous presentation, so I don't think we have a lot of time left, and we have many people on our panel. We would like to have a meaningful roundtable despite the short time. And for the past 2 days, we heard presentations from our panelists. And there are some who have not given presentations, so we would like to ask you to first introduce yourselves. Hello, everyone. I am Nara Space Technology involved in the nano satellites, Tepir Park. I gave a presentation yesterday. Hello, everyone. I gave a presentation today on the UELs. I am from Unmanned Exploration Lab, Namseok-jo. Hello, everyone. I gave a presentation today. We started off on industrial drones, and we are developing now lightweight motors. Changgun Moon from Rotom. Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am Hee-sung Lee from Contech. I participated in the NewSpace forum last week at Gangnam, and I worked 16 years at Kari. And 5 years ago, I started my own business, and I am working on creating a Earth control and station service by utilizing the data provided by satellites. Hello, everyone. Thank you for staying until this late hour. I am from Korea Aerospace Research Institute. I am Kwang Hyuk-chu, and I am the head of the Future Technology Research Center at KARI. Our research institute works on technology such as NewSpace, nano satellites, AI, and to prepare the basic and fundamental research and advanced research for preparing for space exploration. Thank you very much for your warm applause. So the theme of the second roundtable, I will not read in English, which is what has changed in the past, what has changed in the space industry in the past years. So if you take a look at our panel list, I'm involved in space policy, and we have 4 from the private sector, and 1 member of our panel is from a research institute. And I participated in the NewSpace Korea conference from last year, and I have been working with the organizers on preparing this event. This year was a very difficult year, and despite that, on the space development, there was a lot of activity both at home and abroad. There are some memorable events, such as the Dragon crew of SpaceX. So the commercialization of crewed explorations, and the COVID-19, which led to the bankruptcy of one lab. And in July, China, UAE, and the US launched spaceships to explore Mars. And there was a change to the Korea-US missile guidelines, and this has led to some high expectations. And when I thought about 2020 when I was young, I thought of 2020 to be the year of the future, and that I felt that the future has become a reality. And as the dawn of 2020, we saw people singing like old songs, and people were waiting in line to purchase masks, face masks. And I think that the SpaceX Dragon crew was the biggest futuristic event that happened. So there were a lot of events that happened throughout the year. So what was most memorable in terms of space industry? There's no special order. Anybody can take turns. We don't have time to receive answers from everyone. So I'll briefly comment on this. And as you said, the Dragon crew, I think, was most memorable. It was a mission to go to ISS, and what was most memorable is that when we thought about 2020, we imagined that people would go out in space, and we saw that the interface was a touch screen. It was very user friendly, and it was a space type of outfit that was like a biker outfit. And so your opinion is similar to me. And what was memorable for Mr. Moon from Rotom? Just as Mr. Parks said, actually, he took the words out of my mouth. And I guess we are all very aligned. What was memorable for me was sending drones to Mars and unmanned vehicle going out to space on a planet other than Earth, and the design was unique, and that was quite memorable for me. Any other opinions? I would like to add, as we can see in this slide, the UAE, they sent a rover to Mars, and there was some areas that I felt was a bit unfortunate. During last week's Korea Space Forum, the Arab Emirate lunar exploration head, he extended his thanks to Korea because they were a latecomer in this area compared to Korea, and SATRAC and they followed Korea, and they received help from Korea, and yet they sent their rover to Mars before Korea did. And 1 to 2 weeks ago, they also stated that they will send a lunar rover in 2024. So they made such announcements. And then in October, the Arab Emirates, they said that they would participate in the U.S.'s lunar exploration. So we see the series of activities of the Arab Emirates, and this was memorable, and yet it also makes us realize that Korea also needs to work a bit harder. And if we back up our memory a little bit, I started the lunar exploration plans, and at the time, President Kunep Park, she said that we would send a lunar rover by 2020, and that was the start of Korea's lunar exploration program. If it had gone smoothly, then in 2020, that would have been the most memorable event for Korea. And so that is what I regret about the year of 2020. Then, going on to the next topic, not just last year, but on NewSpace, in the past 5 or 10 years, we have seen some changes. And during the Korea Space Forum, Space Angels, they announced a quarterly investment. And this shows a global investment. And from 2009 to 2020, if you look at the investment amount in 2014 up to 14, it was this amount. And then suddenly from 2015, there was a surge all the way up to 2019. So that is the graph for 2019. And then it was because OneWeb and SpaceX funding in 2015. Despite COVID-19, we see that for 2020, their third quarter investment, it's similar to the 2019. So we can see that there is heated investment in space. What is the investment in Korea? We did a research on this, a study on this. And if you take a look at the investment, there was a depletion. There were some years where there weren't investment, but in 2017 and 2018, and then 2019 and 2020, we see increases in the investment. I did not, we have not mentioned the names of the companies, but there are some CEOs who have received this investment. And so could you talk about the atmosphere these days? Jung-hee Lee? 14 billion KRW, it's quite a lot. So on a yearly basis, that data itself is meaningful, but from 2018, we see an increase in investment. Even then, on the area of NewSpace, even Kari was not that interested in that area. But in then 2018, I think I went overseas starting from May of 2018 to participate in expeditions. And I went to Kari to provide like seminars and lectures on to NewSpace. And I was talking about the new trends. And we received Series A investment in 2019. And from Europe, US, and to have additional like stations, we are carrying out Series B investments, and we are more known now, and that's why these days some just contact us, they seek us out, and in the space area, VCs have become more interested starting from this year.
그렇기 때문에 사실
And because of that, for us also as Nara Space and other some big growing startups, we really need to do a good job, because then those that come, after us would also have a successful path. So I think creating good ecosystem is really heavy responsibility for us, and through collaboration, I think we can make a good ecosystem. Thank you very much. I also remember that actually NewSpace, before this conference was planned in 2017-16 or so in the US, there was a NewSpace conference organized, and based on that, this was planned. And mood then and now is really changed. You have also NewSpace articles now also appearing in various news agencies. But the perception of the public and business, NewSpace, people here would know. But at my research institute, last year, knowing even the term, do you know the term? NewSpace was asked in a survey. So we only asked those that was in the space industry. So let me just ask that question. The result was that never heard of it. The share of that, how big do you think it was? So, Cher, who said, I'm hearing the NewSpace for the first time. So we asked 210 people that was in the space industry, what do you think? Wouldn't they all have heard at least once? They're businesses. So percentage-wise, what? So, never heard of it? About 5%? What do you think? 15%? 20% or so? I would say 10%. So 90% would have heard it. What about you? Last year, I would think about 80% would have never heard it. But wow, actually that's an interesting answer. What do you think? I would say 50% heard about it, but do not know the concept would be the majority. Look at this. Heard for the first time was 54.3%, and 16.8% is interested but do not know well, and 16.8% was know well and is interested, or 12% said no, not interested. So this is to people that is in the space industry. If we did it this year, it might have different results, but in terms of this was the survey result. So definition of new space is actually different by people. So how do you define new space business? So when asked the main characters of the new space business, like SpaceX, you would think it's a new space company, but now it's already like dinosaur in size. So a lot of people say that it's not a new space company anymore, SpaceX. And for those people, SpaceX, they think venture startups are all about new space. And another characteristic of new space is new business model.
문 대표
Then, Mr. Moon, when we say new space, your company, Lotum, is it a new space business? Yes, I would say yes. In what perspective? Now, in my presentation, I also talked about this too. New space, in some ways, it's similar to fourth industrial revolution. And the characteristics of this Industry 4.0 is their business area. It's not really clearly defined. It's about convergence, breaking the barriers. So I think new space is not really, technology thought never related to space now being converged into space area. So we're making commercial drone. We needed light motors, and then light motors were created because we wanted to, we were interested in motorization, and we also had cases where it's being used by robots, satellites, and these things. So I think that's why we are a new space company. Yes, convergence is the key word. So we also thought about that a lot. Technological innovation and convergence, I do believe, are important value. In some ways, a global market. So the market is no longer just Korea. Global investment and market is important. Forming partnership and looking overseas is important, or new business model like, space debris or space resource exploration, they think is also new space, or SMEs or ventures startups are, as they say, new space. So different things can be mentioned. And then another survey question was, they say new technology is the most important in new space, and intangible values like new business models and vision and passion for space development. So if you don't have vision or passion, it's not new space. It's just another business. And attracting private investment and other values seems to be in the realms of new space. Then to these business people, we asked, what is the most representative new space company in Korea? So you are the CEOs. So business, what do you think would you think your company would be in the top list? I have up to number 15, and I'm going to ask guess who would be number one, and do you think your company would be in there? I mean, I don't know. It's burdensome. I've been always getting asked first, which is kind of burdensome. But anyway, I think our Korean market, you have also looked into new space. The definition is alien, and space, combining with industry is also kind of new thing. So I think number one will be like the explorer of the commercial space business is Cetric Eye. So I would say that is number one. I think our company will be in there. Dr. Joe? I think we will not be within top 15. So I think new space, in my opinion, I think you need vision and passion. So, government-led industry is what we are so used to. But now to realize their dream, they are doing their own business. So, they are making their dream into a business in the new space area. So with vision and passion, they enter into new space segment. So I think you cannot really, put them all in, give them, put them in a line or queue. I also think number one would be Cetra I. So in the aerospace as a business, Cetra I is always mentioned the most. Mr. Moon, Moon? Oh, that's a very tricky question. I do not believe our company will be in there. And for me also, I believe Cetric I will be in there. And because the book that really influenced me when I was Thai was we launched a star or shot a star. I think that's because also why I say Cetric I. In this survey, now, did they answer based on clear understanding of definition of new space? I mean, there was common understanding in there, and based on that common understanding, few companies could be set up. I mean, Cetric I has been around for 20 years, so Cetric I do believe is the leader in Korea, for sure. But before that, I think if we need the common definition of new space first. So our company could be in there, but I think rather than in Korea, I think it would be better if we had more international recognition. So of course, I mean, I have nothing to do with the ranks, because I'm from research institute, so I can say very lightly. So I do agree with Mr. Lee. So in the beginning, when we talked about survey, we had 50% or more saying they do not know about new space. So how could we recognize their number one as our own number one? So I file my objections first, and in this chart, new technology being the cornerstone or the definition of new space. If that is so, then new space companies, they're not really about new technologies. It's more they're into innovation by changing the thinking. So it's not about new technology being invented, hence making them new space business. So Cetric I, for some time, was the golden child of new space, but is it still a new space business? I have my doubt. That was a very interesting answer. And two people, actually, what you said has been reflected. As you can see here, Kai was mostly mentioned, and the Cetric Y number 2, and actually Kari is number 4. It's not a research, it's not a business, but it's number 4. So I thought whether to disclose this data or not. Is it really reliable? Answer. And Parent in space, and then Nara is also within that ranks. So two people said Nara Space Technology. Did you also vote, Mr. Park? Actually, you probably received the survey. So one of those two, I think, is Mr. Park, the CEO of Nara Space Technology. So as Mr. Lee has said, given that 50% do not really know about this, is reflected in this result. That was my interpretation of this data. So of this, in the approach of survey, we intentionally not give definition, because after all this, we gave answers. We gave our comments on this is the definition of new space, and asked about what would be recommended policies. And then we also asked about influence and prospect. And from here, all the definition and information provided. And this is, so we said this is what is defined as new space, and what you think is a prospect and influence of new space going forward, from limited influence, and that it's going to really change the total ecosystem. There's a lot of answers, but that it will grow as much as the existing industry was majority of the answers. So any objection to this result or any different interpretation of this result? Do you think that is possible? Mr. Ju, what do you think about this result? Well, I believe it will not be same as the existing industry in terms of influence. I think the pathway will be different from the existing industry. Existing industries, developing rocket, launching them, or creating airplanes. The existing industry will continue as they are, but I think industry will expand. So existing industries will go their way, but things that are related to that would grow and form their own ecosystem. So conventional space area, they exist, and the new area that's called new space would expand. So two would not really overlap. And other people say this is disruptive change. Some say the existing industry will be kind of eaten by this. And what do you think, Mr. Joe Kari?
When we have high-level meetings, our president was very impressed by the concept of new space, and on this, he stated that if we don't change, then the items that Kari works on will not lead to disruptive innovation, and we actually might be the ones that disappear because of disruptive innovation from others. And whether SpaceX is a new space company or not, if you just generally think about it, you may think that they are involved in rockets. That's why they shouldn't be included in new space. But if it is included in new space, it's because 10 years ago, when SpaceX was born, they thought that this company would go under within 10 years. And that other rocket companies were saying that SpaceX would never survive, would not be successful. However, if you look at it now, they are copying SpaceX, or they're trying to secure their market against SpaceX, because SpaceX is eating up the market. So no space right now may seem small, but once the investors, like if you take a look at the investors, they go where the money is, and the investors are interested in new space, which means that within 10 years, the landscape will change. It might change in such a disruptive way. So on the forecast of the influence of new space is seen differently. And in our survey, the results differed, as you can see here. And those of you gathered here are involved in new space. You are running business in this area or conducting research in this area. Then what are some of the limitations or barriers in expanding new space? Realistically speaking, what are some of the barriers and restrictions that you feel? So this was a question that was asked, and this is a new business, and that is why you have to create your own demand. So it is needed to create demand because it's a new industry. So that was the answer that people selected the most, and difficulty in identifying skilled manpower, not enough support, and difficulty in funding. The ecosystem is not sophisticated enough, and so forth were some of the other answers the respondents gave. So what are the difficulties that you feel? I would like to ask Mr. Moon from Rotem. Difficulties, there are a variety that we are facing. I don't know if this is related to NewSpace, but we saw the drone taxi flying at Han River, It was from a Chinese company called Yihang, and the response is divided. Why is it from Korea, not from Korea, and from China? And another response is we should start like this, and it will lead to second comers, and it will lead to changes in regulation. So I was actually grateful that people were interested in this area. I think industries and sectors, it's important that there's interest in it, because if it's only experts who are involved, you can't create a market. You have to create some buzz. When we started drones in the beginning, it was like that, and we are in the motor business, and a company, for it to create a market, you have to generate interest. And one of the difficulties in our industry was a lack of interest. How about Mr. Lee? So it's been some time since you have been running your company. So what was the major difficulty that you experienced? It's not listed here, but in my case, of course, there's a lot of difficulties that we face: lack of government interest and manpower and funding. This work should be done by the businesses. So the general public doesn't know about space, and when you're involved in B2B business, the companies don't know what to do with satellite images, and with satellites, how could they make their own demand? So the players in the space industry should use LEO communication. We failed in LEO communication, and so with Starlink now, $19.9 will be the Starlink service price. And so they have reduced the price, and the industry players, we have to let the market know about what we have and what we can provide, and the applications and use cases should be provided by the industry players. And the market will realize about it. We're going to be servicing stat images to Sejong City. They didn't know that they could use satellite images like this. So we need to create this demand. And then if we do this, then the government will be interested. I feel that Kerry's role is very important, because there has to be a institute and policy maker that utilizes technology and develops the core technology. We're involved in the business side, so our focus should be business. The technology should not be the focus. Personally, that's my thought. And the companies, although there are many challenges and hurdles, the private and public sector, if you work together, all of these struggles or challenges written down here can be overcome. The role of private and public, we talk about this, and NewSpace is the private sector area, but I'm sure that the government and public side is important too. And as a person involved in policy research, I completely agree to that. But when the government policy does support and provide some guidance, is it always going in the right direction? There could be some controversies about this. According to our survey, it says that too much intervention could be a negative factor. And also, some said that if you are passive, the government is passive, then that could also undermine the industry too. We gave 6 options, and the businesses stated the government's excessive interest and intervention might be dangerous to the industry or risk to the industry. And so, excessively being optimistic and some distortion in the understanding of space industry, there were concerns high on the list. And that excessive regulation and excessive interest or excessive intervention might be a hindrance to the development, where some of the options selected. And there were also concerns stated that the government should not be too passive. So you are in the business sector, and the government policy and regulations and support, I'm sure, has an influence on your business. And I think you have thought about this. And as a policy researcher, I myself was interested in this area, and I'm trying to research in this area too. We have used up a lot of our time, and it's close to dinner time, and people get angry if you do not wrap up right before dinner. So as we wrap up, we will be hearing from each of you your expectations for next year, space-related events both at home and abroad, or it could be some like special events that might take place within your company. You can talk about that, or you can talk about NewSpace Korea. This is second year, and next year, if we do have another NewSpace event and conference, what are your expectations, and how do you think it should proceed? We will start from Mr. Chu this time. So the space event that you are expecting for next year, or what you expect from NewSpace Korea conference. So I will answer on the first part of the question, and I want to talk about my personal expectation and expectations from our organization. For KARI as an organization, next year, this might not be for new space, but there will be the Neuro launch, and there will be performance review satellite, and we will have a nano satellite launch pad on that satellite. So we have a lot of expectations for that, and we ask you to be interested and encourage us in that endeavor. And personally, many have launched their rovers for Mars exploration, and there will be a lot of interviews on this. Although it's not ours, we will be encouraged to work harder, and we will be watching the other countries carry out the Mars exploration, and we should use this as a lesson. Our lunar exploration missions that are in preparation, we should be thorough in planning that and planning for other types of space exploration and activities. So personally, for me, next year, our company will have ground stations in Finland and in 2 other countries, and at Jeju Island, we are receiving ICE data, and if they have a ground turbine from SpaceX, then we will have a world ground network, and we can provide more services through our ground network. And I do want to mention about the second question, NewSpace conference and forum. When we hold these conferences, this is something that I say all the time. This should not be a league just for us. We should not bring together only those in the space sector. The 2 startup companies here, you have to receive funding. And when you meet investors, they don't know anything about space sector. I met leading VCs in Korea, and before we talk about our own business, we have to teach them about space. So whenever there is a forum like this, we would like to have private sector investors, and we would like to hear from those investors about which companies they invested in and why they invested in those companies and their performance. Korean companies, we work with foreign companies, and then we can have a roundtable with Korean and also foreign partners, why the partnerships were made and what the synergies were from those partnerships could be explained during the roundtable sessions in the future. So just to talk about my personal expectation for next year, it's not for a specific time. It seems that the Starship is moving forward, and we have expectations for that. So we would like to create components that can be put in drones that carry people, and we have plans to launch a new motor. So that's a big expectation for our company. And for next year's conference, what we would like to see, it's very similar to the previous panelist comment. So a company received like a certain investment and how much that was. We see statistics in the media, and we are preparing for fundraising. And it might be confidential information, and that's why it might not be like in the media, but we would like to gain some insights of how they got to the funding, the process, and the key insights and lessons that they learned. So that's very important for companies like us. So if sessions on that could be added in next year's conference, I feel that would be very helpful. Just like Dr. Chu, the rovers landing on Mars, I have expectations about that. And for overseas, so that's about it. And there is the Nuri launch in Korea. And for our company, we have a robot partnership development with overseas. And if there is great performance from that, I would be personally very pleased. And on the NewSpace conference, I'll just be very brief. I don't think many students can participate. We want the general public to be interested, but in the same time, I think that the students studying in this area should know about this ecosystem. They don't even know, for example, what Hana is doing, and those in the industry don't understand NewSpace, 50% of them in the same way. The students in this area, studying this area, they don't know about the ecosystem, and they don't know about the companies and how they're changing.
So the students would maybe more ignorant, like more elementary school or middle schools, through their club activities, they would know more. But in colleges, also professors doing activities in this area, doing business in this area, they do not really know about ecosystem. So I hope we can have more participation from the colleges and students. I think 2019 for our company will be a memorable year. I mean, we attracted the first investment 2020, and then we earned recognition for our vision and our goals. And next year, if I'm here, I think I might be able to share with you some more interesting stories based on our actual results. As Kari has said, we have a performance validation satellite, and we are also a participating project where the satellite being ejected from that are shots. So there's a lot of events involving launch into the space. So I hope there will be opportunity for us to introduce that next year, and our company also. As was already talked about, city management or send a satellite that goes into the constellation, their performance validation model will be completed next year, so that in the NewSpace area, constellation can be validated and verified next year in Korea also. Lastly, as I also said in the presentation, with the local government and with the general public, partnership with the space industry, I think we'll be able to show you that too. So I have high expectation for next year. When the NewSpace conference started, as I said, like us, startups launch window, it's becoming that. So our space ecosystem in Korea, the ecosystem players, I think the sort of cycle is now complete, but I hope there will be more players. The cycle is there, but I think there will be more actors, more like small companies, large companies, and there will be more VCs investing in this area. And I believe New Space Conference, if it can act as a bridge in that effort, it will be good. Presentation doing here is only part of it. At the backstage, we network with different companies, and there's a lot of promise being made for the next year. So if that part could also be highlighted, it would be much better. Thank you very much for your excellent comment, and your expectations, I believe, and I hope can be realized next year. And I hope this global pandemic can sort of go away so that more people can be with us next year. And your feedback and expectations, the New Space Korea conference, we hear you. And as a programmer, I'm also involved in the process, so we'll make sure that next year event will be a much better one. And as we finish this round table, I hope that we can have a second continuous New Space conference. I look forward to your continuing support, Dongha Science. Thank you very much. Again, thank you for staying until the end, and also to the panelists for their active and interesting discussion. With that, we now need to bring today's event to a close. And for the last few days, I thought time really flew, because just listening to a new area, it was really interesting. Hence, I had a happy Thursday and Friday. So again, I would like to thank you. And we now need to have a closing remarks. So this Space Uplift conference organized under the theme of how to prepare for the coming space era. We will hear closing remarks from the organizer, CEO Chang Kyung-hee of Dongha Science, and partner Bang Jong-won of Starburst Aerospace, as well as Na Jong-gu as well as Mr. Park Jae-pil from Nara Space, their closing remarks. Yes, we will hand over the microphone to you.
네, 들리시나요?
Hope you can hear me. Well, for the 2 days, I don't know how you felt, but as Dr. An Young-jun has said, what I can tell you is that yesterday and today, we heard a lot of feedback and also a lot of presentation. So I was sitting there thinking about keywords of this conference. It will be innovation, technology, innovative technology, competition, collaboration, and also new space is what that's all about. And as we heard from Mr. Chopard from NewSpace, it's all about people. I think that is something that stayed with me. So yesterday and today, from overseas, also from Korea, we had a lot of participation. So thank you, audience here, as well as those that have joined us virtually. So I think the youth that dreamed about going space have now become the CEOs of startups. And through this type of events, people that dream the same dream can gather together to open a new world. So in the coming space era, how to design our future, the Dongha Science want to connect the dreams and help you to create new world. As what the CEOs have said, we will keep that in mind so that next year we'll have bigger events where more people are connected, and not only Korea's new space, but in the global ecosystem, that new space could really have full bloom in Korea and bear fruit. And we will extend our support until that really happens. Thank you. Well, this is really wonderful event. So, having a 2-day event like this in Korea with much interest is really encouraging, because before that, last year when we had this first New Space Korea conference, then space companies' visions or goals, or in terms of ecosystem, there was no venue to have discussion about that. But I think it's very Korea. Once something gets traction, then we are very fast in building very viable environment. So it's like, if it rains in deserts, you have flowers blooming. So I think space ecosystem of Korea can become like that. And we are one of those actors in that ecosystem. And I think we also need to grow in the right way. So I feel responsible, but not only us, but I hope more people will challenge themselves in this area so that we can have more success stories, so that ultimately in bringing people, the humanity, Korea to the space, our ecosystem can do its role. And I hope that this new space Korea Uplift can become one of those springboard. Thank you very much, and see you next year. Yes, I'm An Young-jun from Step B. Well, last year we had our first event, and I really felt encouraged, because the space-related event that I only saw at other countries could really be happening in this country. So I really felt moved. And this year, despite difficulties in the way of preparing this conference, we were able to also see new possibilities. This is really possible. The virtual connections allowed us to see also new possibilities. So for next year and the year after, this event is also my personal dream. So I'm really glad to be part of it. And last but not least, I really hope this become an international scale event. And on that note, I would like to thank Yuya for coming to Korea despite all the challenges. You really made this event international. And we also have space-tied Mr. Ishida. When we create this model, we really referenced that. So between Korea and Japan, I hope going forward there will be a close partnership. Thank you very much. Dr. An, Mr. Yuya is from Japan, but despite COVID-19, I came all the way from the US. So I have a US passport, but I'm also good in speaking Korean. No, I know how challenging it was to prepare for this event. So this type of New Space Korea with Uplift title, being able to have this type of international event, and for extending invitation to be part of it. Thank you very much. And those just to avoid any misunderstanding, because of COVID-19, the number of offline participants, we only allowed only important people, and encourage other people to go online. So I hope that you will understand that. And when we do this type of conference, there are the people that are working on the back. So let me give shout out to Mr. Park Geun-tae. Every day we kind of, always been on phone talking to each other, preparing for this event. And reporter Ko Jae-young, reporter even organized the international event. Thank you for your input. And again, to everybody, let me give shout outs the speakers from overseas, those that joined virtually. Thank you so much. And Starburst, when it comes to Korea space industry, especially for space startup, what we can do go forward. We'll do everything as we can to help you grow. Thank you very much. What I want to do as last comment, you already did it. So in Korea, as a science dedicated media, this is possible because Dr. An's program, thank you very much, and Dr. Park for gathering Korean startups, and also from overseas as accelerator. Being here with Starbucks is an honor. And this was all possible because Donga Science team leader Park Geun-tae persuaded me to be interested in this idea. So team leader Park Geun-tae and all the reporters of daily news of our Donga Science for a very long time worked really hard, and everything that happened for the last 2 days is being posted as our news articles. So again, daily news reporters of Donga Science, please stand up and please applaud their efforts. Again, thank you very much for the wonderful closing remarks. And with that, we will officially close the 2-day event. Actually, I believe next year we will have bigger growth in the space area. As many have said, this area has only it will grow going forward, so that we so as we can have more business opportunities to have more startups, international investors, government agencies, and other with our companies. Networking is important, and we'll make NewSpace Korea the venue for it. So we look for continuing interest, and through your interest, I believe we'll grow further. Again, for 2 days, thank you for your participation, for active and also for active participation and so wonderful presentations. I will see you next year. Thank you very much.
네, 감사합니다. 그리고 안내해드렸던 대로 저희 이곳
Thank you very much. As was announced, if you go to Stage 1, which is located on the first floor, we have prepared a dinner. You can use the dinner occasion for networking. Thank you very much.